Hello and welcome everyone to the grand finals of the International Wildcard Invitation live from Mexico. Not us though, we're hanging out in Sydney ready to bring you the English coverage of it all. My name is Julian Pastry Time Car and it's been such a wonderful tournament so far. But today, the last slot for the mid-season invitational and the Kings of Wildcard here for the middle of the year will be decided. Joining me once again on the analyst desk, they've been great all week. Please give them a warm hand. It is Tim, Carvin, Wendell and Lucio, Soul Strikes Park boys. It's been great to have you here all week. How's it going?
Yeah, I'm going well. It has been a good week, a lot of exciting games. Really looking forward to today's matchup. I think they're two extremely talented wildcard teams, and I'm really excited to see who gets that MS5 spot.
Yeah, very excited to see these two top two teams from the wildcard. Very strong meta champion, meta-focused team, so going to be very exciting.
Certainly should be very competitive. But let's have a look at kind of how they got there to start things off. Remember, there was a round robin in the first few days that we checked out here. Let's have a look at the standings from the end of it to see where they finished. As you can see, Supermassive, Hard Random, and INTZ all finished at 5-2. But honestly, pretty much the top two teams as the tiebreakers finished towards the end of day 4 there. And these two teams look wonderful. Hard Random in particular never looked like they were slowing down in the group stage.
They had an amazing group stage. They didn't drop a game for, I think, the first 2 days, only losing on the third day to Supermassive. Yeah. So Hard Random had an amazing start of the tournament, very impressive. Supermassive, on the other hand, they were kind of went under the radar a little bit, you know, like we weren't talking about them so much, but they were still winning games.
Yeah, and they got stronger every day went by. So very exciting to see them in the finals once again. So going to be very good games.
Can certainly agree that they have gotten stronger as things have continued. And let's have a look at the semifinals just to illustrate how strong they have looked. As you can see there, Hard Random swept INTZ as the Brazilians, honestly the favorites coming into the tournament, were knocked out there in the top 4. And then Supermassive demolished Saigon Jokers in another sweep. Like, I know the scorelines are similar there. In fact, they're the same there for those two matchups, but the series were, even though one-sided, very different. And Supermassive looked the best in that particular semifinal.
Definitely. I think while Hard Random 3-0'd Ince, it was not nearly as dominating as the Supermassive Saigon Jokers game. Supermassive just completely outclassed their opponents.
Yeah, and they actually showed like 3 different composition and showed variety, picks and bans, and just adapted really well in the best of 5 series.
And it definitely feels like the teams have gotten stronger, but of course, two teams do have to play each other, so let's have a look at the actual matchup now, because it will of course be Supermassive versus Hard Random to round things out for the grand finals. Honestly, two teams that we looked at and said, you know what? They're actually pretty similar.
Yeah, look, a lot of the same kind of champ pools, a similar sort of play style. I think this is going to be a very interesting matchup because I think the winner here will just be the team who has more raw ability. You know, yesterday with Saigon Jokers, we were saying that their play style is quite different to every other team's. Yeah. Well, basically every other team at the tournament, but particularly Supermassive. And so there was a bit of a play style clash there. However, in this game, play style is relatively similar. Hard Random do like to split push a bit more. They do pick the Trundle top, second most played top laner, whereas Supermassive are more likely to just pick Maokai and do the TP flank, but I think generally, in everywhere but the top lane, it's pretty similar, and so I think definitely the better team should win today.
Yeah, and it will be very hard. It'll be very hard to see like one team just dominating through macro-wise play. So I'll be expecting like very intense micro game.
Yeah, and we've seen lots of intense team fighting from both these sides, to be honest. But let's actually have a look at effectively our feature matchup, despite the fact that both teams are studded with stars. And it may surprise you, but if you've been watching the tournament or following it at all, it certainly doesn't surprise us. For maybe the first time in League of Legends history for a grand final, we're actually looking at the supports first up. Licorice versus Dumbledore might actually be the best matchup of this particular series.
Absolutely. Licorice and Dumbledore are both the respective playmakers for their teams. They've both had amazing tournaments. We're consistently impressed by their performances. And what we were saying is kind of like, oh, you know, Kira versus Naru, it's a big matchup. The junglers have both played very good this tournament, but really, it all starts with, for both teams, it all starts with the support roam. And we're expecting every other lane, essentially, to be influenced by these two guys.
Yeah, definitely. And if we do manage to see the lane swap, there's definitely going to be some bloodbath at the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, have we seen some differences, though? Because they are similar players. They like to play make. They do like to roam. But are there things that maybe that we can look at and say, okay, this is why they're different? Because statistically, the players are pretty much identical. They're both looking good. They've looked good all tournament. They both playmakers. Like, what are we looking at? Is it champ pools? Is it just small style things here? What really separates these two players? Because they're not exactly the same despite being similar.
No, of course not. And there are some differences. Dumbledore obviously prioritizing the Poppy very highly. Poppy's really punishing for players who miss position. Generally hard to kill, very good in the jungle roams. So Dumbledore's preferring that Poppy, and that's because he's more of a jungle roam sort of player. You see supports who roam from mid lane and then back to bot, or who will base and go top lane and then base and go back bot. But Dumbledore, his preferred style is to go into the bot lane or into the top lane, whichever lane the duo goes to, but then he'll spend most of his time rotating into the jungle for deep wards with their jungler Stone-Aged, looking for picks, and then after he secured the jungle, that's when he tends to look mid.
Yeah, and he buys crazy item like Hex Drinker later on to the game, which is unheard of from support role.
Yeah, I saw him almost 1v1 if he was actually in the tournament, which was quite impressive, but couldn't quite kill the top laner in that particular set against the Saigon Jokers. Liquid, though, definitely a different sort of player, and we feel like it's honestly his AD carry that he's maybe having to hold his hands a bit more of. Achu's been impressive, but before we get to talk about him, Liquid, man, every champion he touches turns to gold. He's played a few more different champions than Dumbledore has, but the man's an absolute playmaker, especially when it comes to team fighting.
Yeah, Liquid definitely has a pretty deep champion pool in the support role. Has had amazing games on Bard, but what I really like is the Tahm Kench. I mean, he played Tahm Kench basically before we saw anybody else playing Tahm Kench. He's played it to great success. Hasn't dropped a game on it yet. He's played 3 games, 3 victories. We saw Tahm Kench last night in
LCK.
In the LCK, so I think Liquid may have been a little bit ahead of the meta with that pick. His Bard obviously is phenomenal. I think the big difference between Liquid and Dumbledore is that Liquid has to stay in lane a bit more. I think he's, I don't want to say held back, but he is definitely, Miracle requires him to babysit a little bit. And so I'm expecting him to sit in lane a little bit longer than Dumbledore. And if that happens, because Achu is such a great single AD carry, self-sustaining AD carry, I think that Supermassive might actually, that might give them an opportunity to punish.
Yeah, but on the other hand, Dumbledore kind of likes the champion pool. Like, he did show he could play the Thresh and the Elise support. I'm not quite sure about that, but they're both amazing Bard player, but I'm expecting a Bard ban, so it'll be very interesting what other cards Dumbledore can bring other than Poppy.
Well, always to see Bardo taken away. He's been probably one of the most fun champions to track all IWCI. Let's actually have a look at maybe the matchup you expected us to start with, though, and it is, of course, mid lane. Both these players, Naru and Kira, have actually had very good presence in the international stage. Naru, if Supermassive as a team have been the team that's powered up throughout the tournament, I feel like it is Naru leading that charge, because he's always been good. But he honestly had a shakier start to this tournament, and his last 3 games looked absolutely absurd.
Well, it's kind of the story of Turkey, to be honest.
Yeah.
At most of these events, Turkey usually has a kind of shaky first day. I mean, it's not usually too long because generally they do quite well at these tournaments, but usually a shaky first day, or at least the first couple games, and then they get stronger and stronger and stronger. And I think Naru is kind of the catalyst to that. He needs a little bit of time to warm up, but once he does warm up, he's usually one of the better mid laners at the tournament. I think he's had a good tournament so far. We did mention in the Saigon Jokers game that his KD wasn't amazing, but he does have a lot of damage.
Yeah, and his LeBlanc he played it 4 times and has 100% win rate. So it's pretty insane how he can just make this assassin work.
On that note, I do want to mention that Naru's champion pool is quite low. So far, we've only seen LeBlanc, Azir, and Lissandra. They make up the lion's share of his champs. Other than that, we saw the Karma one time, which they lost on, right? Which wasn't great. Yeah, and they played Lulu in the last game against Saigon Jokers. I'm not convinced that they'll play Lulu today. I think they kind of just picked it because they knew they were going to win and thought, oh, well, we can kind of show that we have more picks than just the top 3, LeBlanc, Azir, and Lissandra, but I'm not convinced that they have more picks than those 3. I mean, I'm sure he can play more champs, but I think those are definitely the 3 champs that Supermassive are looking to prioritize.
Yeah, and definitely. And there's a lot. The Lissandra pick especially is a clash between them. They actually both have 100% win rate from both teams, so it'll be very interesting where the Lissandra goes. Because when Naru got the Lissandra from Saigon Jokers, it was just unbelievably strong.
Well, I think it's a good thing to talk about as far as, you mentioned champion pools on one side. Let's talk about Kira, because he has had sort of I would say, similar champion pool demonstrations here at this tournament. He's kind of shown off a lot of the same things, but I'm not sure he's maybe as narrow as a player potentially.
Nah, no way. I mean, Kira's played Lysandra and Azir a lot as well to relative success. So there's definitely a little bit of clash in the priority there. But obviously for Kira, the big one is Nivea. Kira's an amazing Nivea player. He makes it look so good. Makes it look OP, to be honest. I mean, it's not meta at all, but every time he gets it, he just seems to do so well. And so that'll be a huge strategic decision that Supermassive will have to make. What are they going to do about the Nivea? Can they deal with it? Like I said, it's not a meta pick, so it's not like it's actually OP. It's just he's just so good at it. And what do? Do you take it away, or do you just trust in Naru to be able to handle this pick? I think the other thing is the depth of pool. I mean, Hard Random Kira has played so many different champs. He's played Gangplank, he's played Vladimir, he's played Ryze, and the LeBlanc. So I mean, there's a much deeper pool, at least in the sense that he's willing to play them on stage. I'm sure Naru can play all these champions, but he's choosing not to. So I think that's one big difference.
Yeah, and to reinforce what Carbon said, the Ryze pick especially catches my eye because it got banned all 3 games from so it will be very interesting to see if they want to leave both the Nivea and the Ryze up. So yeah, just would you ban it or would you just leave it open?
Well, I find it interesting is that they banned Ryze 3 times without ever having seen it.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if these guys are scrimming each other, and this Ryze is just amazing, and we're not going to see it at all. But I think it's more likely that Supermassive won't ban Ryze. We'll see one Ryze game, and then we'll find out whether or not it was worth banning.
I mean, that's the thing. Ryze is actually a champion, kind of while we're on this train of thought, that we expected to maybe be a little bit bigger in this tournament, and actually hasn't had that much of an impact. We saw scattered bans here and there in the round robin, and then teams weren't really picking it up. I'm sad to say, one of the teams that was playing a lot was the Chiefs, and they weren't winning too much on the pick.
So maybe everybody else got scared.
Maybe, but I know it's a pick you expected to see a lot of, Sol, but we haven't seen too much of. If Kira can show up on the pick, I assume that's a massive threat for this particular tournament.
Yeah, and definitely. And to amplify the Ryze pick, A Miracle actually does play the Sivir, and the both Sivir Ryze comp is just really strong. And SKT showed that Ryze Sivir, the movement speed is just insane, and once you get room present, there's no way getting out of it.
You are donezo. Well, we're going to keep moving through and chatting about the matchup because there's still plenty to look at. We're actually going to go to the jungle now, but we're not going to start with the actual junglers themselves. Let's start with the jungle picks that we expect to see, Carvin. You're already on it.
I mean, yeah, so the big one is Graves, obviously. Graves is going to be huge contested pick this game. Stomage has played, he played Graves in the semis. Before that, he had played 5 in the group stage. Hard Random have played 7 games of Graves. I mean, both these junglers are playing Graves every time they get up. Graves is just so strong. He scales well. He's tanky. He team fights well. Even has early gank pressure. If the lane has CC, we've seen Graves, Lysandra how many times now? I mean, even at level 4, all this has to do is claw in and hit the root, and Graves can one-shot the mid laner. So I think Graves is definitely the strongest jungler right now. Definitely in this tournament, the strongest jungler, most successful jungler. But for me, the big difference between these two junglers is the second pick. So PvP Sejos has played Graves almost every game. He's played Elise and Gragas, Kindred 1 game each, and then he's played the Nidalee twice. So his second most popular or second favorite pick, what they prioritize after Graves, is the Nidalee, and they actually haven't won a game on it yet. I mean, his Elise was quite good yesterday. He won both sides of the Elise-Graves matchup, which is always very impressive as a jungler to do. But I am a little bit worried because on the other side, Stomage, has 4 Kindred games for 3 victories, and his Kindred looked very good. So while the Graves might go off the table, we know for a fact that Stomage has a great second pick that he's likely to be successful on. However, it remains to be seen whether or not Hard Random have that second pick.
Yeah, and I feel like Kindred pick especially suits Stomage playstyle a lot more because he's more of a gank-heavy jungler, whereas Stejos, he's more of a farm jungler. So maybe he doesn't prefer the Kindred because he just doesn't want to gank.
I think they're both kind of farm junglers. I think that Stomage is more likely to go to the lane. We've definitely seen from Stejos that he just prefers to just power farm to 6 and then kill you with the level 6 to level 4 advantage and just collateral damage your face off.
Yeah.
But look, I don't know. I'm kind of expecting both these guys to farm, and then Stomage kind of, when Dumbledore roams, that's when Stomage roams. So I'm expecting those two to be together, and if not, I expect him to be jungling.
Yeah, then it all really comes down to the support to do the jungle job.
Yeah, it's very funny matchup.
Yeah, I was going to say, it feels like these guys like to play more of the meta farm heavy junglers, your Kindred, your Graves, and your Italy every now and then. But it feels like they do still bring CC to these ganks, and it is because their support players tend to be roaming with them. What do we think of that 2v2 matchup? Because we've seen a lot of mid pressure from Supermassive when they like to roam together. In fact, Stomage will every now and then just gank mid like a normal jungler and get Naru ahead because he loves to snowball a lane. Whereas I feel like Steos is, his lanes he expects him to win or at least play safe. Liquid's there if he needs someone to really get aggressive with, but he does like to solo invade and just apply pressure. It feels like the pace of maybe the games these two teams are playing are actually quite different. Supermassive, we've seen when they win especially, they're quite an aggressive momentum-based team.
Definitely. Supermassive, I think, have first blood in 9 of their 11 games, and their bot lane is way overrepresented. I think they have like 5 of the first bloods. But the interesting thing about that is that 4 of them are mid. Right, so you expect, the bot lane has 5 first bloods, so the bot lane is clearly doing 2v2s. They're clearly playing very well, but no, actually, Dumbledore is roaming mid. He's gotten first blood mid 4 times, so don't expect the level 3 gank from the jungler. Expect a level 3 gank from Dumbledore. And I think that's what's so interesting about this matchup today, is that really both the supports love to roam mid. Both the junglers kind of prefer to farm. So what I think is going to happen is these supports are going to come mid. The junglers will come mid in response, and we're going to end up with 3v3s mid as opposed to 2v2s. Ultimately, the consequences will be borne by the mid laners. I mean, one of those two is going to die, and one of those two is going to pick up the kills, and they're going to get ahead. And the mid lane is probably the one that's going to decide this game, but the mid lane is not the one that's going to be making the play, and neither is the jungler. I think it's going to be both supports roam mid, both junglers decide, hey, this is a good idea too, and all of a sudden we got 3-on-3.
Yeah, going to be very interesting to see who actually comes ahead. Maybe the big pick will be the Bard because he does. If he gets the double stun during the 3v3 fight, it's just going to be massive.
Well, I was going to say, like, my most memorable roam from Supermassive has actually been a Dumbledore Stomaged Kindred Bard roam that was just pillar through, magical journey through the big rock there in mid lane and actually getting Fnaru, who did manage to snowball off it. Like, these guys aren't messing around when it comes to jungle invades. Even Liquid will hold Steos' hand and just whack people with meeps. Like,
yeah, they I don't know. It's really.
I mean, at least it's actually a jungle pick, right? Like,
at least it's actually a jungle pick. I mean, especially Dumbledore. Liquid does spend a little bit more time in lane, but especially Dumbledore. Like, I feel like it's just got to the point where you may as well just take smite. I mean, you're constantly in their jungle. Just take smite, get the wolf camp, get that vision. Maybe steal a blue buff level 2 with the lane swap. I sort of try to do that too. So look, no, the sports are very interesting. But we are supposed to be talking about the junglers, the most important role in League of Legends.
I see. And, it's almost like I have 2 junglers on the analyst desk.
But yeah, look, I think Supermassive absolutely just cannot give him the Graves. He's somehow gotten Graves every time. People seem to think that he's not good at it, or that he doesn't like playing it, or maybe it's like, he's played it so many times, like surely he'll get bored. Like surely if we just let him keep playing it, eventually he'll get bored and he'll say, no team, I refuse to play Graves anymore. But that's just simply not the case. If you leave Graves up, this guy will pick it and he will beat you with it.
Yeah, and he just first pick it and just does so much damage on it, just power farm it, then get random kills off from it.
I mean, I've seen him collateral damage way too many people. Just hit level 6, he's got both your buffs, hit level 6, and he just walks top lane, and you're like, oh, this will be an interesting fight. And it's like, wait a minute, no, the other guy's still level 4. He's just like, doof.
And the guy's done so.
And he's finished.
Which is pretty much what we've seen. Let's talk a bit about styles, though, because I think it is interesting how these teams like to play. Supermassive, very clean, very straightforward, very objective-focused gameplay. Hard Random have shown some of that here and there, but they are maybe the most aggressive team in the sense that they love to team fight. And I have seen Hard Random do silly things that I don't expect to work, that then somehow work. These guys have fallen behind. They did fall behind in some of their semifinals, but every time they're like, we will make a play, get the teleports in there from the top, from the mid lane, move the junglers in, move the supports in, and just start something. And I'm going to say 80+% of the time, even if their call was incorrect, their execution is absolutely superb and they somehow pull it out.
I think there's 2 really good things that Hard Random do as a team, and I think the first one is I don't know who their shot caller, I don't know how their shot calling works, but whatever it is, they absolutely trust the call. Like you said, sometimes we look at it and we're like, oh, this doesn't look like a good idea, but then because they all are so intent on making this play that they'll just make it work, that they'll just execute somehow on what was a bad idea because they all trust so blindly in whatever the call was. was. So that's a huge strength. I mean, it can hurt you because sometimes it really is just a bad idea, and they definitely have dropped. Well, they dropped 2 games in the round robin, and they dropped the tiebreaker to Supermassive on the last day as well. So, look, I think that's a huge strength of theirs following the call. I think the second thing is I've forgotten the second thing, which is unfortunate, but maybe Lucio's got something more interesting to say.
Yeah, just the most memorable part about the hard random was when the Twisted Fate came bottom, he pulled out the red card, and they instantly punished him. Everyone just got
in there?
Five member got to bot lane. There were TPs. There were just bot Fiesta. Then there were just and after that there was just a complete ace. Then Brazil had just no way of coming back.
Yeah, I think the other thing is how well they team fight.
Yep.
Is their calls are good, their execution is generally good, even if it's a bad idea. But I think that because their team fighting is just so good. As soon as they get into a 5v5, they're hitting all their spells. They're doing they're min-maxing their damage.
Yep.
They just play the team fights on a higher level than most of these other teams. I think the only team that I would probably say is close in the team fighting, which is coincidental, is Supermassive.
Yeah. And again, they have looked like the 2 strongest teams. It makes sense that they're here in the semis, in the finals, excuse me. Whoa, definitely already finished the semis. Have we noticed that maybe Supermassive are playing a bit different? Because when I watch them play, it feels more objective focused. It's not that they don't want to fight you, but they're very much a lane into Dragon, into Baron, into win the game sort of team.
Yeah.
Whereas Hard Random kind of prefer to farm their lanes out and then beat you in the mid game.
Yeah, so Hard Random are very big on that team fight. They're very big on finding that team fight because they're so good in it, and then just beating you and then taking Baron, right? But Supermassive, on the other hand, what I really liked from their semi-final was they kind of present opportunities to you. Like you said, they'll set up for the Dragon, or they'll set up a slow push in the bot lane, and then they'll sit with 2 in the bot lane. And so the other team will be like, okay, well, there's 2 bots, so we should try and find this fight mid. But the 3 mid are just so careful. They're just so ready for it. And if you aren't able to catch them, if they manage to disengage, then they punish you so hard for that. And I thought we saw that time and time again versus C, where they would kind of hang the 3 out as bait, and then they would immediately just disengage, and there would be 5 mid with wasted flashes, wasted TPs, wasted ults, and then with 2 man, they would go push the other lane while the 3 rotate. So I think that they're a very strong punish team. If you make a mistake, they will punish you. However, and we saw it again against C and in their losses, that if you are able to catch the 3, if you are able to punish them when they put out the bait, they can get rinsed really quickly. All of a sudden, they drop 3 members. And that's how they lost versus Brazil.
Yep.
And I think that's something that we need to look out for today, is that Hard Random are really good at all committing on one call, and Supermassive are very good at hanging out the bait.
Yeah, personally, I think we just need to watch out for the mid lane, Naru. Once he gets the LeBlanc, once he gets like those assassin kind of champs, once the mid lane's just open, he just unlocks his whole team. He just goes around killing people, get objectives, then get his teams rolling.
Well, it makes sense. He is the shot caller for the team. He's definitely a player that's had a better and better tournament as things have sort of rolled on. But how important is it for Naru to get ahead in this particular game? Because Kira, I will say, is very good at neutralizing or diffusing lanes. He plays a lot of control meters. He's an Nivea main, for God's sakes. This man just wants to farm up and make plays with his TP. He's used the spell very effectively. Does Naru have to get ahead in this matchup to give Supermassive the best chance, or are there other avenues of attack here?
I think he doesn't necessarily have to get ahead. He has to be even. He has to have enough damage to kill the AD carry, basically.
Yep.
I don't think I think Miracle is not the strongest player. I think it's generally good. Sorry, I don't mean it in that way, but I think he's on this lineup, probably the weak link on Hard Random, and I think Naru will be looking to punish him a lot throughout the game. Look, it is important that he gets ahead, but like you said, Kira is just so good at neutralizing the lane. I mean, we saw what game was it? And he was playing a Nivea into LeBlanc.
Yeah.
LeBlanc roams bot for the double kill, gets a double buff, comes back to lane, and loses lane. just gets pushed out. And Nivea hasn't backed, but he has double buffs. He's got experience boost from the kills, comes back, and Kira's just like, nah, mate, that's not how this works. I don't care how many times you leave. As soon as you come back, I'm going to beat you again. So, look, I think Naru getting ahead is important, of course, but it's going to be so difficult to do against Kira.
Yeah, definitely. And Kira he just have these picks that kind of neutralize the lane, like Anivia, Lissandra,
Vladimir.
Azir, and Vladimir
Yeah.
in some extent, and the Rise maybe we'll see tonight. So it'll be very interesting, the mid lane especially, and with the help of the support especially, we talked and touched on earlier. Just going to be very interesting to see how this pans out.
I think it's funny in general, just the way stylistically these players match up. Because, like, Nara has played Azir, right? He's a good Azir player, but he's just so ham. Like, he goes in on every single play. He, like, treats Azir basically as another assassin that he's playing, whereas Kira is much more of a reserve player. Like, Nara has gotten himself into trouble this event from going a little too aggressive. And I know I think the shot caller of the team, he's the captain, I believe, as well. Like, if... It's not surprising when your mid laner starts losing for Supermassive that things go wrong, because you kind of alluded to it earlier. When Supermassive start losing, it spirals down quickly.
Yeah, they kind of don't bleed very well. You know, as soon as they get behind, it's not like, oh, we'll give up this and then we'll try trade for something else. Or they just look for that team fight. They're like, okay, well, we're down. Like, how do we win this game? I don't know. Like, let's sit in the bush. Or like, okay, well, let's just like TP on bot and see what happens. And when you're behind, you know, that can get you back into a game, but it's very high risk, like medium reward. You know, and so when they do get behind, we see them blow out quite quick, but. Lucky for them, they don't get behind very often.
No.
Yeah, and definitely when the only time Naru got behind as Azir was against the Pokemon, I believe, the Varus. Yeah, and the game just finished really quickly. Naru just didn't know what to do. He tried to do the Shurima shuffle stuff, but he just got blown up instantly.
Yeah, it certainly looks like maybe problematic there. As we are going to take a look at another matchup here, and you guys have kind of talked about it already, but let's actually talk about the AD carries now. We know the supports are the stars of their lanes, and we do expect them to show up big here in this particular matchup, but, you know, AD carries still need to do something. It's funny, these ADs are more like the supports of their particular lane, given how the Doge and Liquid like to play. But there actually is potential for a 1v1 here, because the supports are likely going to leave. I think they've both looked good at different points, but you kind of already started on the train, Carvin. Miracle does seem a little bit outclassed. But
yeah, look, I think this is a low-key featured matchup.
Yep, sure.
We're not going to talk about it that much, and they're probably not going to do anything that flashy or seem like they're having that big an impact on the game. But Chu has had an excellent tournament. We haven't been talking about him much. I think we even said at one point that he seemed a bit underwhelming, but like his stats are out of this world. 30% damage of his team is huge for a player who gets very low gold. He's constantly left in the 2v1 lane. He's just an absolute workhorse. He has a ton of damage per minute, especially compared to Miracle. Miracle's damage per minute was significantly lower than that of Achu. I think that Miracle needs his hand to be held a little bit. He needs to get through that lane phase. He needs to get some items to be able to do damage. Whereas Achu, I mean, they could just pick him Ezreal. They can pick him really whatever they want, and Dumbledore will never be in lane, and somehow this guy will still carry.
Yeah, and Ezreal's probably the best pick to leave your ADC line, because all Ezreal needs is time, and once he gets the Muramana plus Iceborne, that's when Ezreal shines. And both of these AD carries actually prefers to play the Lucian.
Yep.
Both players played 7 games for a Miracle and 6 games on Achu. So it'll be a very contested pick, because Lucian, once again, very strong pick.
How good do we think Lucian's been, actually? Because he was almost I'm not going to say a surprise of the tournament, but we did see maybe more than we expected. Sivir, to be fair, is banned a lot, and even Kalista, who is quite popular in the tournament, did see a couple bans there as well, particularly on the first 2 days. I feel like Lucian is just a pick, though, that every AD carry here at the tournament's defaulted to, and every time I say it, I'm like, this champion's fairly good.
Yeah, it's strange because, like you said at the start of the tournament, we kind of thought Lucian probably won't get played that much. He is good, but he was kind of just like the AD you pick when you don't know what to pick kind of thing. You know, when Sivir is up, it's take Sivir, and Kalista saw some success at the start as well, especially with like Kalista Ali, for instance. So we didn't have our eyes on Lucian, but the more he gets played, the more convinced I am that he's really good in this meta. He's super mobile. He has the movement speed. You can build lifesteal on him if you need to. He's got the CDR with Essence Reaver. For more dashes, and what that all means is that he's very good into tanks. You know, when a Maokai roots a Lucian, Maokai would be able to 1v1 a Sivir, for instance. Is able to 1v1 a Kalista because she's so short range. But Lucian can dash, and then dash again, and then dash again. And then when Maokai retreats, he gets cold. So I think Lucian's really, really good because in the tank meta, he has survivability and he has mobility. whereas the other ADs tend to just die.
Yeah, and to reinforce what Carbon said, Lucian tends to go Essence Reaver, Rapid Fire Cannon, then into like QSS, Schemata. Then he can afford to go like more Malmortius for more defensive. So the itemize just really suits him.
I have to say as well, you did mention top lane. Let's go there because it did. As you were kind of talking about the Loki feature matchup, my eyes did actually flash towards top lane. It does feel like we have 2 top lanes in this game and one very big mid lane that everyone's interested in getting involved with. But again, Smurf and Thaldron have both looked good. Fabulous has played, but I'm not sure he's looked as good as Thaldron has. I am expecting Thaldron to play most, if not all, of the series here. And again, these top laners are almost always quite underachievers. I don't really want to talk about Echo because I don't expect to see him at all in the series. But what have we thought of Smurf versus Thaldron?
Yeah, firstly, no, I don't think Fab's going to get a game today, which is unfortunate because we all like Fab. But
it's good fun.
But Thaldron has had a great tournament, whereas Fab's 2 games were quite weak. Look, the top laners are very similar in pretty much all respects, except kind of like PvP Stay Hoss's Graves. People keep leaving Echo up for Thaldron. Thaldron is clearly a very good Echo player. Echo is utterly broken. I mean, if you get Echo, you should win, and if you don't win with Echo, you should reconsider your career. I think the second part, though, that I think is interesting with Hard Random is that Trundle is a big pick for Hard Random. They love playing Trundle top lane. They're a little bit more inclined to split push a little bit harder with the Trundle, whereas Supermassive will first pick Maokai every time it's up, unless Echo is up. They prioritize Maokai over everything. They love getting that TP flank like we were talking about. So I could see the draft going something like a Maokai first pick, but then Hard Random looking for that Trundle counter.
Yeah, and we could see the Trundle ban or the Malco ban, and we'll have to see like there's such a small pool of top laner pool, so it'll be very interesting to see how the top laner pool pans out because Echo's definitely going to get banned, and perhaps Maokai and Trundle's going to get banned, so it'll be very interesting to see. And the Poppy, Thaldron does play, and he has won all his game with it, but yeah, I just think Poppy's just going to be the next thing.
I think one other thing to consider, though, is that Hard Random have also played the Poppy. They did lose on it, but the fact that he can play it, I think, is quite important because taking Poppy away from Dumbledore, I think, could be a really big power play in the draft. And if Smurf can play it, I mean, they know that they're going to be playing against a Maokai or something of that ilk, so it's unlikely that Poppy's going to get like a huge counter or anything like that. She should be fine in lane. So I think that could be a pretty big move for Hard Random to consider.
Yeah, maybe we could see the elite support from the Dumbledore.
Well, that's usually the string after Poppy support for whatever reason. I have to say, while we're on top lane champions and maybe just champions in the tournament and that we expect in the series in general, Nautilus has been notably absent from the tournament. Like, Echo is a big priority, but again, we don't expect him to get through. We have seen a lot of Maokai, but the responses tend to be, I want a bruiser and I don't want another tank, because no one really wants to, have a farm off, I guess.
No, look, for me, Maokai is just objectively better than Nautilus. He always has been. Even when Nautilus was meta, I thought Maokai was better. I mean, what's the strength of Nautilus is that he has the hook and he has the ult, right? Ult is a targeted ability. You will always knock someone up. The thing about Maokai is Maokai also has a targeted ability, except his is his W, and it's up like every 6 seconds. Oh, wow, actually, we are in the draft.
Whoa!
Okay.
And we're done. All right, let's recap. Anivia, Rise, and Trundle will want Kindred Echo. They're the bans for Supermassive and Hard Random. Team comps, let's go.
How did he get Graves again?
And someone has Bard.
I don't get it. Why do these people? Do they just not watch anyone else's games? They just play their games and go straight to bed, have a Mexican siesta. I mean, he's played so many games and he's so good at it. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it's kind of confusing that he got the Graves again, and looks like Kira got his Lysandra as well, and they actually took away the Poppy.
What I also like there is Dumbledore's managed to get his hands on the Bard. So Liquid's on the alley, Dumbledore's on the Bard. Let's see who wins the first Bard game and whether or not that will be a super contested pick.
Well, the support battle's always one to watch, but let's get in the game because the draft is done. We're going to throw it over to the casting desk.
Cheers, guys. Great analysing on the day. I'm Pulse, this is Frosco, and this is Rusty, and that kind of took me by surprise. We got through all that champion select. I think between us, we saw most of those champions, but something to point out is the Graves being picked up again, as Carmen was saying. How does he keep getting it? I don't understand.
I honestly, like, Carbon sums it up best. I think that Graves is the best jungler in this current tournament, in this current meta, in the way that everything has progressed. So between all of these teams, there should be this consensus that Graves should not be available to them yet. Time and again, he's always there.
Yeah, time and again, he just goes top lane and just boof with the collateral damage, and it's just GG. But yeah, both of these teams coming into this one are going to be very entertaining. I think the TLDR is the supports are going to be the big playmakers on these teams, and then really mid lane is going to be like the civilian casualties just caught up in the crossfires. They just roam mid randomly at like 5 minutes in and start fighting. So should be a very interesting game to watch.
I mean, Carbon said it himself that this tournament was really defined by the jungler and the support duo, and like you said, mid lane just kind of happens to be that cross point where they continuously crash. And it's weird because usually when you think about the duo lane, it's the mid and the jungler going 2v2, but with such a potent and powerful jungler like Graves in comparison to Gragas, I'm going to give huge weight points to hard randoms here, and Stayhouse in particular.
All right, guys, we are into game Supermassive up against Hard Random. First game in this best of 5. There is an MSI spot on the line, and both these teams are going to be fighting tooth and nail over this one as we get into the series.
Listen to that crowd.
Going ham.
I think the other big thing to talk about here is the fact that Dumbledore is the recipient of the Bard. And I think a lot of priority generally goes on Alistar, but between both of these supports, it seems to always be Brad.
And the big thing also is kind of that 2v2 when we break down Sivir Alistar versus the likes of Lucian and Bard. It does look like a lane swap may be initiated here by Supermassive. But if that ever comes to a 2v2, Lucian and Bard are just so punishing, especially against the Alistar 1 through 3.
But that's why I'm surprised they're looking for a lane swap. Realistically, I think they're looking to match the lane swap, but there's no deep enough vision to see it, in which case they might bait and switch themselves into the situation they don't want.
And now it's really a question of, do they quickly then force the wave into the tower and then try to reset for standard lanes to find the 2v2 to keep Miracle and Liquid down? Or is Liquid going to get unlocked and match Dumbledore on their own?
That's almost what I feel is going to happen in this series, because when we've seen both these teams in lane swap scenarios, usually Liquid and Dumbledore are the ones just simply leaving lane. It's just like, I'm just going to leave the AD carry and look for those roams very early on into the game. But
speaking of,
at the moment,
not the
Dumbledore's
chicken.
coming in. No, the chicken is down, has been smited away. And Sajos going into his bottom jungle now. Kira being pushed in the mid lane. We honestly don't expect a lot of kills, a lot of action pre-6 really between Kira and Naro. And as I say that, they start trading at level 1 because why not?
Should be noted that Lissandra and Graves are on the same team. I've said this before earlier in the tournament, but Graves is one of the few jungle champions that during the duration of a Frozen Tomb can come in and immediately 100 to 0 someone with his burst damage. So watch for that and how Stayhouse gets involved with Kiro at that level 6 point.
Yeah, very similar to how the Lee Sin Lissandra combo was like a couple months back when we saw that. Now Graves is filled in, has even more damage, and now Faldron is just, well, he's waddling up to top lane, and now he's there. Got that Maokai once again. Had really good performances so far in the tournament on the Maokai pick. Smurf, generally in other wildcard tournaments, I haven't been super impressed by Smurf, but I think he's done pretty well so far in this one.
He found his stride quite well once Maokai started becoming a prevalent pick as well, but then they gave him the echo one time saying, surely he can't play this as well. And I've never seen someone style on an entire team as effectively as Smurf did then. So it feels to me like he's a momentum-based player, and they've now given him momentum. And we're starting to see him really come into his stride.
Big question here, of course, is these lane swaps kind of continue and the first towers are falling. All of the experience and gold will go to Thaldron here as the first tower will fall. He's looking for a good bounce. Looks like he's going to get a very decent one on the other side. It's being matched by Smurf. So now it's a question of where do these two duo lanes end up, and is it going to be a gentleman's agreement to just open up these side lanes?
Yeah, really, I don't think we're going to see a lot of tempo built from that from either team, but Sajos is taking away this red buff rather, and I do want to look at the composition generally because we didn't really get the time in champion select, so we've spoken about some of the lanes, but what are the objectives for the teams? We have this massive front line coming in from Supermassive, and then Achu, he's just on the Lucian.
I want to get to that, but I'm curious what Stayhouse is doing over here. No, he's going to back up.
He's out.
So on Supermassive, you effectively have a lot of disengage tools. You have the Gragas, you have the Emperor's Divide, but you also have great pick potential tools and follow-up. So long-range engagement from Double Doge on that is going in.
Yeah, he's going to have to try and force a recall.
Yeah. And then
Continue.
you have long-range pick. I'm just like, oh, they're crazy. I never know what's going to happen. The junglers are hanging around.
Yeah.
Spotted out by a word. Long-range pick potential, and then follow-up from Thaldron on the Twisted Advance. So Tempered Fate into Twisted Advance. And a lot of space and movement for a Chu to run rampant on that Lucian. We've seen Lucian just be such a big power pick.
Whereas the other side is basically just a Sivir comp. Easiest way to explain it, press R. Literally the entire team wants to press R and put their face in. Wow.
Wow, Stone Age, he missed the E-flash, so Dumbledore's auto came up. That was really nice timing, but you got to hit that combo.
It was really brilliantly played by Kira to step forward to make sure that he dodged it and then connects on the glacial path anyway.
Some say dodge. I'm happy to say
I'm going to say
miss.
dodge.
Yeah, definitely double dodged out of that one. Now Stajos in the jungle and trying to push Stomage, push him
Trying?
rather, out. He's got it. He's
Yep.
pushed him away from the camp, and now he just has to go for Raptors. So he'll go into this top lane, tank down this tower. I think we should see a tower trade, though.
Frankly, though, he shouldn't have walked into that side of the jungle because that's not his strong side of the map. Again, we have that gentleman's agreement. So where do the duo lanes go? They match up with their top laners, gave him a free wave of farm, and then shake hands. Guess what? Side towers are going down.
Yeah, especially because he knew that Stajos was just in the mid lane, so it was a bit odd that he decided to go up there. But either way, they're going to go to that dragon and have this trade on objectives, and Herald will go over to hard random. So again, the 2-for-2 towers. No real difference really in farm. Looking more at mid lane, where Kira's been quite aggressive at Naru, surprisingly, with Lissandra. And yeah, now the Herald will go down. So just get this objective trade.
It makes sense to me as well that Kira's been putting in work against Naru. The matchup itself, really, Lissandra's passive should give her the advantage early. If they're trading the same amount, having bonus spells to use from free mana cost gives you a slight edge. And we even saw the reason that Kira was going over-aggressive was just because he knew Naru didn't have mana.
I want to quickly touch on the objective trade, though, that really happened. It was the Dragon versus the Rift Herald. And I actually really favor kind of the stylistic matchup here. Like hard random, they're more the 5v5 team. They have an excellent execution. Obviously, taking early dragons is going to empower their 5v5 later on to the game with those scaling stats. Whereas on the other side, Supermassive got the Rift Herald, which can immediately translate into global gold if you utilize it to take down more towers, which I feel like they're the slightly tighter macro-based team. So we'll see if they're able to execute on that, and maybe the Rift Herald can get them an earlier advantage to compensate for their 5v5 against hard random.
Especially if they start chaining them together as well, because teams who take early Heralds and then take 3 before 20 minutes, you're generally getting like 750 gold, because it's 50 global gold in every single person, which really adds up when you get to that around 20-minute mark when it starts despawning. So we'll see if they keep up the momentum on those Heralds, as we see Dumbledore's go back into the bot lane, the one-man defense, but Stomage and Achu are coming up to defend as well, trying to utilize this Rift Herald buff, but that was actually given to Miracle rather than the jungler or anyone else. So
Yeah, and I did it backwards, so take back my entire point.
but,
Rip.
still trying to push down the bottom lane, but it was stymied by Supermassive. Back into the mid lane, level 6 now by Kira and Stajos also at level 6, so we should see that combo you were talking about earlier, Frosk. And maybe go in here. Kira's going to pop the W, looking for an ultimate as well. Stajos coming into the mid lane, looking for a cloud of damage. Look at the timing on that cleanse out from Naru, and that literally saved his life. That was almost by the frame.
But again, it goes back to that idea that Graves had to get in position before the Frozen 2 went down. It wasn't used to catch Graves up into speed. It's trying to lay it down as the collateral damage comes down.
I will say, though, it's very easy for Staios to just come back in. Now that there's no cleanse available, Lissandra would need only hit the W realistically if Graves is close enough to put down the burst. And with Flash still available, there is still a chance he lives, but the chance is lower.
Kira still pushing up in this lane and just has such a massive mana advantage right now with the Catalyst and just pushing up into tower. So Naru are going to find it a little bit harder to farm under this one. Naru's been an interesting player this tournament because Naru in general has used to be one of the big stars of any team he was on. I think he's taken more of a backseat in this team, at least in this tournament. But from what we've seen of him, he generally just he goes in and deals a lot of damage, and the rest of the time he's doing a lot of farming.
It's about where he goes in. He'll constantly dive the back line and successfully hit it. Now, throughout the course of the group stage, he would typically trade his life for that and have a fairly even KDA. But during the semifinals, I don't believe he died once unless he dove the Nexus towers at the very end.
Well, Stajos looking for another red invade. Dumbledore just found them. There lands the Cosmic Binding. Naru coming in as well, but we've got Liquid and Miracle coming up behind to provide cover
TP.
fire. There's On the Hunt used and the TP up to the top side. Kira's trying to get involved, but Miracle can be knocked away by the Explosive Cask, and really Kira was not in position there. He was slightly off-timed with the TP, and Supermassive just go down and out of their jungle.
Yeah, they just casually meander away. Honestly, that was too easy to disengage. To be fair, it is a Gragas and a Bard, so they can take a magical journey after a cask, but it also means that the engage was lacking in the first place because they did walk away.
And a lot of tools also expended to try to make that play happen there. So Kira naturally having the TP down. It's not super punishing because against Supermassive's comp, they're not running the double TP. We've talked about how double TP doesn't really work well for Azir, especially when he's forced to take that cleanse in response to the Frozen Tomb on Lissandra.
Hello.
Rip.
Kira, he knows who's there. And E over the wall. Naru's just going to slide and glide away. Stonemage was even over the wall, and Zadros again was a little far away, but looking for these constant setups. And I like it from Hard Random. Maybe 5 of them don't connect, but you get that one opportunity that actually works out, and then you just take a tower from it. So constantly looking for these opportunities. And here's another one. There's the ultimate to Naru, and no cleanse this time. Stonemage into the mid lane. That's the first blood coming out, and Stonemage as well. Gonna go down. Double doge. This is not where he wants to be, and takes the magical journey out.
And this is the thing that we were talking about, unlocking Licorice. When you open up lane swap this early and the side lanes go down, your support Alistar is just getting involved that much earlier, and he's making plays happen as meanwhile top.
Yeah, this is a tank fight though, so it will go on for quite a long time, and Smurf is done with this tank fight. Keeper's verdict will knock Faldrin back to base, but from that play in the mid lane, 2 kills, goes right into a tower. Big momentum push from Hard Random.
And at this point in the game, it did feel inevitable that something had to crack. The early pressure from Hard Random finally paying off. And I was saying here we go before that happened. I was actually referring to both supports walking up the river from opposite sides. The major difference was that Steos was nearby as well, just in case things went awry, and actually picking up that second kill. But credit to Licorice, because the mechanical execution, actually stopping a body slam with his pulverize as well, everything was perfect for them.
And this guy has just been a monster the entire tournament. Formerly ranked #1 in EUS, so he's got the mechanics to back it up. They took the Bard away in the denial, but he's just as potent and powerful in this Alistar.
Yeah, definitely got those accolades. And it's like you guys were saying, the supports going up to mid lane is pretty much what we expected out of this series. Licorice going into the bot lane. I mean, actually, he knows he's there, but what can he really do at this stage? The headbutt, he doesn't actually get away, and the flash and the pulverize does not connect onto Achu, uses his own flash. So it's flash for flash. Well, actually, Licorice didn't even use his. So
nope, he connected gap close with the headbutt.
GG.
Yeah, there's occasional interactions, I will say, with the Lucian where sometimes the headbutt does not actually push him in any direction if you dash at the same time, but took his chances there. Instead of flashing, still has to blow the flash.
Yeah, wasn't the worst outcome. There wasn't real backup there from Hard Random. Miracle back into this bottom lane. In terms of CS disparities, kind of a big one opening up in the top lane with Faldrin. Bottom lane, a large one with Achu as well, but it's Hard Random been looking for a lot of plays in this game where they've kind of been leaving lanes exposed and less farming and more trying to make the play and then go for the objectives. So just have to see which works out in the end, because in terms of gold, Hard Random's constant plays have resulted in a 2k gold advantage.
The big thing for me in the itemization of the top lane is the fact that the Sunfire is completed, where you have the cow. So Smurf taking, as I say it.
He's got a mana.
Yeah.
This keeps happening.
Just send high.
Just flashy. It's cool. He's just proving he can press his buttons.
Yeah.
If I had it.
Yeah, if I had mana, you would be dead. I have Empress Divide, but sending a message, Kira, this
Message
is very
received.
ballsy. It's just like walking up and it's like on a quarter health, and he's just like, this is fine.
It's also because Graves just walked through the lane, and because Naru has no flanking wards, he has to respect.
Faldrin in the top lane, though. He is very overextended. He'll go into the eventual Maelstrom, and Stajos is trying to look for a way to cut him off, but he's actually trading off against Smurf now. Now Stomage going to the top lane, is both back away, and Faldrin somehow survives and will carry on pushing.
But back to itemization, because the armor is completed on the Sunfire Cape and he has the completed item, with his Vengeful Maelstrom, he actually has good MR and armor coverage, whereas Poppy really only has one avenue in the Cowl for the MR coverage. So advantage to Thaldrin, we saw it there in the kind of micro of the 1v1, but if this goes to a 5v5, Thaldrin is more prepared right now.
Achu in this bottom lane still farming up a Storm, but there was a big mini wave that went over to Miracle, so he did even that one up. Mid lane, Rod of Ages now completed by Kira, and now pushing up. There's a Sun Disc and going to be eating out. Licorice and Stajos are also there to try and set up a play. So was Miracle. Dragon is now alive, so looks like Hard Random will be trying to get down here. Lots of pings going down. They are on the way, if you hadn't noticed.
But once again, they have no mana on Naru, so they're going to concede the Dragon to give him blue buff. And this is a consistent trend that we've seen on 3 occasions already in this game. Trying to fight and actually do even amount of HP in trades. Lissandra's favored. Easy rotation and objective taken.
Yeah, that will be the first over the Hard Random, 1-to-1 so far. Stajos again. This is really not been Stone Mage red buff this game. I think this is the 3rd one now going over.
This is actually a really poor back time from Naru. The fact that he didn't get back, that he has the blue buff now, but he's still sitting on, like Rusty said, a fairly small mana pool, means that they're not just conceding the dragon, but also conceding that side of the jungle, so losing a lot of that pink vision, as well as their red buff.
So he's literally just taking everything away from Stone Mage. He just wants to get in there. All he wants is some farm.
And he gets to because they just have control over the mid lane in particular, taking that early tower. Yes, the Sun turret was there, but Naru can't do anything at this point. Finally gets the back down, so the map has reset, and Supermassive can now look to make another play.
Oh, they tried.
He's going in, but I think he used the flash midway through his combo, and Bard will pop the ultimate right onto the spell shield from Miracle, so he'll just walk it off. Sturgos is also there. This is going to be a 2 versus 3. I'm not sure if Supermassive have sight of him just yet, but he'll go up the river, so not going to result in anything just yet. Mid lane, Kira backing away, but Supermassive to me is not really being a team who has played exceptionally well from behind. When they're ahead, they have made some really good plays. They know how to pressure their advantage. We saw it against the Taipei Assassins. But when they're behind, they just don't seem to be on the same page. Like Dumbledore isn't getting plays off in lanes, and Naru is constantly having to play defensive on his sides of the map. As Kira goes in the mid lane, W lands, there's the ultimate. Another fast cleanse comes out. Kira, he just comes up big in the 1v1.
Yeah, you're right. He did get the perfect cleanse out in the same frame again, but Kira just has so much damage right now. Naru not respecting his positioning. They continue the chase.
Another flash, another W, another Grace coming in, but the ignite from Double Doge! And with 3 people there, Double Doge takes him out, evening up to 1-for-1 in that trade.
You can't take on the Bard in a fist fight because he's got Meeps to back him up. Kira does a lot of damage, and you can't cleanse the damage, which is why that happened in the first place to Naru. Overzealous with his positioning, and remember, still had flash, still had ultimate, decided that he could take the fight, and underestimated his opponent, underestimated Dumbledore as well.
I'm now imagining a scenario where Bard kind of walks out of a dark alley, and you're like, 1v1, I'll take you, and then suddenly just like his gang shows up.
I love the imagery, but I just saw Kira there just shaking his head, and it's just like, yeah. That does not feel good, being 1v1 by a Bard when you have 2 guys there as well. Either way, Dumbledore, you can see how strong he is as a player because he plays the game in such a different way. Like, there's no other support really in the world who is just like straight up a carry by himself. Like, you look at his champion pool, it's like Poppy, Bard, Elise, like percent damage champions, just trying to fight people. Like in the series a couple days ago, we saw him literally just go up into the jungle, try and 1v1 the enemy jungler. He died a lot of the time, but he still tried.
He gave it a good go.
Yeah.
And it's just his style really coming out prevalent, right? The only person I would say that is close to that is probably Licrit, if you give him Bard. So very similar styles and understanding of how the champions work, and that's actually why the Alistar Sivir, in a situation where you wouldn't expect them to do too well, they have been doing well. Because the wards have been in laning phase on the flank to stop Bard from getting anything done. They're hyper aware of the capabilities of that champion.
And so that's again, that feels the worst, man. When you have Razor Sharp buff and you find like a blue trinket, that is actually the worst.
Ward as well.
Yeah,
Graves,
it's pretty
probably.
bad.
I'd say that's the worst.
The best thing is when you see the enemy jungler with Razor Sharp, you just place a ward in front of them. It's just like, I hate you.
It's just rude.
Yeah, it really is. And Grace is so bad at taking things. It's like one of the worst things to watch. And Double Doge is going to get a lot of damage on Tim. All he wanted was the pink. Licrit's here. And the Bard ultimate doesn't land, but Farjan's coming in. So is Naru. Big Emperor's Divide. There's the first kill. Looking for a second. Farjan already used the W. Kira into the fight. He's going 1v5, but he's got the backup of Smurf coming out. Keeper's Verdict will even up the odds. Naru's dropping low, but a heal comes in from Achu. And Smurf, he's CC'd. There's no way he can get the kill off. 2-0. And Supermassive come big in this team fight.
Yeah, Hard Random got split apart right there, just not all on the same page, not having their line of scrimmage set up. Some team members came late to the fight. Yeah, Kira got into that back line, but there was 0 follow-up at that point, so Supermassive win the team fight. It's now a question of what do they get off of it.
They're trying to go for that mid-tower push. Miracle, another great spell shield, but they should be able to get this inner or this outer turret. I'm not sure if they can go too much further. Kira did go back to base and is now going back into that mid lane. So still, the tower trade is good, and it's now 3-3 on the map, and there's a slight gold advantage to Supermassive, but mainly just evening up this game.
Yeah, and first thoughts looking at Naru's ultimate in that team fight was, what are you doing? Pushing everybody away from your own team, but it's because the flank from Hard Random was already established. The double teleports and the ability to get to the backline was actually the separating factor because they needed to disengage after a fantastic ultimate from Naru, who actually mechanically played that superb.
Also did a lot of damage. Hit 3 people with that one. And so far, Supermassive looking good in these team fights. I mean, both teams have just real good ways to execute their compositions. And a lot of these games in the International Wildcard have come down to just team fighting mechanics. And if you land all of your abilities, then you're most likely going to win the fight. So we've seen a lot of champions who are more binary like not super complex champions really would just win these team fights.
I like the fact that they have so many tools to disengage and kind of reset team fights. Yes, Hard Random have the Poppy and the Alistar, but like the Emperor's Divide to say, okay, you know, Hard Random, they got the advantage this time, but let's just quickly reset this one and try again. And so I think Azir works wonderfully, especially against Hard Random.
For sure. Naru, he's definitely got the mechanics on that one. Gone for the Rylai's and the Nash's Tooth already at just under 20 minutes. He's farming extremely well. Dragon is now spawning. Sell's taking a lot of damage from Double Doge over the wall.
Thaldron's going back though, so possibly looking for a TP.
Smurf doesn't have his, so this could be a good setup from Supermassive, but Hard Random will have to be aware of this.
I mean, his closest ward is effectively in the Pixel Brush on River, so if they're going to contest it, that'll probably be the trigger or the go point.
Well, the Crab is up.
No, he's just walking.
Mage, yeah, he's walking over to mid lane. And
Bottle
now with
starts
Achu in
it.
the bottom lane, it doesn't seem like they actually want to go for this one. Domadoge going in, Smurf is on top of him, Liquid is still trying to zone away, Keeper's Verdict, the smite comes down, Stados secures it over the Hard Random, Kira now going in, W lands, there's the ultimate, the Frozen Tomb coming in, Liquid going on to Naru, trying to zone the back line, Kira now coming in, Faldrin in the back, he's tanking up this whole lineup and gets the kill over to Liquid, there's Dumbledoge, he's going down, and Supermassive are just straight up split right now, that's a 2-for-1. Advantage over to Hard Random.
Major props to Smurf right there. Immediately ejected Naru out of the team fight. Azir wasn't able to set up the Sand Soldiers, get that consistent damage, and Naru had to expend so much more time getting back into position, and his team was destroyed in the meantime.
You can really see how close these teams are when it comes to the team fights. Not a lot separating them besides the mechanical execution. That's what that particular one came down to. Top laner in the Poppy actually coming up trumps.
Yeah, especially when you have two teams who are stylistically very similar, and especially when you have a lane swap and people just do a lot of farming and just trying to get those ganks off. It was fairly even for a lot of this game, so you're right. It comes down to those team fights, how they execute them. We have a brief pause here. We will update you when we know what the problem is. It was after a team fight, so maybe someone has an issue there, but should be getting back into the game very shortly. But yeah, it's just been great to see both of these teams, because both of them did incredibly well in the semifinals, incredibly well in the group stage, and a lot of these players are also very kind of long-standing. Like, you look at the likes of Dumbledoge, Naru, Kira even as well from the last wildcard, even going over to the All-Star in America and did very well against some of the greats in the world.
I mean, if we talk about kind of executional, long-standing, or longevity of these players working together, I mean, Hard Random, I believe they've been together like 3 years as a team and as a unit in a wildcard region. That's fairly unique. On the other side, we've seen the likes of Dumbledoge and Naru continue to work together on different iterations, different team names. So I think that's probably why we'll see these teams continue to be at the top. There's just so much comfort with each other. So to have that execution, to have that confidence, knowing that this guy has my back, I know exactly how to talk to him. Like, we expect Liquid to go crazy. We know Dumbledoge is going to flash in, so everyone's just prepared to follow up.
I mean, that's basically Turkey in a nutshell. Like, they've had all these teams, it was like top 3 of like team quality and just like all swapping members, and then you get different iterations of the same players essentially. But all these players have been around for such a long time, so it's cool to see them come together again. But honestly, in this game, even though, as you mentioned, Hard Random have been together for such a long time, it doesn't feel like there's a big skill gap or big skill disparity between this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, to me, the fact that, as you mentioned, all of these players have still been in teams together in different areas, I think it's also the way that the Turkish teams play is very similar.
Yeah.
I don't think a lot of style separates them. So you could put any of the top 5 players, as long as they've got a shot caller and an engaged tool on that team, and you can probably make it work. They're all very mechanically gifted, whereas Hard Random, to me, they need to be this 5 members. They actually need to stay as a team like this, because 2 teleports into a team fight is a delicate thing to execute on, and very rarely do you see teams do it efficiently.
Yeah, I want to touch on the topic as well of the wildcard regions versus the other MSI teams, because wildcard in general, as we mentioned, going for more simplistic compositions and easy to execute stuff, and like as people have said before, you don't have to be Faker, you don't have to be SKT to make a play work, but when you actually put them against like the likes of these incredible teams that we've seen now coming in from the major regions, how do you think they'll actually perform, either one of these teams?
Reminder is, naturally the wildcard regions are coming at it as a disadvantage, but a lot of people view the wildcard regions as kind of like free points when you see them in the MSI or the group stage. And yes, they don't have the best track record, but there are situations. Everyone can remember very clearly Alliance versus Kaboom. And the thing is that's the #1, you know, these are the top teams coming out of the 5 power regions. It's not like they're facing a mid-tier or a low LCS or LPL or LCK team. So that's quite impressive that a wildcard region, and not just on that instance, if we think back to Pain, also being able to kind of upset people. Like, these upsets do happen more often than not.
Yeah, I think one of the big problems is the bigger regions start disrespecting them, and it's like, these are really good teams. You can't just see them as a free win. And as you mentioned, those famous matches like the Kaboom, and you just randomly get blue shelled by one of these teams, and it's just like, yeah, you need to start paying attention to them. And especially into this tournament, I think in terms of just the quality overall, this has been one of the strongest lineup of teams and lineup of play that we've seen.
Well, you also have to understand, like, geographically, I know for a fact that the Turkish teams get to scrim EULCS teams. I know that when I participated in EULCS and EUCS, that we scrimmed Turkish teams, and they have very close proximity to that server.
Yeah.
So it's not like it's completely isolated. They do get
#1 on the US.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They're
So
definitely still in European
very close to
servers.
cross exposure.
Very cool to see. I don't know what that says, but it looks cool. Hard
Something
random.
about Lion. That's all I've really got from most of these signs today.
Yeah. It's great to see the fan support as well. All this is happening in Mexico. We are currently in Sydney, Australia, covering this on the English stream. But all these fans are over in Mexico, getting hyped for this one. And yeah, currently we don't have any update on what is happening in terms of the game. We are just currently in a pause if you have just joined us. We're only in our first game of this best of 5, but should be getting back into it very shortly. But yeah, back onto the topic of this series. Both these teams basically just stomped their way through the semifinals, so it was difficult to see like a lot of their weaknesses because it just seemed like they were rolling over their opponents. And I think some of those teams also underperformed, but also a lot of the picks that have really defined these teams have gotten through, like the Graves, for example, and Stajos.
Yeah, and to me, the only one that hasn't gotten through is probably the Echo. And that's a very weird thing to say because Bard, I looked at both of these players, I was like, both Bard mains, how is he getting through it all? They probably should be respect banning it if you're not first pick. And the Graves is another perfect example of this. I am shocked to see that the Graves is on that roster, and all that we've seen so far in this first game from Steos is nothing but good things.
Yeah, I mean, he just got into the jungle and started evading immediately, and I think, like, every single red buff has gone over to him. He's been super active in the mid lane, and yeah, just really impressive.
Well, one of the primary reasons why Graves, Nidalee, and Kindred are kind of the top 3 junglers right now is just their efficiency and how quickly they move through the jungle, which opens up more space to contest and to find those invades. Not that I don't love Gragas, because I think he's incredibly powerful, especially when trying to break the mid lane siege in particular, just because a well-placed cast can completely reset anything that you've got building on the map. But especially those early levels, it's really tough to get through just because he's not going to jungle as quickly as the top 3.
Yeah, and he got a good gank off as well early. But the problem with that gank was he missed the execution.
Yeah.
So, unfortunately, falling behind.
I mean, that was the interesting thing about those mid lane ganks, because you had the Graves coming in along with the Lysandra, and even though the cleanses out from Naro were literally frame perfect, like as soon as the ultimate went down, it was an instant cleanse, it didn't matter, he was still dead, because there was so much damage coming out, and you can do it once, but it's still a cleanse versus like a Lysandra ult cooldown, and then they can just rinse and repeat. So it's so difficult for Naro to get anything done, but he's been doing really well in terms of getting that farm. Either way, we're going to send it over to the analyst desk now just to cover our backs as we wait for this pause to resolve.
Thank you very much. And we do have plenty to talk about, certainly. About 21 minutes into this game. We do have a pause, of course, so thank you at home for your patience. We'll resume the game ASAP. But once again, I'm still joined by Carbon and Soul Strikes. And boys, it's been a fun 20 minutes so far with the first game. Kind of, I think, the right temperature for the series, sort of what we expected. But I'll open the floor. What do we like? What do we dislike? What's going on in this game?
Yeah, I think it's been a pretty good game so far, pretty close from both sides. We've seen a few team fights go either way. I mean, there are a few big things. I guess we'll go through them one by one. But for me, we can start with the draft, and that is, again, I have no idea how he keeps managing to get Graves, because he's just so good at it. And again, other than that one time that he baited his whole team to die, other than that one play where he got caught in the jungle, and I think they lost 2. They lost Poppy and the Graves. Other than that, he's played a great game so far. Again, he's like 20 CS up, and as I keep saying, 20 CS in a jungle matchup means a lot more than 20 CS in the lane. He's going to get more finished against triple AP comp with Maokai, Poppy, Azir. Like, I don't know. It's too good.
Yeah, and the Graves, I believe he got every single red buff of the super massive red buff. So very impressive. Great counter jungling from the Graves. I don't even know how he keeps getting this Graves, seriously. Like, this guy's just insane.
I feel like he plays better on it as well. Like, I feel like in general, like just generally, he plays better when he gets the Grave. I mean, I saw, I think he got like 3 smite steals in the jungle, just like of just random camps, which is pretty important. Huge. Like, you don't think about that much maybe as a non-jungler, but like getting those camps is important. He smite stole, or he didn't smite, but he secured the dragon with the smite as well. Like, I feel like when he gets Graves, he's just a more complete player because he's so much more comfortable.
Yeah, and we've seen, again, like, actually still a lot of comfort picks in this particular game. Like, Bard is in the game. That usually doesn't happen. But I think maybe mid lane's probably the next. Oh, you want to talk about Bard?
No. Oh, I mean, I can talk about Bard, yeah.
Up to you.
No,
seem excited.
No, the Bard has been good. We've seen some good things. That pink ward bush control was quite nice. But the early roams from Dumbledoge, not successful. We touched on this before, the Licorice versus Dumbledoge matchup. I think Licorice definitely has the better of it so far. We saw Dumbledoge try to come mid a few times. He managed to come into the lane once where we saw the Gragas fail flash, which was unfortunate, of course. But Licorice, I mean, man, this guy's playing so well already. We saw the Q flash pulverize combo in the mid lane for the double kill. On Azir, and then immediately headbutts the Gragas into the Graves for the kill as well. I mean, this guy's playing really, really well. Even in that last team fight at Dragon, where Lucian and Azir were both chunked to about a quarter, but Hard Random had already blown all their flashes, all their teleports, all their ults. They didn't really have a way to get on them, and Liquid managed to zone them 1v2. He just pops ult as Ali just walks up the ramp, stands in their jungle, and he just says, "Hit me," and they do. And that's how Hard Random won that last fight at Dragon.
Yeah, and it was just very impressive that I believe Achu did misplay that a bit. Alistair didn't have any cooldowns. You do still did that damage as long as you're still alive, but he just thought he was just gonna get blown up. Really good play from Licorice, just zoning the 2 carries, just carrying that last fight. He did die, but doesn't really matter. The rest of this team just cleaned up.
Yeah, so far I definitely think Licorice is the better of the 2 supports in this game at least, which is very important moving forwards in this game because as soon as one of them loses, and this is what I thought was going to happen at the start, as soon as one of them loses on the Bard, all of a sudden that team's priority drops on the Bard, I think. And so it's like, okay, well, if we don't want to play Bard, do we ban Bard? Because I'm sure that if Hard Random win this game and Licorice gets Bard next game, they're probably going to win again, right? So this puts Supermassive in a really difficult spot in this support matchup because it's like if they lose on the Bard, then what? They have to ban it, but then they have to waste a ban on the Bard. Unfortunately, I don't know exactly what the bans were because I only had about 3 seconds in Champ Select, but presumably Supermassive don't want to have to lose a ban on one of their best champs.
Yeah, might get Graves again. That would not happen normally.
Yeah, they might get Graves again. Yeah, it's the support matchup's really good. I think the other big thing is, I mean, the mid pressure. We touched on that.
Mid lane.
Kira is playing phenomenally. Lissandra does not beat Azir in any world. I mean, she does have the TP, which makes the matchup bearable, but she should absolutely be getting demolished, and Kira somehow is winning it.
Yeah, and I just think Naru's just not respecting the Kira and just getting punished for it.
Well, we'll have to see how it goes. That no Abyssal, no clue. Maybe we'll have to find out. Let's pop ourselves back to the casting desk.
Thanks, guys, and we are now back into game. And as they were mentioning on the analyst desk, it seems like there's maybe a little disrespect in the mid lane from Naru, but it's so difficult in that matchup with Azir when you have like 5 people gunning for you at all stages in the game.
Well, he gets to be pretty disrespectful at this point in the game just because he's got his Nashor, he has the Rylai's, so he is actually very strong. I typically refer to Azir as kind of a 3-item power spike champion.
Yeah, but he's missing the most important item on Wizard. So, like, disrespect, he's doing damage, but if they get on top of him, which Lissandra can do, it's good night.
I completely agree, but I was going to point out that the big item that's missing right now on Licorice is the Aegis. He's got it about to come online, or at least the first part of it, but they really need that AoE MR protection.
Settles going back into the bot lane and now clearing up this top sides of the map. There's now 22 minutes into the game, so Baron is alive. Fairly unlikely we'll see a team go for it in the near future.
Have you met these teams?
That is true. Fairly likely these 2 teams will go for that objective very shortly. Smurf going to be eating away to this minion.
Nice pivot.
Now, thank you. Stone Mage into the top lane as well. He really wants this ward. Mid lane, no Naru with the ultimate right into Dumbledoge's Tempered Fate. Great combo, but there's no real follow-up in this mid lane. It's 2v3. So Supermassive can't go in on this.
I'm not going to call it a follow-up. I'm going to call it a disengage. There was definitely 3 people there looking for something spicy, but good reset from Double Doge.
Small detail, but I feel like the communication wasn't actually there between mid laner and support in that situation, using 2 ultimates where one would have sufficed. Something that we rarely see from Hard Random.
Very true. You can see the wave cleared out from Sivir, instantly deleting that minion wave. And with this nice rotation to the bottom lane, they get a lot of damage onto that tower. Kira going to be jumping away, and Achu, lots of damage from the culling, using the Ether also to get him in range. So chunks Kira down to half health. That was just a really nice rotation from Hard Random, noting that Naru and Double Doge, yes, they got the disengage in the mid lane, but used those ultimates and backed away, so they had time to get the chip damage.
Yep. And big thing also is the fact that the rest of Supermassive were actually out of position, which is uncharacteristic for them. So not only the miscommunication on the teleports, but also just frankly being out-rotated like that.
Yeah, I guess Naru being forced back, but not having ultimates, there was things that set them up well, but considering the lack of vision both teams had, that was just a raw movement around the map. And it was a smart one at that from Hard Random. I do think that you have to remember, second Dragon, they'll be taking those turrets down stupidly quick. And that's why they did so much damage there.
Yeah, definitely extra damage. Oh, TP coming in the mid lane. That's coming out from Hard Random. And Naru, best of luck, my friend. Slide and glide over the wall, but he's out of mana. Another great cleanse. And Kira, he's not going to predict the flash coming out from Naru. The sidesteps, the moves. He's still trying to get away. Faldrin, he's trying to waddle its life out and goes right onto Kira. He should be able to get this Q down. Double Doge looking to put down some support. And E through the wall. Faldrin is still tanking up 4 people right now as Stone Age comes into the fight. Naru is basically out of mana. Tempered Fate will zone Kira back in to Faldrin. Sal's now jumping over the wall, trying to get the damage onto Achu. But now collateral damage. It's not quite enough damage to finish him off. And 3 for 0. Supermassive. Great team fight.
Saving Private Naru. That guy went through so much to escape, and what's hilarious is on the back half of that team fight, it was pretty much a 0 auto attacks. He didn't have any mana left after his great chase, and he just comes back in, auto attack, auto attack.
And you know what? There was such a small detail of the teleport from Kira. The home guards was cancelled by a single auto attack from Achu. And that forced this really awkward situation where he had to kind of throw the claw out in the wrong direction and then compensate for the E over the wall. It was kind of really awkward. And the cleanse once again from Naru was just impeccable.
There's just a hilarious image of like this golden chicken running, Ice Cube chasing, Tree like home guarding after.
That was great because Stales saw the tree coming and his immediate response was flash forwards, get away from it. It was like 2 different 1v4s. But Thaldrin at this point in the game, he is literally unkillable from most of the members of Hard Random.
I just can't believe that happened. Naru getting out there, like 4 people converging on him, and he somehow gets away.
That's a highlight reel.
That really was. That was a highlight reel play right there from Naru. But I just have so much respect for these 2 mid lanes in general, because while they haven't been the stars of their team, they do make those highlight reel plays. Like, Kira has got a long history, so has Naru, and we just saw another one today. Smurf is going to be zoning with Stajos. Blue buff is being contested, but immediately from the momentum that Supermassive got of that team fight, they're already pushing up. Kira, look at the damage coming out from Achu. Has no real way to respond, dashing in again.
He gets to be so aggressive and so far forward because he has the QSS completed, so he's not afraid of Kira right now. He knows if the Frozen Tomb comes out, he can easily get out.
Faldrin going in. He's got the support of Naru. This time he's got the blue of Double Doge over the wall. Tempered Fate lands onto Smurf. You can flash away, but you can't run. And that's the kill. A Rise coming out. The auto attacks. And Naru picks up the kill. And
that's the fact that Supermassive have just bullied themselves into that blue buff jungle. They've set down the triangle vision. They have control of mid and bot lane, and they caught Hard Random cheating through.
It's almost like the team with the bud is the team currently winning the game, Frosker. And that was a phenomenal pick.
Starting to see a trend here.
No, not between these teams. There's no trends.
Bardo has been doing very well in this tournament. Achu putting out this bot wave. There's another tower going down to Supermassive. 4 towers to 3 currently. And Supermassive over the last, say, 5 minutes, and really since that pause have stepped up the pace of this game.
And this is a terrifying position for Hard Random to be in, because when Supermassive are ahead, yes, both these teams play well from ahead, but the thing about Hard Random, it's much more kind of controlled and steady. Supermassive are so good at identifying exactly where they need to be on the map in terms of snowballing objectives. So, like, pedal to the metal, it's on.
Naru, what? Interesting. Kira, he's over the wall to meet him. He pops the ultimate on himself. Dumbledore's and Faldron there to follow up.
Good
Flash
flash.
away by Kira. E comes out. Stomach is there to meet him. Licorice comes in for the potential save. Faldron gets after him. Naru with the kill. Miracle now coming out. Sedros, but they need to go into full retreat. Keep his vertical use defensively. Atu, get out of here. Lyric, he goes down. And that's the second kill. 2-0 this time to Supermassive again.
I'm going to say good flash from Kira, but bad teleport to put himself in that situation. Just went way too deep, not enough follow-up.
I'm still not sure what Naru did with his R button, but it definitely worked for them. We'll call it zoning on Graves because he couldn't get over the wall.
I'm going to say gardening on the wall.
Yeah. It was weird because some of the soldiers made it over and some didn't. And just got left behind.
But of course the Baron's on and hard random. They're looking to contest.
Oh.
Tempered Fate. Well, just time out everyone. Faldrin back onto Sadros. He'll be going down. Smurf coming into the fight, but there's nothing to really fight anymore. He's 1v5, 1 against the world, and he can't make it happen. Another 2 kills, 2 Supermassive, and let's just restart the Baron. There's no one to contest.
And suddenly this lead has ballooned. Supermassive in full control. They take 2 team fights to the Baron, and I mean, massive lead.
Yeah, a Supermassive lead over to them in this game. Miracle clearing up the top wave as well, but really it's just damage control. And this has really gone out of control for Hard Random from such a good early game.
Should note that Hard Random do have tools in their composition to deal with a Baron siege, just because you have excellent wave clear from Sivir as well as safe wave clear from Lysandra. So there are tools there. They can stall this Baron out, but it's getting a little bit scary.
Definitely, and even a little bit wave clear from the jungle as well. Definitely can't underestimate end of the line coming out from Graves. But with Supermassive pushing up, and probably, well, I was going to say 1-3-1, and especially when you have Dumbledore, I wouldn't put it past him to be the guy in the solo lane. But Supermassive pushing up this mid lane, they get that immediate tower. Stajot's called out, Cosmic Binding. I think he tried to dash, but the ultimate out from Stone Age as well. They should be able to lock him down. Collateral damage and the flash, but another Cosmic Binding. Naru can't see anything, but he knows where he's going. Follow up the E, follow up the auto attacks, and Naru with one last order will finish him off. Just caught out in his own jungle.
Yeah, once again, Steos, he has nowhere safe to be right now. The biggest counter to Graves to stop any of his kit being useful is crowd control, and Bard has that in Oodles.
I like how normally the word is spades, but we went oodles.
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 I love it.
I love that word.
Oodles.
Word.
No, excellent word.
Yeah, can't deny that. Faldrin now pushing up the top lane. Oodles of damage onto this tower. Should be able to pick this up. And honestly, Supermassive are just all over this game. And when they're ahead, this is what we were saying at the start of the game. When they're ahead, they really know how to play from ahead.
Especially when Naru is ahead, but here we go.
Tempered Fate doesn't quite land. Stonewage as well onto Kira. Ultimate popped on himself. And Faldrin and Stonewage a separator from the team. Smurf with the ultimate knocks away the big damage dealer of Naru. And that's Stonewage going down. And Faldrin's trying to make a fast retreat. He managed to get out of the fray. But now the top tower siege, Achu's able to pick it up with a nice binding coming out from Dumbledore, Stajot, and Smurf knocking against the wall. Didn't quite get the stun. And Faldrin's back into the fight. He had the TP. Another cosmic binding onto 2 people. Smurf is trying to get away. Licorice, he's also trying to retreat. But Naru, he's back into the fight. Everyone forgot that he existed. And Emperor's Divine, he still had the ultimate. Knocks 3 people into his team. And that is just the wipe. 5-1, and the team goes down.
The counter engage from Supermassive was frankly Supermassive there. The fact that Faldrin was able to escape after tanking the initial tower, backs with single-digit health, and then finds the immediate re-engage with the teleport was fight-changing there.
And maybe Hard Random because it's a 5, but there was a minion backing up Supermassive, taking down all of these towers. The Nexus will be falling, just padding those stats, and the first game of this best of 5 over to Supermassive.
I think it's safe to say after game number 1 that the person who has the lead, the team that has the lead early, are really the ones that can look to snowball the rest of the game out. We just sort of clashed between a Graves standard, favorite pick against a Bard favorite pick. Yep. Bard comes up better.
But the weird thing about that was Hard Random had a really good start to that game. Like, there was a lot of pressure mid lane. It seemed like Licorice was doing more than Dumbledore. Every time Dumbledore came to mid lane, he just couldn't make anything happen.
But you have to think about this. The map opened up so early. Again, it was a lane swap. We have a gentleman's agreement that either team are going to open up the side lanes. And what happens when the map opens up? Bard just becomes that more potent and powerful with his pick potential and the Tempered Fate. And like Rusty said, Bard came up in oodles.
Yeah, really did in that game. It was starting causing bindings all over the place, but really well played by both of those teams. But ultimately, to see Supermassive coming ahead, but it was a close game for sure. Anyway, we're going to send it over to the analyst desk to take a look at that game 1.
Thank you very much, and let's have a look at that first game, because Hard Random, it felt like, even in the break when we were here, they were doing a lot of work, but just all fell apart. What happened, Carvin?
Yeah, I don't know, to be honest. They had a really good start, we were saying. And we were saying that actually we were worried about what Supermassive might have to do in the draft in the next game when they lose. But look, great game from Supermassive. Bard played really well in the team fights. I think one huge thing, though, and I think this is maybe something that Hard Random should look at, is the Maokai ban. In LCK last night, we saw a whole bunch of Maokai bans. Today, we've seen a great Maokai in the semi-final from Turkey. We saw an amazing Maokai from Thaldrin as well. I think this guy's playing really well, and I think this is something that they need to target.
Yeah, and the Maokai himself was 50 CS ahead of the Poppy, and it was just so far ahead.
With no jungle influence as well.
Yeah, and just left alone and just got too tanky.
Yeah, and we expected, honestly, like, I think the lane to sort of neutralize a little bit. Like, we talked about it, sort of a low-impact lane in general. They're just going to pump and play tanks. Like, I don't know what happened in that lane, but for Thaldrin to get that far ahead is, like, there's an issue there.
I mean, he must have just outplayed him. That's the only thing that I can see. He must have just had a much better lane phase. With the camera wasn't top lane much.
Yeah.
Poppy versus Maokai, not the most exciting matchup, so I can understand. But look, yeah, he was 40 CS up in a pure 1v1. I mean, it was a lane swap, but there was no real jungle influence in the top lane. So that Maokai came up huge. I mean, every team fight I was watching, Siva was just doing no damage because she's trying to ricochet off the Maokai, but Maokai's just so tanky that he can stand so far up that the ricochet isn't really bouncing onto the back line, and she doesn't do nearly enough damage to actually kill the Mao. So huge performance from Thaldrin.
Yeah, and Maokai, I believe he went Sunfire into
Frozen
Heart straight away. So, like Carbon said, Siva does no damage. Lissandra only looking at their backline, so Maokai just coming up huge.
Well, it certainly was a true terror there. The tree in the top lane does come up massive for Supermassive Esports. Don't go too far away, though. Game 2 is coming up right after the break. And welcome back, everyone, to coverage of the International Wildcard Invitational Grand Finals. You can see the crowd out there cheering on the two teams as Hard Random currently down a game versus Supermassive Esports. This series already shaping up to be awesome after that first game here, but things didn't quite go the way of Hard Random despite a good start here. Once again, John on the analyst test by Carbon and Soul Strikes. Boys, what do we want to see changed here?
Yeah, firstly, I just want to say that was a really close game, and there wasn't like a big snowball or anything. Yes, they snowballed at the end, but that's usually what happens when a team wins. So I think these games are going to be really good today, and I'm excited to see what happens in the rest of the series. I think the first thing that needs to change is they need to look at this Maokai. Absolutely, they're on the blue side now, so they need to figure out, are they going to take the Maokai? Are they going to ban the Maokai?
Yeah, and they did respond with the Poppy, but he was already 50 CS down, so maybe Smurf isn't comfortable on the Poppy pick, so he either needs to step up or he needs to take a Maokai himself.
I know we didn't catch all that much of the draft, unfortunately, in the last game, but Soul Strikes, actually, no, you wanted to kind of talk about the comps in general. It was really just two very different comps here, and the team sort of picked 2-threat versus 3-threat. Can you maybe elaborate a little bit more about what you thought of the team comps in Game 1?
Yeah, so Hard Random, they actually took the 3-threat comp, having the Graves, Lissandra, and the Sivir, the triple threat, whereas Supermassive, they had the double threat comp, the Naru on his Azir and a Chu on his Lucian. So I was actually really worried that Naru was behind, because if one of the carry gets behind, the other carry needs to do much more work. But this Maokai, it just came out of nowhere and just tanks up, soak it up, eat it up, and just does all the damage and zone the Sivir and just does so much damage.
I mean, the way that game worked out, Maokai ended up being the third threat anyway. So, I mean, really, they were three-man comps first, three-threat comps versus each other, because Maokai's just in the back line, just soloing Sivir in every fight because he rushes double armor items. No one can follow up the listen gauge. The Maokai, Thorjan played so well, but the champ is also so strong. I think Hard Random should look to take away the Maokai. I don't think Smurf looked that good on the Poppy. He wasn't hitting his wall bangs. His ults weren't, he was hitting maybe a one-man ult every so often. So I don't think him on the Poppy is a good look. They prioritize Maokai just as highly. They've played just as many Maokai games throughout the group stage as Supermassive have. So I think a Maokai first pick could be really good. But the issue with that is that what are they going to do with the Graves? Because Stamaged had a great game on Gragas just then, even though he did get outplayed in the early a little bit. But he has had very good performances on Graves so far. And I think that taking the Maokai is important, but giving the Graves is going to be a pretty big risk.
Yeah, so do they really want to sacrifice the Graves for Maokai or get the Maokai and give the Grave up? But they could also potentially just ban the Maokai and just take the Graves. But I don't think Supermassive's going to just leave that open, both of them open or one of them open. So yeah, Supermassive, they're just going to ban one of the other.
It's tricky, right? Because you look at top lane here, and I think maybe we're starting to see some champ pool worries here, at least as far as the current meta is concerned. Stelos is a good jungler, and I think him showing more junglers in this series will be important. But Smurf has really just looked comfortable on one or two champions. Everyone's looked good on Echo because it's Echo, and I think they both look good on Maokai. I'm convinced Saldra can probably play other picks, but I'm not so convinced that Smurf can. So if you take the Maokai, you feel like you have to ban it, and you know that no one gets to play Echo because that champion's way too good. Is there a worry for Smurf that he just runs out of champions? Because we talked about Nautilus, he's not good. We talked about his Poppy. Poppy's a good champion, but his Poppy's not great. Like, what does he do?
Yeah, look, that's a question they're going to have to answer very quickly because otherwise it's going to be a bit of strife. Look, I think the Trundle is a big pick for him.
Yep.
Not sure if it was banned in that first game. I'm assuming it was because he's a very good Trundle. Trundle, obviously, great matchup into tanks. We'll have to see whether or not Trundle gets banned again. I think Trundle should be, if they can get on the Trundle, that'll be really good look for Smurf. I think the Maokai is also good for Smurf. But again, like you said, that's only 2 champions, and it only takes 1 ban and 1 counter pick to ruin that. So we'll have to see. He has played the Poppy in the group stage, and like I said, it does kind of deny the double doge. But if he's going to get barred anyway, does it really matter? That's 2 losses on Poppy now. I would love to see the Trundle, but if Supermassive have done their research, Trundle's getting banned.
Yeah, and it's really up to Smurf to step it up, or really up for the team to decide whether to ban the Maokai or not, because he just didn't look really good on the Poppy, and just he needs the Trundle. But if they ban the Trundle, they might as well just ban the Maokai and just.
I don't want to know what happens to that lane.
Then we get to see maybe Norlis pop up, because Smurf. He does play these champs, but he's very limited to what he does.
I will say that I don't think Nord is necessarily a bad champion. I just think that Maokai is better.
Yeah.
But if Maokai is off the table, I think there's no reason that we can't see a Nord from Smurf. However, the exact same could be said for Thaldrun. Thaldrun's clearly a very strong tank player. So he probably has a Nord as well. And if Maokai's get taken off the table and Trundle's gone as well, I could easily see them taking the Poppy for support, and straight away taking the Nord as well, and then what is Smurf going to do? I mean,
maybe Gragas top, perhaps.
That's a good point, actually. Gragas is up as well. So we haven't seen the Gragas yet from Smurf. Hopefully he can play it because Gragas is quite good in that top lane. But we'll have to see what the draft looks like.
And I feel like we're starting to maybe get a trend here where Supermassive maybe think they can pick on top lane. We definitely saw Thaldrun was able to really take over that game where his normal winning sections were actually losing in the early game, which is very strange to see.
I mean, they don't even need to pick on top lane. Like,
yeah.
What I'm assuming happened is they banned only Trundle, and they've straight away gone for the Poppy because it denies double doge, and also he's played the Poppy before, and then Thaldrun just straight up 1v1'd him. Just had no issues with him whatsoever. So I don't think they actually need to invest anything into him. If Smurf is not on a comfortable champ, it seems like Thaldrun is just going to outplay him.
Yeah, and just having that CS advantage and getting that power spike just comes up massive.
I honestly didn't know how that happened, but I guess we'll have to think about it more as the games move on. Let's think a bit more, though, about the series, because there is, of course, quite a few games to play here, at least 2 more, but likely, given how that first game went, probably a few more after that. I'm not worried about Dumbledore. I'm not worried about Licorice. They both had good games here. Are we worried maybe about the AD carries? Miracle didn't look as good on Siva, even though I think it's a champion that does suit him and his team that he can perform on.
Yeah, I think this game might actually be kind of good for Hard Random in their AD carry position. The fact that they lost on Siva, I think, means that Siva might get through the draft again. And I think that could be really good for the next game because Hard Random, I think, are really good with Siva. I think Miracle is a good Siva player. And I think this loss might trick Supermassive into thinking that Siva's not a big deal when really it was Maokai that stopped Siva from doing any damage with a double armor item rush and his XP lead on Poppy. He just destroyed the Siva. So I'm expecting more Siva from Hard Random. I think that's a good pick for them. No, he didn't do much damage, but I mean, while we did criticize Miracle at the start of the broadcast, kind of saying like, look, Licorice does hold his hand a bit. He's probably the weakest member. That game really had nothing to do with him.
Yeah,
I mean,
definitely.
He had good farm.
Yeah, and it's pretty much Maokai had like 50 CS advantage on him. Then he got 5 assists on top of it. So Siva, she's strong. Like then a random Maokai just shows up, and where did this guy come from? He's just a rock, and I just can't kill this rock.
Well, he's actually a tree.
Yeah, tree.
Might as well be a rock.
I'll
Look,
let you go with that one.
pretty tanky guy. I mean, I think mid lane's also somewhere we want to look at. Naru, we talked about it kind of in the pause in that game. Azir game was fine. Like, he's a good player. He's a good Azir, but the fact that Kira sort of manhandled him on Lissandra of all champions, with Storm Age coming mid on the pressure of Gragas of all champions, like, there were some good team ups there in the early game for Hard Random, and Kira, I think he must be feeling comfortable despite the loss.
I think Kira kind of faltered a little bit the longer the game went on, but his early game was really, really good. Like you said, he was manhandling Naru in a losing matchup. Supermassive actually put a lot more effort into the mid lane than Hard Random did. Hard Random did 1 gank and double killed, whereas Supermassive had a repeat attempts and nothing worked, and still Kira was able to win this matchup. So I think this matchup is looking good for Hard Random. I think in a winning matchup, I think Kira might be able to maybe even solo kill him. He did solo him once
and then died.
in this matchup and then died. But yeah, actually, that was pretty silly now thinking about it. But he has already 1v1'd him once in a losing matchup. And I think if they can get Kira on a winning matchup, I mean, Lissandra's obviously a strong champion, but you know, if we get to see something like the Anivia or the Rise especially, don't know if the Rise was banned, but on the Rise especially, I think Kira could have a huge game. And if Hard Random want to pick up this next game, I'll be looking at him.
Yeah, definitely. And if Kira does manage to get on one of the hyper carry mid laner like Anivia, the Rise, then he can definitely come out ahead.
Was there maybe an issue of Kira not being able to carry harder in this game? Because Lissandra is a great enabler, was doing good burst damage like we saw, but I think maybe, I mean, Marco really did cause a lot of problems with the threats they lined up with the Sivir and the Graves, but is it maybe worth Kira playing a champion that's a little bit more, that scales a little bit better? Particularly, I think if Graves is gone, that's like Kira has good options to try and really hard carry a game, rather than the soft carry he was sort of pulling off there.
I think one thing to keep in mind is that with Lissandra, you need the duo, really.
Yeah.
Lissandra needs her and she needs one other person. That's why Liz Graves works so well, but Liz Sivir works too, right? But Sivir was doing no damage because she was tied up with a Maokai. So it had to be this Liz Graves combo that flew in and killed someone. I think that Graves, I don't think that Stayhos played team fights that well. I feel like Liz was diving in and Stayhos was trying to like peel the Maokai. Like he was autoing Maokai, he was autoing Gragas. And look, the Maokai being strong is obviously a problem.
Yeah.
But if Graves had maybe dove with the list, at least maybe they could trade backlines. This game was definitely List Graves versus Maokai. And I think Maokai definitely outplayed them because like Azir's range, even though he was behind, he ended up getting so many kills that Maokai set up because List would dive in alone and then not kill someone and die, and then Azir would just poke them all to death while Maokai rooted him.
Yeah, I think we saw like a bit of a desperation TP later onto the game, and Kira just went in by himself, expecting his team to follow up, but Supermassive, they just collapsed on the Nara, on the Kira, and just exploded him. Just
maybe
even
that commitment to the shot calling is in
Yeah,
this game that we were talking about.
it actually did feel a little bit desync there, but we'll see what changes they do find, because we are into champ select here. We'll have a look at the bans that LeBlanc and Azir will actually start things off here, but Anivia's banned by Supermassive, so 3 mid lane bans to kick things off.
What this says to me is that
And then a fourth.
Hard Random haven't actually figured out why they lost. They're looking at the Azir thinking, oh, Azir's so strong. Oh, wait, never mind.
They got the
Maokai.
They're on
really
top of
good.
it.
All right, awesome. In that case, those are very good bans. Don't know about the Azir ban. I don't think they really had that many issues with Azir, and I think that without the Maokai, they would be able to handle it this game. But they banned the Maokai, and we'll see whether or not they take that Graves first pick.
Well, they have to ban Echo, right?
Yeah, the Echo's going to be
right?
still
They're
up,
thinking
so-
about it. They're thinking about it. I think they do. Absolutely. Just ban Echo. Don't risk it. Let him have the Graves. You've already beaten
Okay.
it once.
Nope.
Okay,
Echo's
mistake.
up.
That's what, a 5th mid lane ban?
Yeah.
So clearly you pick Echo over Graves here, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
Smurf doesn't hesitate, he takes it.
I mean, unless Echo... Smurf has played Echo, and he's won both times.
Yeah.
He's played it twice. Like,
Good champion.
I don't... Yeah, look.
And you don't give Soldier an Echo.
No,
And
of
that-
course
well,
not.
That's the other thing. They have to deny the Echo. I mean, they absolutely had to take Echo, and... Yeah, I mean, I think they win, really.
I mean, he's lost, what, 1 whole game?
Sorry, guys, spoilers, but... yeah, that's it. It's 1-1. Let's move on.
Don't even need the other picks. Supermassive, they are going to have to make some, as per the rules of the tournament.
You know what I'd really like to see? I'd like to see them lock in this Olaf. I've been saying for a few weeks now, just within my team or within the guys that I talk to, that I think Olaf could do quite well in the lane phase. Eventually, he's going to get outscaled. But in the lane phase, I think Olaf can beat Echo. And if you can kill him, if you can get a lead, Olaf can run over Echo before Echo gets to that 3-item spike.
I have bad news. That's not Echo. Sorry, that's not. That is Echo. It's not Olaf. That's Poppy and Lucian. Could be a Poppy support, to be fair.
Yep.
Supermassive
most
maybe
likely
going to hide
will
that
be.
top lane.
Although he has played Poppy in the top lane. And with the Maokai off the table, maybe he's thinking like, oh, you know, there's probably not much anything that's much better. But Echo beats Poppy. Echo beats everyone. So I won't even talk about Echo. Poppy, I think, should be the support. I think Dumbledore has played really well all tournament, sorry. on this Poppy, and I think they should save the top lane pick for something else.
I think hard random should just go for the Graves Silver or Graves Lissandra. I would actually like the Lissandra.
Lissandra's banned.
Oh, Lissandra's banned. All right.
Rip.
Rip.
I mean,
I
I
think-
agree they should, but unfortunately can't.
yeah.
The Graves, again, is kind of hilarious.
Taking Sivir, I mean, there's no need to because they've already taken the Lucian. But I think that maybe they're just trying to wait out to see what the other picks will be before they pick their mid laner.
Well, there's Graves and Sivir once again. Mr. Stayhos will get Graves. Still doesn't
Yeah.
have to show another champion.
Well, I mean, because they lost doesn't matter,
Yeah.
right? Supermassive dealt with the Graves. Graves got fed, and Supermassive still managed to win. So from their perspective, Graves is not that big a threat.
It is a Poppy top.
Yes, it is Poppy top. Bard was very good. Got to deny the Bard. Instant Thresh lock in. Curious. I thought his performance was on Ali was quite good. And I think Ali Graves is a good combo because you can line them up for the end of the line collateral damage combination with the Hellbot Pulve. But this Thresh is a bit more aggressive, stronger in lane. So maybe they'll look for the 2v2 this time instead of the lane swap.
Now Kira has to decide what's he gonna pick. Maybe he could pick up the Gangplank and maybe influence the map more with his Gangplank ult?
He hasn't actually won a game on Gangplank yet.
Yeah.
He looks okay on Gangplank, but we've said this all wildcards. It's all about CC. And right now, they don't have much. They have the Echo W, they have a slow from Echo, and they have Thresh, and that's it. Very little CC. So I think picking the GP would be a mistake here. I think he needs to pick something with more CC.
What's left is the question.
Yeah, not much.
Because there are so many mid lane
Vlad,
bans. He actually goes back to Vlad.
Wow.
See,
That
I
does
don't
not
know.
have any CC.
Blind pick Vlad. We'll have
No,
to see if
it's
Supermassive have a
Lulu.
counter, but... Oh, sorry, Lulu. Not blind pick.
Last week jungle, randomly, actually.
Okay.
I mean, Vlad's kind of cool. Vlad Graves is kind of spicy, but that's not a whole lot of hard engage.
No.
Liquid's going to have to do a lot of work.
How are they gonna kill this Lucian? They have Lulu Lucian.
And Kindred.
And Kindred and Poppy and Bard. Like, how are they
We're a
actually going to
zillion
get
away
on
from the LCK boys.
It's he's going to have to flash ult. Like, they're all just going to have to flash at once and hope that the other team doesn't realize what's going on.
Yeah,
I
and
don't know.
Liquid's just gonna do some magic and yeah, just
Maybe buy some frozen mallets, some Rylai's.
Yeah, I
Maybe
mean,
that'll work.
turn
I
into a
don't know.
wizard because maybe magic is what they need, but we are going to see what happens. Let's get in the game with the guys at the casting desk.
Thanks, guys. Welcome back to the caster desk. And that was a very interesting draft once again. A lot of stuff going on here. Echo being a priority for hard random because you basically have to if it's left up. But I'm a little surprised that Supermassive didn't put more pressure on Smurf because the analyst desk is saying, like we were saying, doesn't seem like Smurf has a really good champion pool outside of Maokai or Poppy, and even the Poppy wasn't super good. So if you put pressure on him, but maybe they know something that we don't because they had priority on their own Poppy and a Lucian as a flex. So.
I mean, I understand what everyone's saying, that Echo has had a phenomenal performance and that the top laners look better on Echo, but I still have to go with, I mean, Spawn says it all the time, that Poppy versus Echo, I love Poppy, especially when these two teams are coming down to executing on 5v5s. We saw it last game. The Poppy ults were so influential in turning the course and the tides of fights just by booting out the correct members. So I definitely think that there's still power here, and yes, he hasn't performed as well on Poppy as he has Echo, but I'm never going to be like, that's a bad pick. Like, that is still a very strong pick. It just comes down to execution.
See, I'm not even going to look past that, though. I look at the top lane, it's like all Poppy needs to do is survive, and he just needs to be there in fights. Look at the rest of the map as a 4v4, and I just think it's leaps and bounds above for Supermassive what it is available for hard random. They should have prioritized mid lane a little bit higher because Lulu was still on the board. Whilst it's not the best champion in terms of doing damage, they had a team that would have worked phenomenally with a Lulu. They've got a Graves to back it up. They've got the Sivir that can utilize it well. Now that they've got a Lulu Lucian and a Kindred on the opposite side, let's go even Bard as well. Like the amount of threats that team has is unbelievable.
Yeah, it's also the semi-tanks, right, as well, and you even have a Poppy in there, so you can survive, and then you have like the tankies coming from Wild Growth and the Lamb's Respite.
But I do want to quickly touch on hard randoms composition if they ever get to fight in a choke point. So it's what I like to call a Venn diagram of murder. So you lay down the Vladimir ult, and then it's just Sivir ricochets for days, and that's going to be massive. On top of that, you add like the splash damage from Graves and like the AoE burst potential that he brings out. So the thing is, if Supermassive ever just face check into all of these ultimates, they will die.
Yeah.
That said, it's about like so many, like I agree, like there's so many tools like the Lulu, the Bard ult, the Poppy disengage, like there's so many ults, Kindred, Lamb's Respite, although we've seen Graves do wonders against Lamb's Respite. like there's tools and options there, but again, just comes down to execution and hard random. They've shown like these really kind of quirky and strange compositions, but have done fabulous with them over the course of the tournament. So I'm not going to count them out just yet.
What I will say is team fighting aside, which might be where hard random excel, their laning phase is going to be great. Like besides mid lane, I think they have a winning bottom lane and top lane. I think the junglers meet each other at a very even crossroads and they'll be doing quite well. Graves we've seen a weird amount of success on in comparison to that of the Kindred. The only problem is the Lulu Vladimir. So junglers focusing the mid lane to me could actually be an issue.
Yeah, maybe they can get a big advantage, but even from what we saw in the last game, hard random getting an advantage in the earlier game didn't result in a strong mid game or even a strong late game or a win. At the same time, it's a very punishing comp, as you mentioned, Frost. Like, if they get face checked on, then they're just going to murder them right up. But really getting into a fight, they have Sivir, and they just have to run at them real fast and hope that they can get into a team fight.
It's kind of about where your win conditions are and where you want to fight, like, terrain on the map. Again, choke points, so dragon pits, baron pits are going to be really massive for hard random, but they do also still have great options for split pushing, especially if Echo gets ahead and starts to run over the top.
Yeah.
And likewise, the protection that Sivir is going to offer them if they do open up into a 4-1, just because if Supermassive try to find a teleport flank or try to find a hard engage, Sivir just pops on the hunt, is able to disengage and give Echo more space. On the other side, let me look at this. It's really about fighting around towers. There's a lot more tools to fighting around towers on Supermassive's comp just because you do have Bard, Kindred, and Lulu. So they want to fight near towers, taking objectives. Hard random want to fight in choke points and around monster objectives.
Well, as a quick update, guys, we do have like a keyboard issue, I believe, over in the venue, so we're just waiting for that to resolve before we head into game. So we're just going to chat a little bit more about these compositions. We won game 2 if you've just joined us. Supermassive took the first game in very convincing fashion after the early game. But hard random, not out of this just yet. You can see the crowd getting hyped in the venue over there in Mexico. Very cool looking arena. But also going back to the composition from hard random and specifically the drafting, we saw a lot of focus in terms of mid lane bans. We had 5 mid lane bans, just straight up. Nivea, Ryze, Lissandra, LeBlanc, and Azir. And then when your fallback is Vladimir, is that a problem for hard random? Or do you think it's fine?
A blessing and a curse.
Yeah.
The Vladimir does a lot of work, but there are strict conditions with which you usually pick the Vladimir. And that's either a lack of crowd control or 2 carries in mid and jungle respectively, so you're safe and you can play forward, you can play aggressively and make things work out for you. I'm looking at a Kindred Lulu, so in the way of crowd control it's not too great, but the damage is unreal. The question is, will Stonemage look towards mid lane or will he actually hyper farm? And to me that comes down to what Steos can force on him by being aggressive with that Graves once again.
Well, Steos getting that Graves is obviously a big deal. Has been the real big champion for him in this tournament so far. And even that last game, yes, he got fed, but he wasn't able to carry, but he's still going to be a threat regardless. Dumble Doge is going to head into the bot side. Nice sidestep from Miracle just to start off this game, but the meep landed, so damage advantage, Dumble Doge.
And
that
money.
Ignite. And the money as well, running that Bandit. And yeah, Kieran is mid lane with the Vladimir. Not many Vladimir players nowadays, but it would be the Russians to pick him up.
Of course. We do have a standard 5-point start, though, covering all 5 entrances of the jungle. Last game, we saw a lane swap initiated. This time around, it looks like we are just going to get the 2v2. That said, Lucian and Bard incredibly punishing. Sivir, Thresh, a lot of kill pressure there as well.
I think Supermassive should actually be looking for lane swaps, and not because it's the best case scenario. I think you hide mid lane well with a lane swap. I think that it unlocks Stonemage as well to be a bit more aggressive and pick his lane as he would please. But with standard lanes, if Supermassive just start losing lanes, right, and there's a possibility that more than one lane just starts losing, then you'll actually find that it's very difficult for hard random to get anything done.
Whoa, Licorice. Took a lot of damage there. Ignite even went down by Dumbledore at level 1, just trying to pick up a kill there. No exhaust or no heal or no summoners at all from hard random were used. So Dumbledore just went in and didn't get anything for it. So actually you do have that small advantage over to hard random in terms of the summoner spells.
Yeah, and likewise he does have the Targon's proc, so he will be able to recoup a little bit of that health back as the lane goes on. We did see him pop his pot, or pop a pot, excuse me. Something that I wanted to point out is maybe they're not going for the lane swap here just because it is a Kindred, and that sounds kind of weird, but the idea is if you start on the top side of the jungle, which we know she's going to, it opens up gank potential on the bottom side, and effectively that just gives Kindred more tools and more options in stacking those marks through or via champion kills. So it could have just been like a conscious decision that Stonemage is going to be the carry in the setup here, so let's put him in a scenario where a Chu and Double Doge get to work with him.
Definitely makes sense in this early game. Still just farming up. So we have standard lanes in this one. Last time we had the lane swap, so we'll see if the supports actually start roaming anymore, because in the lane swaps you have more freedom just to unlock those supports. In lane swaps, or in standard lanes rather, you actually have to make that conscious decision that you are kind of leaving your AD carry out to dry. Mid lane, no, just putting pressure down in the early game. This is kind of to be expected. As you mentioned earlier, Rusty, you have these strong laners apart from Vlad. When you have Lulu in the middle lane, in the early game at least, she does really well into most matchups, and Vlad is no exception. If nothing else, she'll do even better into this matchup.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Everyone does well into Vladimir.
True.
Pretty much just
Very
puts
true.
himself into a hole by champion design, but will naturally start to outscale, you would imagine, the Negatron Cloak as well as the level 7 mark. Items and levels are very kind to that champion. Things will start to turn around, but until such stage, once again, this is possible. Early and deep advances.
Vladimir's a very interesting pick in terms of itemization as well. Just over the last couple of seasons, he has so much flexibility because he benefits basically from every AP item in some way, and it just depends on the game. He's also like one of the only champions that runs Will of the Ancients, which is like an item that you may have forgotten existed, but just still
Used to be
exists,
called
and Vlad
Team
likes
Book,
it.
now the Selfish Book. So.
Yeah, yep. Is very much so for Vladimir. So I want to see which direction he goes in this game.
I would like to see Kira go a bit more defensively and make use of the Spirit Visage and how well that works with Vladimir, simply because, again, they don't really have a tank line. It's more of like a pseudo-tank line between Echo and Vlad, so I think he needs to pick up some slack there as opposed to just being a true carry. He's there to facilitate Stay Host and Miracle.
Makes sense to me. Stone Mage, he's in the bottom side of mid, got the double buffs. But unfortunately the spawn was on the top side, so RNG'd out of his first mark of the
Unluck.
Kindred. Yeah, feels bad. Man, Stejos just taking the rest of his jungle here. So early game junglers haven't really met each other just yet, but to be expected.
This is still, I'm sorry, this is just disastrous. Like, this middle lane does not exist for hard random. They're playing a 4v5 till further notice.
I
Like,
mean,
he is behind a level, he's behind farm, and that's not going to slow down anytime soon.
like you said, everyone has a good matchup into Vladimir, and he is taking a lot of skill shots to the face, though, I will say that. But look at the farm disparity. 40 farm to 25 at this stage in the game. Faldrin, at least top lane's going well for Smurf, even level 4 versus level 5, and is either going to get the parallel convergence, doesn't quite get the stun down. Faldrin returns a bit of damage, but we'll start heading back to base. Mid lane, Stone Mage is just backing up Naru as well, just in case Zejos happens to be there. But even under tower, look at the pressure coming out from Naru.
Well, he gets to
diveable.
be that aggressive simply because Stormage is in the area, and they know that even if this comes out to a 2v2, they have the advantage.
Look at the
He's got the
damage.
Q. It's good. Oh, no.
Oh,
pulled it.
pulled
Good
out of
pull.
it, yeah. He knew the timings of Naru's combo, but when you're so far back, he was basically almost as in a turret, and when you have to fear Lulu at that threat range, it's disgusting. But almost a 20 CS advantage just built up in that middle lane alone. That's basically perfect CS from Naru, actually, because he hasn't been forced out of a lane. So now Stayhouse is picking up a lot of this as well, and it's not looking good for Kira, at least in the first couple levels.
And meanwhile, Naru is like a challenger approaches. Who's next?
Yeah, I'll take you. I'll take on everyone. Miracle and Licorice are kind of locked in the bottom lane, though, so they won't be coming up for a while. Last game,
So many bans.
so many bans in mid lane.
Like mid lane bans,
Yeah,
and they
5.
forgot Lulu existed.
Yep. And of
weird.
course, Naru plays it, so I don't know, because they banned out the Azir and LeBlanc against him. It's like, yes, they're strong champions, but did you really need to ban the Azir? Like, that was not primarily the reason you lost that last game, but nice flay in the bottom lane. Dumbledore, he's out, see ya! Takes the magical journey back to safety. Achu will just back off to his tower.
And we talked about, maybe Stormage would look for the bottom lane to try to get them snowball ahead, but he is actually creeping up into the back here, and the 3v3 is continuing. Stayhouse trying to reset the lane for his bot lane.
Yeah, he's still sticking around. Wow, the hook onto Dumbledore. He can't really follow up. If he pulled the trigger, he'd be under tower and would probably die. But Stomach, he just appears in the bottom lane. Stayhouse going to take this lantern back to safety. Over to Miracle. He's good to go. Kira, he's been back how many times now, guys? 3?
I've lost count, but it's
Yeah.
also the fact that every time we
Make it
go
4.
mid, he has no health. Like, this is the sign of a losing middle lane. I'm going to go get 40 health.
46 health. I mean, it's something, right? Every little helps. But one Glitter Lance will probably kill him with a W coming in here.
So Naru's level 7. And Stone Mage may not have his ultimate, but Naru having his means diving is 100% achievable.
There's a lot of clench going down in this middle lane. Sanguine Pool, but he's got the hell picks on top of him. Got to run away. Okay, he gets out of range, and there was no Glitter Lance because he just used it. But Stone Mage is also in the bottom side, so there's a very small place that Kira has safety in his lane, and it's somewhere near his base. Like, again, there's another 40 health.
But I like the communication coming out of Supermassive. They could have pulled the trigger, Rusty's right, on looking for the dive, but knowing that the bot lane was back, you saw Liquor immediately booking it up towards the mid lane. Thresh is roaming, he's back, probably has a sight zone, he's either going to place wards or he's going to help that Vladimir. Don't dive.
We know it's Liquor, right? So is he placing wards or is he helping mid lane? I think it's a pretty defined decision. But you're right, very aware from Supermassive, and you can tell they're in a best of 5. Turkey notoriously good in best of 5 series as well. Even historically accurate in the All-Star tournament, which is something you wouldn't expect to make much sense.
It's weird too, because they've been very good over the course of this tournament, specifically at disengaging from situations and maximizing their resources across like disengaging and saying, you know, there's no reason, we got the objective we wanted, just back up from this, we'll start getting chip damage elsewhere on the map.
Well, the interesting thing in this game is it's less interesting and more sad that Vladimir is getting bodied in the mid lane. He hasn't even got the Hextech Revolver yet, which is
He's got the double book.
Yeah, he needs it. I don't even understand how that works. It's a buck into a gun, which builds into a buck. But maybe it hides it somewhere.
Knowledge is
in the book.
power.
Knowledge is power. There we go. We've discovered it on the IWCI broadcast here.
It's not actually power right now.
No,
it's
it's really
not.
not. Well, the problem is it's the 2 bucks, right? So when you have the gun, that's where the power comes out.
But you can also turn it into a gun as well. Like, you have the option after you get it. Do you want a book or a gun?
Yeah, power is
weird.
power, or knowledge is power.
Maybe it's one of those books with, like, the pages cut out and it's gun inside.
On the bright side, though, closer to level 9, hit that initial power spike that you were talking about, Rusty, with the level 7, which means he has more points in his queue. Obviously, when he's level 9, gets the max. And that's when Vladimir starts to have a better time as good spell shield, but not needed.
Yeah, not in range. That's actually one of those rare times you probably want to walk back into the skill shot to get the mana. But at this point, it's not too bad. He backed very recently.
Teleport's behind,
There's
2
the
of
ultimate
them.
on the hunt. Teleport's coming out, Sedros as well, but Domadoge,
Oh.
I think he's pretty dead. He takes the magical journey. That's the ultimate coming out. Sedros will follow him down. Collateral damage, can't outrun a bullet.
And the big thing, of course, was where the box placement was. Licorice doing a phenomenal job right there. So unfortunately for Dumbledore, he actually ticked 2 corners of the box going through and just ate that slow as well as the collateral damage.
Hurts. Maybe he was able to get to the magical journey a little bit faster, but I think still Stedos would have taken him out. Stone Mage into the bottom lane is going to be clearing away this mini wave, so not going to be picking up the tower. Do get 50% of the health off and clear out the vision in the bottom lane. Maybe they can go dragon as well with the pressure they've accumulated. But Kira, he's still chugging along in the middle lane, taking more damage, trading off against Naru. He's actually getting a fairly good trade, but he's so low right now. Anything from Naru will kill him.
He does really need to respect the fact that Stehos is underneath him, though.
Yeah. Now he has to recall.
Looking for a sneaky little lance.
It's only going from, like, bad to worse right now in this middle lane. The teleport, however, didn't even give him anything.
No, revolver hype, though. It's almost 11 minutes into the game, and Kira has managed to pick up his revolver. So that, honestly, is a massive help for Vladimir in that lane, but you want it maybe in half the time.
In a very awkward... Oh.
He's good.
So much respect by Supermassive given. Like, I agree. Like, I think that was 100% kill-worthy if they decided to pull the trigger on it.
Yeah. Just kind of watched him. Like, I don't
Just
get
observing.
Every step he takes, he is being watched. Stedos taking his jungle once again.
Subtle.
Yeah. Always with the subtle references. Stone Mage also at the bottom side of the map, clearing this one out. So small advantage over to Supermassive in this game. But not as massive as we saw from Hard Random, even though that didn't resolve in anything bigger. But is this a good laning phase for Hard Random? Because they haven't been crushed. They have 1 kill on the map so far. And Vladimir, yes, he's very far behind, but at least he's scaling, right?
Haven't been crushed. There's an organic lead of 1,000 gold when Hard Random have the first blood through basically a farm discrepancy. 72 to 117, that's quickly closing in on doubling his CS.
But is your goal just to survive, right? Because we're talking about this is like a punish comp, and you want to scale with the Vladimir, you want to scale with the rest of these picks. So, yes, they've lost in farm disparity, but they're not dead.
No, they're definitely not dead. Like, Carbon on the desk saying it was
Silver
GG.
linings?
Oh, hello.
Oh.
The direct counter to Graves, walls.
Run away. Yeah, and walls, minions, in fact, anything, really, that you can stick behind you and him.
Purple side Bard is just so punishing when he gets to play it. It's one of those really strong color picks. Not a lot of champions have really strong color matchups, but Bard in particular, when he gets to be on that bottom side, and exactly because of what you just saw on your screen. The shape of the map, the fact that he gets that really long exit path out with the magical journey, super punishing.
Well, Kira, you can see a little bit more sustain in the mid lane. And now he's actually getting to trade even with Lulu because her damage will start to peter off later into the game and his will start to ramp up. So we'll hit that point at some point. It's not this point.
People always say that Lulu's damage falls off, which is technically true at about 35 to 40 minutes, but majority of these games, because it snowballs so quickly, Lulu's damage is still quite effective, especially because we know that Naru is going to go for a Lich Bane after his Spell Thieves. At least that's what he's been doing over the course of the tournament. I don't expect him to change now.
No. Oh, Kira going into the Sanguine pool, but Zeus was there, so was able to get away from that. Good culling will split up the both bot laners, but there was no one to close in on the top side, so going to be okay in the bottom lane. But yeah, for sure, especially the way these Lulus have been building in terms of their spikes. They constantly hit these spikes around like the 50-minute mark, 20, 25, and then later into the game, yeah, sure. But we're never really getting to 50-minute games, so
when a game ends between 25 to 30 minutes, Lulu is still very relevant in your damage there, and Naru will show you just that.
For sure. Faldrin haven't actually paid a lot of attention to top lane. A lot of the action's been happening around mid lane, the junglers, bot lane, but top lane's just been chugging away. And this Echo pick has not demolished the Poppy. He was trading very well in the early game, but I mean, Poppy's in a good shape.
The idea is survive the lane, right?
Yeah.
Like I said that at the start of the game. Right now, Faldrin's doing better than that by somehow being up by 10 CS, but that was mostly the teleport Smurf used to go to the bottom lane. So this is still a win for Supermassive because towards the team fights, very much relevant.
And I want to talk about the team fight again in execution. Something that Poppy and Lulu have a ton of synergy on is their ability to isolate factors in a team fight. You think about Lulu's ability to slow down multiple members, to speed someone up, to create distance, and that's so punishing against hard randoms comp in particular because, again, it's the Venn diagram of murder. They need everything stacked up together, and so the ability for Poppy to knock someone away or multiple members away, and then Lulu to create space and pull the line of scrimmage apart from the back line. Again, so many tools for better execution. Just have faith that hard random can just smash their face into a choke point.
Yeah, that's the goal.
5 flashes and
5 flashes, just all in, because that's pretty much the way they have to get into these fights, because there's no real hard engage. You run at them with Sivir and hope for the best.
Flanks are so important for this comp.
Yeah. Faldrin taking away this pink. Stomage is looking to maybe get something in the top lane, but Smurf, level 11, tier 2 ultimate, full health. Probably not going to die very easily.
I think they want the Herald, but the amount of pressure that's now coming down in this middle lane, you can see how it slowly goes towards the favor of the Vladimir. Numbers are here now.
Good fate onto Vlad and the tower. Probably wanted one or the other, and will flash out of the way immediately. Teleport in response. Great hook from Liquid. Oh. He goes in. Doubleman Flay. Tejas as well. And now Dumbledore's back into the circle to try and keep himself alive. But this should be a big win for Hard Random. Faldrin a little late to the party, but knocks 2 people away. Tejas now separated from his team. Naru desperately trying to get in range to land some of his damage. We'll get a shield off at the very least. 2-0, and his tower will be going down.
Wow. He has to completely back off, though, just because of the threat of a ricochet coming off the tower, which is why Naru is continuing to respect.
One crit from the ricochet could be enough to take him out, but now he's got a decent amount of health back coming in from the sustain.
Meanwhile, they do manage to chip away the tower in the bot lane, trading it for mid lane, so not completely awful for Supermassive, but huge props to Liquid. That hook turned that fight around.
Yeah, pardon me for saying no engage. When Liquid's playing and he can land every single hook ever and then land a follow-up into Flay and box, yeah, then you have engage.
We'll call it non-committal CC.
Yeah.
That's what we always call it for us, Kieran.
Yep.
We did see a lot of glimpses, however, of what both teams are capable of doing. The Kindred ultimate is also very good into Vladimir, because whilst you're doing all of this damage and you're destroying everyone's health bars, put down the Lamb's Respite just denies a lot of that period of time where the strength lies for Hard Random.
In the end, it didn't really end up mattering. Dumbledore was like, I see the circle, I'm going to go back into it, but unfortunately everyone else from Hard Random's here. Good sidestep on the Glitterlands, but mid tower goes down. So despite winning that team fight from Hard Random, they just pick up 1 tower, and Supermassive picked up 2 just from rotational plays immediately after.
And it really goes back to, again, that organic lead that's been created in the lanes through CS discrepancies and just straight up winning your lanes. So 3 kills to Hard Random, but they're still down in gold.
I don't see the lane change here. Is like snipe battles. Yeah. I don't see how putting the Lucian top lane against the Echo is a smart idea.
Kill pressure on Lucian.
Yeah, exactly.
Agreeing.
Like Smurf can kill the Lucian very easily on his Echo, which means the Dumbledore has to be with him. If there's one thing Dumbledore does not do, as you can see him going bottom right now, whereas AD carries on the opposite side of the map.
You good?
He's redefining the word support.
Where is my support? Bottom?
Yeah. Supporting himself. He's not supporting the ADC.
Dragon's up.
Dragon's up, so I'm going there. It's just like, I don't know, it's like Lucian's strong in a long
That
lane.
sums it up so well, doesn't it? It's like
Yeah, it
Dragon's
really
up, we're
does.
going to Dragon, and the AD carries like, we're going where?
Faldrin. Yeah. And Liquid coming in, and Faldrin is legit just by himself, but he's tanking 4 people, pops the ultimate onto 2 players, and now the rest of the team is trying to help him out. So many resources being used, collateral damage, Kira as well. Ah, he's gonna fall to these for the ultimate.
But meanwhile, top lane, Smurf takes the tower, so they pick up hard and pick up a kill as well as the tower objective in response to the dragon, and he's still getting chip damage on this second tier.
I guess he's getting a lot of damage on that one, in fact, and Smurf will get the shields, and Ashe only now arrives. And yeah, so it actually worked really well for Hard Random. Was that second dragon really worth it? Because so rarely are we even getting to a timer in the game where you can even think about getting 5. I think last game we had 4, and that was split between both teams.
Well, second dragon's a little bit punishing.
Yeah, for the tower damage. Sure.
Yeah.
You need to hit towers for that to work,
Yeah,
however.
exactly.
But you get the vibe that Supermassive are trying to accelerate the map where they can. By taking that dragon, now's a really good time to open up the map, get that top lane turret, and then try and utilize just objective control, vision control, make picks with it. They have the superior team fighting team. They're allowed to execute.
Did he just taunt him?
Yeah, he did.
Wow, well played there. Yeah, he just walked up the bush water and I think taunted him, so props. I mean, Kira, he knew he didn't have flash and he didn't have ult, so I guess he's not really any kill pressure. He didn't have Rylai's either, so it's not like Vlad's going to chase you down. But he's still 3-0-0 in this game. There's the Wota, and he's definitely caught up, for sure. Those 3 kills have helped a lot. So it looks like he's going for Rylai's now with his current build.
That's the big thing that you underline there, is the fact that he was the beneficiary of so many kills going in his way, which is really compensated for how hard he lost the mid lane. Likewise, because they have Sivir, they have tools that even though that mid lane is down, that they can continue to wave clear pretty effectively, while Vlad continues to level up.
Very true. Kira is, yeah, he's at the stage where he can just clear camps and clear minion waves incredibly easily. Snowmage taking that red buff for himself as well. How's he doing on stacks? 3 so far at 20 minutes. It's okay. It's not spectacular, but not bad either. Top lane is currently sitting on the Iceborne Gauntlet and the Sunfire Cape. Very similar items as well in the top lane from Faldrin. So I haven't seen a massive impact from the top lane just yet in this game. Naru's going to find Kira in the bottom lane. Just polymorph, harass combo, walk away. Kira can't do anything about it.
Like, there's no trading anymore that's going to work out favorably for Naru. Like, that was a good trade. I'll see you next wave when I'm back to full health once again and we can start from scratch.
Yeah.
That's basically what's happening right now. There's also, so Lichbane with his current build is really good for split pushing, really good for taking down turrets and securing objectives.
But he has no one he can split push against, like the Echo and the Vlad.
There's no winning split push lane for him right now. I would have much preferred to see like an Abyssal Scepter with the Morellos and actually work around your team fighting so that you survive through the Vladimir and you're relevant with the teleport.
Yeah, he's just sitting in that bot lane, but you're totally right, Rusty. Like, Kira was just going to continue getting all his health back, continually stacking Tides of Blood, and now Transfusion is giving him so much health. And Stone Mage back into his jungle. So, kind of hitting points in the game, we're getting a lull in the action. We had a lot of fighting for the first 20 minutes.
And this was an issue that we've talked about with Kindred over the course of this tournament, is that Graves just has so much more of a consistent power spike simply because it's an RNG factor of how quickly Kindred's going to snowball. Typically it takes her time to ramp into her full final form, if you will. So
That is stated.
yes, but Supermassive still like definitely waiting on Stomage and their other carries to take off, especially now that Naru has been neutralized, like you said, in these side lanes against either Echo or Vlad.
I haven't really seen bot lane interact a whole lot with the rest of the map. They've kind of been locked down there, which is ironic when you look at these supports and how much they usually roam. Dumbledore has roamed a little bit, Liquid into the mid lane. All 4 of those kills have kind of been on his back, honestly. But the ADCs have just been in the bot lane by themselves. Faldrin going 1 versus 1 on Smurf. But with the tower down, I'm not really sure about that trade. Echo, he excels in those long lanes, especially when the towers are down, because he just chases you down, he speeds himself up, he slows down the opponent, and then you die.
Naru's going to fight and lose it.
Yeah, this is not good for him. Flash aggressively and flash defensively from Naru. And Kira, the damage is mounting up. Hemo Plague, Tides of Blood, and gets the slowdown with the Rylai's. Bod even coming out there trying to save his ally, but it's just not going to happen. And Vladimir, he's turned online.
There aren't many things that I can say positively towards Naru here. Firstly, the item build feels wrong to me, knowing that he's against a Vladimir. Choosing to fight the Vladimir as well is just a big mistake because he'll get constantly chunked out. Stone Mage is having a go though.
Oh, end of the line lands from Stayhorse. That is a little bit risky. Both junglers drop low enough where they both just want to back away. On the hunt, used Liquid looking for the flay. He lands it, the box as well. The slowdown before he gets behind the tower, keep his verdict. Whereas Falgent looking to throw it, nowhere. So he's able to zone him away regardless. Hammer Shock is enough to clear the wave. And the rest of the team is looking to back him up. So hard round to get anything in the top sides of the map. But Kira, he's starting to get to the point where he's a real issue. And it was just really from that mid lane play because he was just straight up shut down out of that laning phase from Naru. But those 3 kills alone just like rockets him into Vlad mode.
It's like the Master Yi of the mid lane, you know?
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what happens during laning phase.
35 minutes?
Yeah, you get him those items, he's always going to be a big deal.
The solo queue nightmare, but in competitive. Yeah, but it's just not fun, you know? It's just like, but we shut him down, we did everything right, and then he just happened to pick up all the kills in that fight. Flash hook doesn't land onto Naru, but Liquid tried.
The big thing, though, is you look at Vladimir's scoreline, and then, hey, check out Liquid's scoreline. See anything?
Whoa.
Weird.
Yeah.
No, this guy all over the map. And I do want to quickly touch on the play that they attempted to make happen top lane. Yeah, they weren't able to execute or to find the kill on Thaldron's Poppy there. Didn't even have to burn the flash. But the mentality there was correct. They're starting to pull Supermassive around the map. And the big thing is the change of pace here. So the fact that Hard Random now have the gold lead, but they're also controlling Supermassive, where for the majority of the series, it's been Supermassive in the driver's seat.
Bottom lane, Kira. He beat one person, but now he's in this 1 versus 2. Look at the damage out from the Hemo Plague. Amplified up that damage. Sanguine pull, waiting for those cooldowns. Procs the more Mortius and gets the shutdown.
That was good.
That was a good wild growth as well. TP coming in from
followed it.
Smurf.
Wow.
Oh, he's going in. The ball's on Smurf. He's out. See ya. Back up to top lane. I take that back. He's just going to carry on farming, and Smokestream comes out, but he should be able to pick up this tower now. He's got a mini wave coming in there.
Naru does have teleport, so he can answer it should the tower be in much trouble, but it looks like Supermassive going to collapse on the dragon, and there we go. There's the TP and consolidate their objectives.
So should be able to defend this, but top tower's dropped very low. Nope. It was a good attempt on the boomerang, but yeah, Stonewitch had to horribly miss smite. Naru, question mark. Not entirely sure. He's making some very questionable decisions.
It's almost like
in terms
he's
of
not
trading.
built to split push, but he has a split pushing build.
Yeah.
He's built to PvE. Let's be fair. Echo does magic damage, Vladimir does magic damage. He's running teleport as his mid laner, which means I'm just going to sit here and question him endlessly. But they get themselves the 3rd dragon for that. So one big pick onto the overextended Kira. Follow that up with the objective. This is still Supermassive playing towards their strengths, but they're also exploiting their weaknesses because Hard Random are capitalizing through 1-3-1 now.
I feel like mid lane gets a little crazy when you put 5 mid lane bans out there. It's just like, okay, now what? Lulu, Vladimir, okay. And then they're just kind of a little thrown off. But apparently in this circumstance, Kira is the one who excels. So he flourishes in this weird circumstance. But Liquid, he's in the mid lane looking for another hook to land on someone. Try and get another pick off.
So this actually comes back to the initial point that was said at the top of the block, and that we don't know what Naru's champion pool is because he primarily plays LeBlanc, Azir, Lissandra, and he had one other game on another champion, which was a loss. So we haven't seen all of what Naru has to offer. This Lulu does not feel like it's offering much besides laning phase, but we know that Kira has deep pockets. We know he's got a lot of champions. He's an Anivia main that commands that ban. He's played this Vladimir in 1 already. He has so many champions available to him, and laning phase aside, Kira feels more comfortable.
But if we take a step back and look at this game, there is not a big gold disparity. 700 gold is not a lot. The towers are equal. 3 dragons over to Supermassive, so they're in good shape. And they have 2 ADCs who are actually not doing badly in this game. Bot lane's out-farming his counterpart. Stonewitch in the jungle is gradually stacking up, looking for this more carry-orientated build. So really, they are in a good position. You just really have to fear this Vladimir, but if they can shut him down, then the fight is basically theirs. However, he is vamping a lot, and if he gets in the middle of 5 people and pops Tides of Blood, everyone's going to die. So just very difficult to play around this Vladimir right now.
Yeah, and I've always really liked Sivir with Vladimir. Again, one of the big primary things that he lacks is his ability, like Rise, to kind of get into a team fight. Flanking is incredibly important, so it's nice that they have a double TP, that he also has that Summoner spell, and once the Home Guard comes online for him, able to utilize that and look for flanks, but more importantly, on the hunt.
Yeah, what they need is a Callista, and then bind him, and then throw him into the fight. And then it's just like, oh, you need a gap closer?
Nope,
No, we'll do
too
it.
far. It was close.
Yeah, but yeah, double TP. It's good, and yeah, the vision control has definitely been pretty good from Hard Rhino. It's kind of all over the place right now from both teams.
Deep.
Well, they put it down bottom here because the easiest objective for them to siege on the map was going to be the last standing outer, which they did a good job picking it up. At this point now, they need to pick up their vision and they need to move it to the top side of the map again. The Dragon is down, so there's a 6-minute window where they actually can play around the Baron area without contesting there.
Flash
As everything
play,
misses.
but that's a lot of flashes coming out. I think 4 people just flashed in quick succession.
Yep, but more importantly, the fact that the top tier tower is very, very low, which means that someone from Supermassive will constantly have to be on the defense there, especially with Echo utilizing his TP as well as the Echo relocation. If he wants to have some crazy cross-map plays, juking people out.
Yeah, I already saw it in this game. That's like the nice thing and the bad thing about Echo, because like you can teleport in, and if it's not working out, you can just peace out back to top lane, especially if top lane doesn't have TP, or you can force a TP as well. But sometimes you want to jump in and you want to stay in the fight, but if you're going to die within those 4 seconds, then you don't have that safety net, and you have to pull the trigger and leave the fight, and basically leave your team 4 versus 5. So there's always that option.
This is really risky. I like the idea that they're continuing to apply pressure on Kira and trying to catch him overextended again with multiple members. It was really lucky, though, that Supermassive went for that, where they pulled Kindred to the bottom side of the map while Sivir was looking for a back. She ended up canceling her back just because they saw on vision where Kindred was. But again, playing on the bot side, especially against the likes of Sivir Graves, is very dangerous right now with the Baron coming up. But the team should start to readjust their focus to the bottom as Dragon is now 1 minute 30 seconds out.
Well, we've got a couple items being picked up now. Black Cleaver out of the jungle coming in from Graves, but also the Phantom Dancer out from Stone Mage in this one. We've got a lot of people coming into the top lane. There's a lot of men chasing Faldrin down as the W being charged up, trying to get the stun out Faldrin. Nice sidestep, but the tower will be falling. Faldrin, he now needs to run away, but he just kind of walks back into them. Tempered Fate doesn't land on anyone, goes right between the goalposts, and 3-man Keeper's verdict, but it's too late, and Dumbledore isn't able to save him.
But the reason why Hard Random are up there is because, again, Dragon's about to respawn. They've already set their triangle vision deep there, so they need to make use of the wards before the Dragon comes up. We know that this tower is low. You know the play is going to be made there.
Now, the top tower siege is coming out. Good call comes from Achu, and when the mini wave is so far away, there's nothing really that Hard Random have to gain up here, apart from maybe a random hook landing from Licorice. Bot lane, again, Kira is just pressuring in Naru. The tables have been turned, and he'll just continue to put down the pressure. And Hard Random getting this deep vision, doing everything they need, getting those flank wards, pushing in this mid lane, doing everything well. This is a very interesting build coming out from Stone Mage with the Phantom Dancer out of the jungle, and we haven't really seen him sit in the side lane either for the dueling. So what do you think about this one, Rusty?
Oh, man. I don't know. I would have preferred the Hurricane for the team fighting. I think as far as dueling goes, he's kind of indirectly doing it during team fights, which is a pretty cool thing, I guess, to expand on. He's always hitting Kira.
Yeah.
So Kira's going to be doing less damage for it, and whilst it does a lot of AoE damage, the individual member that is a Mora Malmortis Phantom Dancer Kindred should not be dying to Kira and can actually do enough damage to keep him down.
Bard mechanics. And has to flash away, actually, culling a lot of damage. And Dark Passage will bring him back to safety very briefly. But Flash being down from Vlad is actually pretty big for these fights.
Yeah, and it gives them the advantage on the Dragon position. And reminder, Supermassive have all of the Dragons for the game. This will be Dragon 4. Good sidestep.
Yeah. Smurf coming in there as well. Power Out Convergence chasing down. Timewinder comes out. Stone Mage, he just wants to get to the wall to hop over. Gets it. And did go into that Life Grip passive in from the Mora Malmortius. Now Hard Random again have momentum, and the mini wave is already being pushed in by Kira, so this should be an easy sweep. Naruto being chased down. Kira as well. Parallel convergence. Doesn't quite land, but zoning him away. Dumbledore trying to get up in the grill of Kira. He doesn't care that Kira is 4-1. He's still going to try and hit him with the meeps. Faldron coming in from behind. They're going to try and pull the trigger here. Keeper's verdict lands onto Kira. He's going to go in. Human Play comes out. Liquid looking for the hook. Doesn't land. Stomach dropping low. Instant ultimate Lamps Spike comes out. And Faldron trying to get involved. Dumbledore is being zoned away. He goes down. And Faldron still is tanking up this team, but what's he going to do? He doesn't have the damage. That's the second kill of the fight over to Hard Round and make that the third. Now they're sieging into the fight. They had to do something, but that was not it.
Look at the zone potential from Smurf on this Echo pick. It came up in spades. Achu never had a chance to get into a fight, and the fact is, Smurf's still sitting on his ultimate.
This actually could be the end of the game. That was so smart by Smurf that he was keeping that one caster minion alive, so he uses ultimate just to make that happen. Take down the inhibitor, pushing in. Kira's low, but look at that. One transfusion, 200 health back. He's getting all of this lifesteal. And now that Smurf is coming back in from base, he's full health. They're sieging in. Liquid, he's tanking up the Nexus turrets. Naru is being zoned back to base. And Sehos, he's able to zone him away. Taking a lot of damage. Glitterlance will take down the Graves, but they're just taking down these objectives. Smurf's turned around. There's no way Naru's getting out of this one. And Dumbledore, there's not much he can do by himself. And after all of this, Stomage, he's trying his best. But Kira, he's got the damage onto the Nexus. And after all of that, Carmen was right. We're going to Game 3, 1-1.
Massive performance out of Hard Random right there. We kind of doubted their composition, but they were able to execute it extremely well. In fact, I think we only saw maybe 2 full 5v5s that entire game.
Yeah, barely even, honestly. And it was so simple. It was picks trying to be established, but you can't actually kill anybody from Hard Random. And by forcing themselves around objectives, the crowd control's less necessary because the engage was actually on Turkey to go in and Supermassive. They fumbled that engage. They did nothing coordinated, honestly. It felt like, with those mid lane bans, with putting him on Lulu, it felt like a different team.
And I do want to kind of underline the word pick that you said, Rusty, right there, because if you looked at Liquor, it had 90% kill participation. There were 10 kills in the game for his team. He was involved in 9 of them, and this Thresh did so much work. He was the big catalyst for Kira initially getting 3 kills in the mid lane, appearing. Top lane, he was making plays happen, so didn't get the Bard, made it work on the Thresh.
I agree. Like, the big takeaway from me was really Liquid putting the team on his back, because that mid lane was going so badly, but it was like, you mentioned that point in the game for us, where it's like he had 4 assists, mid lane had 4 kills. Like, I wonder where that came from. He's like, literally just carried his team. So well played from Liquid, and we need to see more of that in this series. But still, 1-1, so we have at least 2 more games coming up. We're going to send it over to Pastry Time and the gang to take a look at that series.
Thank you very much. And what a game it was. We are going to even things up and effectively push to a best of 3 here in the grand finals. What happened in that draft, boys? Because that was probably our biggest question moving into that one. It was weird. 5 mid lane bans and a pick there for the Lulu. And Kira, he had a bad time to start things off.
Echo forehead.
Champion's pretty good.
Yeah, look, a lot of things that I thought were going to be issues in the draft were not issues due to gameplay. I thought Liquid played amazing. Like I said, they didn't really have any engage whatsoever, and I thought they were really going to struggle to try and find fights that they needed. They had plenty of damage. They had Echo, Vlad was going to scale, they had Siva was also going to scale, so they had tons of damage. They also got the Graves again. So I felt like their entire team comp was really good, but the Vlad, not having CC, really hurt them. They only had 1 engage tool. Now, lucky for them, Liquid is a beast. 3-man flays, crazy hooks, just unbelievable play from him. And he was the entire team's engage and disengage in one. Just a great game.
Yeah, and I believe he had like 90% kill participation, like Frostgaren mentioned. His Thresh just just out of my mind. Like, he just plays something that's
what a meme.
Unimaginable in my head.
And like, what a player to carry on support just as a sole engage. Like, teams do this every now and then, but you should not do this. Like, this shouldn't work. But Liquid able to make it work. And I have to say, Hard Random, actually team fighting well just in general. It was a weird comp to fight with, but great baits there in general. I felt like Supermassive were going to have enough of an objective leave to kind of bring it all together, but they just fought wonderfully. Kira just the bait lord.
The late game was really, really good. The mid and the late game were really, really good from Hard Random. But I feel like this is kind of the opposite of last game, where last game, Hard Random had a fantastic start, did all the right things, and then fell apart. This game, I felt like they had an awful start. Echo didn't start with the strong opening build, which is the pot into Darksteel, Doran's Ring. Those 3 items are so strong together. Darksteel obviously helping the
sustain.
the sustain from the pot, super strong opening. Didn't do it. He just went pot straight into Boots Ruby Crystal, which is such a poor build, and he got punished early by the Poppy in lane. I felt like the bot lane, they weren't winning 2v2. The Bard was really strong. Jungle wasn't getting that much done. He got 1 kill in 15 minutes. I mean, Kindred didn't do much, but she had really good Dragon secure. And then you look at the mid lane, obvious mismatch, just gets absolutely destroyed by this Lulu.
Yeah, and Supermassive, they were the one who had 4 dragons, and Dragon doesn't win you the game. Killing Nexus wins you the game. I think the biggest culprit in this game is I was actually really disappointed by Naru's build. He went for the classic Faker build, the split pushing tower build, whereas personally I think he should have gone for more AP, Morellonomicon, deny that healing debuff, and go for the decap and amplify your ADCs to do more work.
Yeah, he tried to go, like you said, the Faker build, and I think that was because they were afraid of Vlad in the side lane. Like they saw the lane phase, and they were like, okay, like Lulu destroys Vlad, and then Vlad goes to the side lane, and they're like, okay, let's just send Lulu there. But in this comp, like I was saying at the start of the game during the draft, Lulu Lucian, hard random had no answer for it. If they grouped, they had no way to get on the Lucian. Literally, Liquid would have had to hit the most miracle of all miracle hooks for them to be able to win a 5v5 equal gold team fight. But because they went split push build, sent Lulu into the side lane, he was never there to buff the Lucian. Vlad ends up scaling with a couple great picks from Liquid. And then even the last team fight, to be honest, was all on the Poppy. The Poppy came in with a terrible Poppy ult, which only pops up Vlad. Vlad immediately turns around and destroys them all. So I feel like Supermassive kind of, I don't want to say they gave them the game, but they gave them a lot of opportunities.
Well, definitely a few fumbles there, and a nice strong team fighting there for Hard Random does push them through to a win. Don't go too far away. Game 3 is coming right up as the teams are tied up 1-1. And welcome back, everyone, to the International Wildcard Invitational Grand Finals. We're all tied up here after 2 games of Supermassive Esports and Hard Random. We'll split the first 2 games. We're effectively in a best of 3 now, and what we couldn't ask for a better start to the series here. Once again, my name is Julian Pastry Time Car. Still joining me on the analyst test are Tim Carmen Wendell and Lucio Soul Strikes Park. Let's talk about that last game and what we want to see moving into Game 3, because I have to say, a win there for Hard Random, a little unexpected given the draft. I feel like Supermassive were on the right track, but they just didn't execute quite properly in that last game.
Yeah, I think a big part of this series is Blue Side.
Yep.
I think Blue Side is so strong right now. Echo priority pick, won them the second game. Maokai picked the first game, won them that. I feel like Red Side eventually in this series is only going to have one flexible ban, and that Red Side every game is going to have to ban Echo Maokai. Be very curious to see the draft this time around.
Yeah, same. Like, there's been a lot of mid laners banned, especially when Supermassive was on the purple side. But when hard randoms are on the purple side, like Carbon said, there's only going to be the main ban will be the Echo and the Maokai.
And again, we talk about that last game. We look at it, and 5 mid lane bans is a lot. We even had Nari pick a Lulu away, which I don't think Kira probably can play it, but doesn't really want to play it. He did go to Vlad. I honestly feel like Nari kind of hurt himself there as well, because we said it, like, his Lulu is good, but also didn't get it done. Like, no CC in these mid lanes, or no hard CC, it's kind of rough.
Yeah, I think... Look, Nari obviously played really well. He had a 50 CS advantage,
he was smashing
like
that
a natural 50 CS advantage, and he took the mid tower first. So, like, he clearly played very well. I think he just faltered in his... decision making a little bit, just in the way he wanted to play. You know, his overall strategy. He thought, like, okay, like Vlad he got some kills. He's going to be stronger. I will build to hold him in the split push. Or maybe he just thought that, like, I'm ahead, so I'll build for split push, and then Vlad got the kills. You know, it could have worked that way as well. But I feel like the Lulu was good, and I feel like the comp was good as well. I didn't see any way that Hard Random were going to win an even 5v5, but they just didn't have the right strategy.
Yeah, I agree. And Lulu just defaulting back to just a really standard mid laner mage. And when he did group up, and with the split pushing item builds, it's not the Lulu you actually want. You don't have the right amount of speed buff for the AD carry with the nerf, so it kind of hurt himself.
Yeah, you definitely need raw AP if you want to be that. If you want to be in the team fights, you should definitely be building raw AP.
And that's kind of what happened. We saw that the team fights were really where Hard Random could take over. Yes, maybe some fumbles here and there on execution for Supermassive, but at the end of the day, we are all reset here. So let's have a look into Game 3. What are we expecting? We'll start with the obvious. Echo probably going to be banned forever. Should have probably been banned that last game as well.
Echo full head.
Still continuing to win every game except one, I believe, he's lost in the tournament.
I think Trundle got through last game.
Yep.
It didn't matter because Echo was up, but I think that Trundle next game is going to be really important because Echo and Maokai are probably going to be banned. We'll see whether or not they still prioritize that Poppy as the third top laner. We've seen both teams so far, if they couldn't get one of the top 2 going for the Poppy. If Trundle gets through, I definitely expect Hard Random to pick up that Trundle. I think that's a really good look for them as a team. Thaldrin, I think, is playing really well, even in that poor matchup. I did say that I thought Smurf's early build wasn't very strong, but Thaldrin played that matchup well. In the lane, he was even, usually 1 or 2 CS up, in fact. So that's he's clearly playing really well. So I think for Supermassive, if they can manage to find him a good matchup, they can definitely exploit that top lane again.
Yeah, and like Carbon said, Thaldrin did play very well, but it's just his rest of the team just didn't pivot, give him the pivot that he needed.
What do we think of the draft strategy then? Again, 5 mid lane bans is a lot. I'll probably keep mentioning it because it was, 5 mid lane bans and a Maokai were the total overall bans for the series. Is this I feel like on paper, Supermassive was set up well to try and win this game. Is that a draft they should go for again? Do the sides change their strategy? Because again, clearly, the plan was there, let's just ban these mages. And Supermassive were like, there's one, there's another one. And what do you do on the other side? I guess we went back and let's not, oh crap.
Yeah.
Now they're in a moment.
Look, I don't know if they need to. I think in the first game, maybe they were nervous, like, oh, we had Azir and they had Liss and he still 1v1 me. So, like, maybe we need to get rid of more mid laners. But I feel like especially after that second game, Naru hopefully has a bit more confidence to say, like, no, guys, it's okay. We don't need to ban him out. I can outplay him. I just need to have a decent matchup. And so I think the best strategy for Supermassive is just leaving everything up. Other than the Anivia, I don't think the Anivia should get through. But if they leave everything up, I think Naru can easily hold his own against Kira, and I think if they want to win this next game, they should realize. I think both teams need to realize that the focus is on the top lane.
Yeah, or the Graves perhaps.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Steos managed to get Graves both games.
Yep.
And I'm really surprised that he's getting this Graves all this time. I do want to, like Carbon said, I don't think Supermassive should really change much of their draft because I really like their picks. Maybe they think, oh no, we lost. Maybe we did something wrong in the pick ban. No, this perfectly fine with the pick bans. They should just go along with what they picked from the last game. Just work on your builds, work on your macro and micro games.
I think one thing with the Graves as well is I don't think Stomage is playing badly at all. He had a great Gragas game. The Kindred I thought was good as well. He had fantastic Dragon priority. A little bit is like, that was a little bit because of Vlad, but the fact that they got to 4 drags I thought was really big. So it's not like he's playing poorly on the other champs. It's just, I think that taking the Graves away would be so big. I think getting Stahos on something else would be a huge advantage for Supermassive.
Yeah, definitely.
And it doesn't feel like unlike the first game, Seos didn't really win the jungle matchup this time around. Kindred was able to contain a lot more, even though Stone Age Gragas was good. He kind of went for a bunch of ganks in game 1 that didn't work out. I do want to point out, though, that Old Mate did go for our favorite Graves build again. We talked about it in game 1. He was absolutely on top of it, had such an on-point build, more second, looking good. And then he was like, nah, not happening. Straight back to Black Cleaver.
I find it so irritating when someone does something that I don't think is good and then wins. It's like, this thing is so bad. Why do you do it? And he's just like, well, I've played 8 grand games and won 7. Like, you're not at this tournament, idiot. Yeah. So, look, I can't criticize him too much, I suppose. But, at the same time, rushing Black Cleaver is not good. Going Black Cleaver after more is not good. Starting 3 red pots with a machete is not good. I feel like he's so good on Graves, but he could be that little bit better if he just went refillable potion, more into either Phantom Dancer or Rapid Fire Cannon. I would be happy. He would be happy because his team wins. Just do it for everyone, man.
Yeah, I agree. As a jungler, it kind of irritates me to see his weird, odd build path, going for the Phage, going for the Warhammer, then wait for that 1k gold for Black Cleaver. It's just so weird.
First game he went Hex Drinker into Warhammer
Phage.
or Phage. Yeah, he went Hex Drinker into Phage. I don't know. Maybe he's doing the ultimate bravery or whatever, or maybe he's just rolling the dice. Okay, which one do I get first? Maybe he's just real likes building longswords. Maybe that's what it is. He just likes building. He just gets 5 longswords. He's just all right, what are we going to turn this into this game? It doesn't seem to matter because he wins every game anyway. But
I mean, Graves is a pretty good champion, as it turns out. On the subject of jungle builds, let's actually talk about the other side. Stomach and his Kindred build that game. Really good looking build. We've talked about it pretty much all week long. We love PD Kindred.
Amazing,
wonderful,
amazing build. He had fantastic camp management on the stacks. Amazing build. I love Hex Drinker into PD. More into PD. You're so tanky. You do so much damage. Really good dragon control. I feel like from a Kindred's perspective, he did everything right. Really, they only just fell apart at the end. Echo obviously was an issue. The Lulu build obviously was an issue. But I feel like he had a really good game on the Kindred, and that's why I think that maybe a ban on Graves would be better than taking the Graves, because his Kindred is clearly very good, and Stahos hasn't showed us that he can play Kindred at all. Really, I don't think he's played. He's played 1 game of Kindred.
Yeah.
So
I mean, doesn't need to. He keeps getting.
Yeah, I know. But I mean, I feel like from Supermassive's perspective, if they take away the Graves by banning it, the Kindred is very good, and I feel like Kindred's going to beat anything that Stahos brings to the table other than Graves.
Yeah, I was actually quite worried that Stormage Kindred, he didn't get any kills, but he did get 4 dragons out of it, so that's 20 stack worth of Devour stacks, and that's a lot of stack, and that's another win condition for the team. So Stormage, he's getting an extra win condition for his team, and playing the Kindred phenomenally.
Stacks on stacks on stacks.
Yep,
Yeah.
looking good. Execution, again, a bit lacking there. So we'll, of course, have the draft in a second and see exactly what the teams want to do. I want to ask, though, 1-1, always a split there on the first 2 games. What's important for these teams, obviously, is to win the next game and start momentum back up again. We'll start with Supermassive. What do they look for as far as gaining momentum back and trying to win this game and then putting themselves on match point?
Yeah, it's tougher for the team that picked up the game first because they've gone through that kind of emotional peak and then fall where, you're up because you're like, oh, we won the first game and, this is looking good. Like I said, that I said hard randoms were probably going to have big issues in the draft in the next game, but they didn't. So for hard random, they now have the momentum. Turkey need to make sure that they concentrate on the next game and leave that last one in the past. I think they need to recognize that they did actually play well, even though they lost. So this game is absolutely still in their hands. They have the blue side now, so lots of things for them to take confidence from coming into this game.
Yeah, blue side just massive. Just prioritizing. They have the option to prioritize the Echo. They can actually change the whole draft.
Yeah,
Like
they
not
get to
banning the
dictate
3
what the draft
majors
will
or
look like.
anything.
All right, so we've seen, I think, different players I think everyone's played about how we expect.
Yeah.
Maybe a bit of an overperformance from Thaldrong, which is a bit unexpected, but I think Smurf is equalizing well. I assume the top lane picks will normalize a little bit more now, and we'll probably see more even, more just farm-heavy top lanes, which is sort of what we've seen. I guess my other question is then, looking at 2 games now, we've got, a bit of some things to look at here as far as the teams are concerned. What about players who maybe can perform above and beyond? Because that's always the thing in a big series like this. You are going to need to really play up and play your best. We know the players who are playing well. Are there players maybe on these teams that can play better and try and pick their team up? Because maybe I'm even looking at some AD carries first off.
Yeah, I would say the same, but like you say that because the AD carries haven't shown much, and so you're saying like, oh, one of these AD carries could go off and carry. But we know from their history that neither of them are likely to do this. That's just not their play style. And so I don't expect either of them to, and I wouldn't expect either of them to. I think that, they have their play style, they do their job, and that's fine. We don't expect a big carry game from them. Maybe from Achu. I think Achu's been playing pretty well. I think he could have carried last game on the Lucian if the Lulu was with him. But I will say that for me, it's Dumble Doge. I think the Doge has been playing good, but Liquid has just been. It's like what we were saying that other day between the 90 and the 95 with Revolta. I feel it's like it's the same here. Doge is playing well, but Liquid is just playing that little bit better, and that's giving his team the edge right now.
Yeah, for me personally, I want to look at the Smurf. He did play a brilliant Echo game, but what happens if they ban the Echo?
Which they should.
Yeah.
What else is he going to play? What else does he have in the table?
He still has Trundle.
Yeah,
So I think we're going to see at least one Trundle game, and I think it's probably going to be this one, depending on the draft. But if he doesn't perform on Trundle, that's when I get really worried.
yeah.
And I guess we'll have to find out because I believe Champs like this coming up relatively soon, and we'll see what adjustments have been made here for this next draft. Very curious again to continue following our support matchup. I do agree. I think Liquid has been a bit better overall this tournament and a bit better overall in the series, but we know the Doge is a big clutch player. He can come up big.
That triple play
Oh
was
my God.
absolutely unbelievable. We were sitting there and I lost my mind. I mean, it does help the Kindred flashes, but he queued in, activated the second hook to queue in, and then saves his play. So good.
Well, we do have the bans here because we are into Champ Select for our 3rd game here. Supermassive on the blue side, hard random over on the red. And Nivea Rise Trundle LeBlanc is the illusion.
Forehead.
Echo, forehead, Echo.
I don't know why they're thinking so long.
Well, Maokai's up 2.
Yeah.
So that's the good thing here.
Good, great.
That's
Enjoy your bad matchup.
Yeah, but
No,
Echo beats Maokai, so...
Yes, Echo does beat Maokai, but Maokai can be more relevant in a team fight.
True.
Yeah.
That's the thing, is that while every champ loses to Echo, at least Maokai has something going for
He
him.
loses a little bit less. Well, we'll see what happens here because the obvious first pick is the Echo.
I like this move. Ban the Lucian, take the Sivir. Probably going to play something like the Kalista, but Kalista is very bad in the 2v1 after Dumbledore's roams. So yeah, like Lucio said, I think probably an Ezreal.
Well,
and the Graves again.
That's sort of been his default.
Which
but
is,
Graves again.
Oh, okay. So they are banning Trundle every time.
Yeah, that's actually the third Trundle ban. They did ban it in game 1. We did go back and check.
Yeah.
And they banned Nivea every game as well, I believe.
I think these 3 bans are fine. They've got the 2 target bans. I think maybe, I still think that you could drop the Rise. Until we see it, I don't think there's any reason to be super scared. Maybe Naru doesn't play it, and that's why they're banning it. But I think as these games go on, I think if Supermassive lose this game, I think the Rise ban could get dropped.
Is Kira going to play Vlad again? He did play Vlad against the Lissandra and played it quite successfully.
Ooh, Maokai, Tom Kench actually. So Bard still open. Liquor has not gone to it at all. And the Doja's played it 2 games in a row. Will likely be different, given that the current picks that given that there's Poppy and Echo in one game, so it will have to be actually.
I think he's definitely going to pick the Vladimir. We're seeing the double threat comp from the Supermassive. If he does pick the Gragas.
I think he should go Kindred here.
Yeah, I think he
They
should go
have fat
Kindred,
front line
but
with
yeah.
Poppy, Echo, Liss.
They pick Gragas.
Yeah, so they're going 2 threats here with an Ezreal, so that like Liss, Ezreal, not the highest damage. Maybe they're just counting on this Echo to split push to victory and then TP in with a bat and just bop them all in the head, which, let's be honest, is probably going to happen. And yeah, he does look in the Vlad.
The Prophet, Lucio, he knows.
Nice one.
That is the Vlad. I mean, but this time the pick seems much better, right? Because before it was like, I'm out of mid laners, what do I do?
Yeah.
What's good about the pick here? Because we've seen him play already in the matchup, like you mentioned.
Maokai has the CC, and it actually helps the Vladimir to do damage instead of making sure that Liquid does crazy...
Has to do the Mad Life outplay.
Yeah.
This time around, they have some CC with them. They have the Tarm. They have the Maokai. Again, Sivir ult. I'm really liking this Sivir Vlad combo, actually. It reminds me, it's kind of like a poor man's Sivir Rise.
It is.
Where the Rise is banned, but you still have this hard scaling champ who does so much damage and is tanky with Spell Vamp. Rise also has Spell Vamp, so I'm actually quite liking that combo.
Well, we'll have to see how it works out this game, because we are going to get ourselves onto Summoner's Rift in just a short while. Let's throw ourselves back over to the casting desk.
Cheers, guys, and yeah, welcome back to the cast desk once again. Another draft coming out here, and once again, leaving up the Echo, but this time giving it over to Falcon as well. What do you guys think about actually leaving that pick open?
Can't leave open Echo. I think it's pretty simple to say, right? Like, it's a pretty good champion, and whilst I agree with the desk in saying that Maokai can do better than other champions do against Echo, the point remains that Echo still wins it. It's just that Maokai's better at diffusing it, which is not really a winning factor. I do, however, like that the Vladimir is with an Echo, but I'm still more concerned that a Tahm Kench is with the Vladimir, because Licorice can't engage for him this time around.
Yeah, it's like a slightly better Band-Aid, right? Maokai in the top lane is still not good. But yeah, seeing Vlad come out here more by choice than the last game, because before it was just like, well, I have to play Vlad because all of these bans have come out. Anyway, we're getting into this game. This will be the 3rd one of this best of 5 in the wildcard tournament. Winner of this goes to MSI. So a lot on the line for these two teams. As Paige was saying, we're now in basically a best of 3 with Supermassive and Hard Random. We're going to have the line of scrimmage. Actually kind of rare nowadays. Don't really see that anymore.
We've been seeing a lot of blind lane swaps, and I talked to Carbon and Soul Strikes about this earlier. And the thing about the blind lane swap versus the level 1 is when you look for level 1 deep wards and a level 1 invade, you're pretty much guaranteeing that a lane swap is happening, where the lane swap isn't necessarily the most important thing right now. It's setting behind the enemy jungler. So we think about, they go into a blind lane swap, chances are that the jungle duo will try to cheekily start their weak side of the map and jungle very quickly, where the support drops down, figures out where they are, and just causes a bunch of havoc. And that's what's more important to teams, is slowing down that jungler and gathering that information rather than guaranteeing the lane swap.
Yeah. It's still weird to me that the teams that want standard lanes, like whilst teams are blind lane swapping, I can perfectly understand that. Like, so be it. Like, you want the lane swap. You don't want to reveal that you're lane swapping. What about the teams that don't want lane swaps, that aren't actually placing deep vision to avoid it? That's the confusing thing to me.
I think at that point it's just really the timer.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's also these teams as well, because we've
here
seen
he
so
goes.
few invades
weren't we just
from
talking
whole
about
teams,
this?
but from the supports, especially when you have Licorice. Oh, that's dirty! Licorice, he's running away with the wolf and throws it out. It was smited away. But yeah, if that was a little bit lower, I think the nom down would have just finished it off.
So the first time we saw Licorice play Tahm Kench, he actually took the big wolf. So no surprises to see him do it again, but the next 2 times that he's done it, unsuccessful.
All right, well,
Good strategy, though.
yeah, it is. It's really fun to
At least
see.
he's consistent.
This is like walks away with it. It's just like the jungle has to follow
And
after.
this is mine.
Yeah, this is mine now. Oh, you made this? I made this. Stay Hus, get out of that jungle. And I think we should just get this tower trade here, guys. So not too much to talk about unless there's a big momentum advantage, but I don't really see that happening. Mid lane as well, though. Kira up against Naru. We'll see how this laning phase goes for him, because Naru absolutely bodied him in the laning phase with Lulu, but Licorice made all those plays for him. This time it's more about Kira. He has to be in a good position so Licorice can support him with Tam Kench and eat him, because he can't make the same plays he was with the Thresh and landing the sick death sentences in this game to bail him out.
Big issue is also that we're in a lane swap, so it will be an isolated matchup. We do see that typically in lane swaps, junglers kind of respond to their side lanes and are more about assisting side lanes than focusing attention on that mid lane. So unfortunately, Kira, you're on your own.
Yep. And even though we know these supports like to roam a lot, especially in those lane swaps, I mean, what's Hammerkent really going to do? He can like counter gank against Dumbledore just randomly appearing in your lane, I guess. That is something you always have to be aware of. Oh, speaking of which, hello Dumbledore, what are you doing in mid lane? Level 2 means he has E and Q.
I think he's just protecting and shadowing underneath Naro, because Naro is so far forward trying to reset that lane, making sure that Stay Host doesn't come up behind him, especially as the backs come in. You saw that a lot of hard random, I'm just thinking about the team, a lot of hard random disappeared into Fog of War, so Dumbledore just playing some defense.
But this is just the Dumbledore watch right now. We're just following him, seeing what he does.
Dumbledore cam?
Dumbledore cam, yeah, it's the activities of Dumbledore. He literally, I think he just walked from bottom lane all the way up to top lane through the river, so he's going on an adventure. Seeing if he can get a gank off and find some minions, meet some new friends, of course, and he's now level 3, so that's great.
It makes sense. He's not playing Bard, but the magical journey is still very much in his heart.
With him, yeah. I like it a lot. Well, Naru, he's pushing up in this lane, and he's got the CS advanced already. Licorice now coming in, though. He is level 2. This is the TP coming in from Kira. And it gets the swallow off, so throws him back into Kira. And this is a lot of damage on Naru. He'll flash away. The TP is actually coming in from Falcon, which is going to be cancelled. That was so innocuous. He just like walks over. It's like, lick, lick. Oh, you're mine now.
The casual stroll and chomp?
Yeah. I mean, that should not have happened.
Oh
what
my
is
God.
this? Stonehenge is not worth it to
You're
go for
dead.
that. And Sejas will just flash after. He didn't actually flash behind the tower. Licorice is just going to eat up his jungler, throw him back to safety. What is even going on in this mid lane?
Stonehenge not communicating with his team. Naru had just gotten bullied out of that mid lane, so why would you continue to farm Raptor Camp? A, seeing that hard random have disappeared around the corner, and knowing that you don't have your mid laner for assistance there.
Yeah. And the other thing in a micro sense there is just flash behind your tower. There's nothing that Graves can do if there's a tower in a way. You can't Q, you can't auto-attack you. He's not level 6, there's no collateral damage. He would have survived if he just flashed behind the tower.
And he's a Graves player.
And he's a Graves player, exactly. Makes me sad.
Yeah, it is a little bit saddening. Hard random though, proactive play. We've seen both supports go near that middle lane, but this time around, when Licorice gets there, he just manages with the Vladimir using teleport to make it successful. Very weird. Honestly, I'm just a little bit confused.
Yeah, I think we all are, Rusty. Don't worry about it. Well, Smurf is going to clear out this bottom lane tower. Goes over to him. Gets the gold as well. Very nice.
Good news is that they've continued to trade objectives, so both towers are down for either team. It's a Rift Herald versus a Dragon trade, so even though they gave up the first blood, maybe some questionable micro play, they have stayed even at least across map on objectives.
Very true. And speaking of blades, I'm talking about on the analyst desk, and Carbon had his long rant about Graves builds and
all of these long swords.
All of these long swords. I don't know what it's going to build into this game, and we'll see what Steadhouse decides to go in this one. It's only got the machete, so he could go any way.
Wait, here we go.
What's it going to be? All right, I think it's going to be 2 long swords and no Hunter's Potion.
That is a lot of items.
Right into the Warrior enchant and the trackers from 1 back at 6 minutes 30.
That's a lot of item.
There's a lot of item. That's a lot of gold he went back with. But with that 1 kill, I can see where it all came from. That's
Had a
actually
machete.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, have a Warrior enchanted upgraded item.
I just have this imagery of him
What is
walking
that?
to the shopkeeper and just like throws the gold on the desk, like, give me that. Well, he's going to be hitting like a truck now as soon as he finds Stone Mage in the jungle.
But I feel like he just rocked up with the bell-bottom jeans and left the boots with the fur.
Yeah.
He's super slow. And speaking of slow, bye tree.
He tried to use the Twisted Advance to
Nice
do
flash.
something
He's
a
got
little spicy, and he gets out, uses the flash as well. So well played by Smurf in a very dicey situation. Faldrin wasn't quite in range there to punish with his team.
Yeah, but that's the risk, once again, that Smurf is going to be running on this Maokai. He's not into a favorable matchup because he's outmatched by numbers, but also committing here on Supermassive towards this bottom lane with the Rift Herald. So actually completely out of position by even being in this bottom lane.
And it's not really just Smurf either. It's Hard Random as a whole, you know, seeing that the Rift Herald was coming down into that lane and the fact that Tom Kinch was so delayed on the back. In fact, he's actually canceled the back, so they're trying to make something happen for this. So we just talk about how one team was out of position for the tower. Well, it's okay. It was countered.
But I'm going
Kira's
to talk
in
about
trouble.
mid lane. He's going to flash away in the pool. And Double Doge is going to flash after you. When you have no pool, and Naru will follow after. You've always got to be aware of the random Double Doge parrying mid lane.
The Doge strikes. Excellent heroic charge right there to get involved. So he takes the tower, immediately rushes over to the mid lane. Thanks, mate.
I
Doge
can't
to-
stress enough how obvious that was, though.
Yeah.
Because they didn't push in bottom lane. They gave Smurf the option of freezing instead of pushing it to the turret. The second they saw Tom Kench, they should have committed. Where'd they go? Mid.
Oh, here comes Falcon, and Dumbledore goes in as well. The second Dumbledore goes down and picks up the kill. 1-0. Oh, Liquid from nowhere. The flash, the lick, the kill. Smurf now coming out here. Miracle's going to be following after. And Hard Random just kind of appear from nowhere out of the woodwork and kill everyone.
They're effectively the exact same plays on either side of the board. So you have two deep towers taken on the side lanes. Everyone drops down to Fog of War. They appear into the mid lane. The mid-tier tower has already gone down for a Hard Random, but they may get the response on Supermassive.
And never will I see the day that Tam Kench is leading the charge, picking up the kill onto Dumbledore. There's the grey health coming out, and Falcon trying to pick up this kill onto Licorice, but there's the heal out as well. Achu following up onto Smurf and Kira, but they're too healthy to kill. Licorice is just going to waddle away, and he's good to go. Another kill onto Dumbledore. I just don't understand how Licorice is making these aggressive plays as Tam Kench.
Casually strolling in and doing so.
Yeah. I
'Cause he
just don't
waddles.
get it.
He's got a big belly. It's very efficient play from Liquor. He's hitting the right target at the right time with every single spell that is important. And honestly, it's just good work from Hard Random. It's a weird thing to see, but you can spit out the enemy person onto a Vladimir combo. And I still don't call that a combo. And I'm going to blatantly refuse to call that a combo, but they are comboing it
Let's call it
together.
a string, at least.
Yeah, they're stringing the spells.
Sehos off from the side, just clearing out the minion wave. What they do have is a lot of wave clear if they can get in range. Vladimir is not a long-range wave clearer, but Grace has a little bit. Sivir, once again on our composition, is really, really nice to clear out these waves.
The thing about having Ezreal as their AD carry in comparison, or not comparison, but in tandem with Lissandra and Gragas is that Supermassive have a lot of dive threat potential. You know, the threat of the cask is, hello,
Oh, hey.
this is ours.
This is, yeah, get out of here, Stonemage. You don't want
is-
to be here anymore.
You made
Not
this?
again.
I made this.
Yeah, please not again. Licorice was literally going to just walk up to him and eat him. It was like, this. He can't keep getting away with this.
But unfortunately, but unfortunately for Supermassive, they don't have the siege potential to back up their dive threat. So Lissandra and Gragas can position to zone people back, you know, throwing the glacial path, threatening with the cast. But Ezreal's like, I can speed everyone up, but I'm still just an Ezreal comparatively to like a Sivir.
Let's also remember how far ahead Steos is as well. Like, he has been the warrior enchant for quite some time. He's gone for his boots. Like, he is leaps and bounds ahead of Stonemage, and there is no way the Gragas can contest 1v1, let alone Tom Kench aiding the rotations with his ultimate.
Miracle heading up to the top lane now as well. And that's actually a really good point, yeah. Aiding those rotations with the ultimate. And often it is like one person who needs to travel with the Tam Kench to get to an area. So have been doing very well with that so far.
And here's a reminder that Hard Random have actually run this composition similarly. I called it a global comp when we saw it in the group stage. I believe that they also ran it in the tiebreaker. And they use it to compensate. They don't have the cleanest macro rotations or map movements. Is
He could be dead.
hello, Kira?
Banana? Oof.
That was, wow.
Yeah.
Good blue suede shoes, nice dancing there. But they use semi-global ultimates like the Tom Kench ultimate, like the On the Hunt, like the double teleport to compensate for their lackluster macro rotations.
Valorant is pushing up in the bottom lane. Smurf seeing an opportunity to go back in. Not sure if this is a good opportunity. Okay, he walks out of the parallel convergence. Would have been punished harder there, but is just this brick wall in this bottom lane. Just the fact that Valorant is able to push up to an in-hit tower at 12 minutes into the game, and there's no one on that team who can really respond other than just letting Smurf stay in the 1v1 is a little concerning.
There's a lot of scaling concerns here. I will say, though, for Supermassive, they're a very standard team fighting comp, and whilst the Echo will be annoying, I think if we ever get a Vladimir Maokai and a Sivir in the same area at the same time doing their damage, even the
30
Maokai
minutes.
will be doing damage at that point. That's the thing. Amplification from the Vladimir's ultimate probably the most defining and important factor in this.
I definitely like this composition a lot more than the last game, even though they won anyway, because now you have Engage, you have the Maokai, and you have the Sivir, and then you have a Vladimir as well. So you actually have a good way to get into these fights, whereas before it was making sure the opponent makes a mistake and then being ready to punish, which they did, and they did very well. But now they can actually be aggressive when they're ahead, or be proactive in making those plays. So this is pretty good coming out from Hard Random. Mid lane, both the ADCs have migrated into the mid lane and now farming away. Interesting enough, there's actually a big CS disparity and advantage over to Achu.
Yeah.
Interesting enough, too, is that the fact that the Dragon's up and neither team are looking to contest it. I think that's what the initial back for Hard Random is doing right now. They back, you see immediately their inventories fill up with pink wards. So they're like, hey, guys, there's actually been an objective on the map alive for a little bit here. I bet we could lure them.
I actually think that the CS discrepancy is a hilarious thing to me, right?
Yeah.
The only reason
Sivir.
Ezreal has a CS advantage is because you can Q minions from a distance, because both of these AD carries by design have supports that leave them. And then the abandonment makes last hitting very difficult, but Ezreal excels in that with the Q.
He's very good at dealing with abandonment. But Hard Random are already onto this dragon. Double wards over the wall, but Stone Mage is going to have to be him going in. Faldron as well jumps over the wall, gets the steal off, and Steahost is going to put down the smoke screen. Going to be battered away by Dumbledoge, but everyone will just walk out. So nice play from the
Stone
blue team.
Mage.
Stone Mage and the team. It was a team effort.
No, definitely
Echo
Stone
came
Mage.
in. Okay, all Stone Mage. But the Echo came in, parallel convergence, and Dumbledore was there for moral support as well.
Good job, team.
Good job. Yeah. All brought it together. Achu now pushing down the mid lane, and maybe they can pick up a little bit more from this because the outer mid turret is up.
Big
but
thing also is the
there
fact
is a Sivir
that
there.
Flash and Cask are available from Stone Mage. Like you said, Sivir does have the wave clear as well as the spell shield, so not super threatening there. In fact, Stone Mage is like, screw this,
Yeah.
wolf
He'll
camp.
recall
I'm
though.
out.
He actually wants to recall. He's just getting some extra gold in, you would imagine.
You would imagine. Calls are now being completed as well. I think 3 more CS on Miracle, and he will be cashing that one in. Already with those 2 kills, getting towards that Essence Reaver. And Licorice is now here. He is finally supporting his ADC. It's more like the ADC is being dragged along by the support in these games. Kira is going to be altered by Naru and turns around. There comes the E as well. Follows up, but there's the Hemo Plague and a lot of healing coming out, breaking the
Just
vision
waiting
by
on
going to the
cooldowns.
bush. And there's the pink ward being expended. There's the banana coming up. Eat your fruit, Kira.
So that Ezreal ult was probably a big deal.
Stayhouse coming in. Naru, Sanguine
Never.
Pool. No way he's getting out of this one. Dumbledore wanted to assist, but not going to happen. Licorice and Miracle
the
got to the
counter.
top lane. But now in mid lane, they're exposed.
Major chip damage right there. Smurf trying to be the last defense.
The clap. And he's cleared out the mini wave. Okay, so Smurf has been able to defend this, and all the rest of the team's coming in. The flash, the follow-up onto Achu. He'll have to jump up the wall with the flash and the arcane shift.
Just unfortunate there. Flashes, or excuse me, arcane shifts directly into a wall, forcing him to burn his flash.
Is it arcane shift? That sounds wrong. But Faldron's going in onto Miracle now. Taiwan lands. Smurf is there as well. The Lick lands out from Licorice. Just needs 2 more and he can gobble up the Echo, but doesn't want to be eating that today. And clears out his mini wave. So 2-5 in total in this game. 2,000 gold advance to Hard Random, only at the 16-minute mark. So definitely in very good shape. The towers are equal, but that will probably open up at some point in this game. Taking a look at items as well. Rod of Ages completed out by Naru. And probably looking towards the Abyssal next, I would assume, with that blasting one coming out.
God, I hope so.
I hope so too, Rusty. It's going to be a second Rod of Ages. And Akira gone for the Woter, of course. So the selfish book coming through.
Honestly, Naru doesn't know what Vladimir does. Like, he doesn't know how to fight the Vladimir. I feel like that is a very obvious feature right now.
He doesn't know how to fight in between Vladimir's cooldowns.
Because, like, yeah, if you're not, like, thinking about cooldowns, just like Vladimir has everything up all the time.
But firstly, it's also a Lissandra versus Vladimir thing where the cooldowns are very similar on the Q. But if you're trading, one gives health back, they're doing about the same damage, you'll get out-damaged. So Naru blows the ultimate early in the trade, puts down a lot of hurt onto Kira, but then just follows the claw up and walks into the Hemo Plague combo anyway. And effectively, the trade was even. And if any trade goes even with the Vladimir, you lose the trade.
Yeah,
And
Vladimir wins.
he's not respecting the damage that Vladimir does, and I feel like this will inevitably come back to bite all of Supermassive if they keep giving him Vladimir. If Hard Random win this game, I can genuinely see a ban on Vlad.
Maybe, because they've been banning away what, the Anivia, they have to fear that from Kira. Going to be holding that fort because Kira has been called out, looking for a Sangami pull. There it is. Stay hostage there in range, flashes away. I'm not really sure if Kira's going to survive this one. Oh, Licrit's there, though, with the Devour, trying to put him to safety. Double Doge over the wall. There's no escape from Double Doge. Achu with the kill. Kira goes down. Miracle now following up. Boomerang Blade comes out, and Naru jumps into 3 people. He'll be dropping. That's another kill over to Supermassive. Licrit finds the eat on to Faldrin. Looking for the Time Winder, doesn't quite connect onto the Tam Kench. Everyone is so low and flashing up red, and Smurf can't quite get in range. Achu follows up onto him. Licrit with another great Devour. Knocks him back towards the inner tower. Achu, he's taking a lot of damage from this tower. One more, and looking for the sapling as well. Didn't quite connect. That was dicey for a second, but that was a 1 for 2 over to Supermassive and a tower.
Dumble Doge played that fight immaculately. So well. I mean, dodging out all of the skill shots, finding the heroic charge, flashing over the wall, did so much work. That said, Thaldrin on the back half, and big thing also was Smurf was delayed to the fight, so it was technically a 4v5 for a big portion of that. Thaldrin on the back half tanked for a really long time. Unfortunately, there just wasn't the health bars to really clean that fight up into a really oppressive ace for Supermassive, but huge props to Dumble Doge. That was just mechanic god right there.
Yeah, I'm just going to reiterate that fact as well. It was a 4v5 for the majority of that fight, and Kira was low when the fight started, and he wasted his pool early. And whilst it was played well by Dumble Doge, it was played well by all of Supermassive, and Sturmage just started off by picking off Kira. It's just, like, that was still too close for comfort, and you can't help but feel like if Smurf was there, it would have been the opposite direction and ace.
Yeah, I'm glad these games have been working out the way we kind of thought they would in terms of like the dynamics of the supports, because they really have been the ones that have been making those plays, and it gives you validation as a caster. It's just like, this is how we thought it was going to go, and they really have been turning up for their teams. Dumbledore's been making the plays like in that last team fight, and Licrit, even as Tam Kench somehow still managed to engage. I don't understand how, but it's been really, really good to see.
What's also really interesting is how the champion pools have affected the solo lanes. We keep talking about, you know, Kira versus Naru, and perhaps even that Vladimir ban hitting the board, as well as the contestation between Echo and Maokai. And typically when you have like your featured matchup of like mid laner versus mid laner, it's just about, you know, who's going to get the execution on that day, and not necessarily a champion pool issue, as here comes Licrit.
The boy who needs to get out of here really, really quickly. Stay Host is there, and Licrit lands the Tongue Lash. Stomage lands the Q as well. So good disengage. Rest of the team was there to back him up. I think everyone's going to be backing away. I see Achu in that jungle there, now rejoining his team. Dumble Jones was looking for a potential flank, a potential engage, but that was sniffed out and the ward goes over the wall.
Kira wants the teleport though for this dragon. They don't really have deep wards just yet, but definitely was looking and actually concede.
Yeah, this dragon will be going over to Supermassive.
No, they don't concede.
Well, Smurf is the only one not conceding, and Dumbledore is zoning him away by himself. Keeper's Verdict comes up, knocks 2 people away. Licrit and Miracle immediately have to make the decision to get away.
Wow.
Miracle, great ultimate from Stomage, will secure the ADC. That's a double kill towards the Tam Kench. Smurf is going in, and the Vladimir has entered the fight, picks up one, and trying to get in range just for more lifesteal, but they're being outranged and outspaced by Achu. There's no way he can get in range now, and Thaldrin is also following after. They're so short range, they can't get on top of the Ezreal. He's still, look at the auto spacing, and the Q coming out, not quite enough kills. But that is another one, and this is so down to the wire. Thaldrin, he's going to go down. Kira in this 1 versus 2, he gets assassinated. Smurf now up against the Echo. He's being kited away. He's going to juke into the bush. The triple kill out for Thaldrin.
So yes, it is Thaldrin that comes up with the triple in the end, but you said his name over and over the course of like Achu there with the Ezreal play. The fact that he knew that he had the flash, waiting for the Twisted Advance to create spacing on the Maokai, such a genius move for the outplay there to set his Echo up for success.
That was the Ezreal dream, whereas you have 3 people who can't get on top of you and you're just chasing them down.
But the confidence there, Arcane shifts forward, tags him with the auto attack, and is like, I have the flash, Maokai, follow me, boy.
So well played by Achu in that fight. And kind of the unsung hero, I think, of that team, because Dumbledore, he goes off and makes the plays, he abandons his ADC, and Naru gets involved because of Dumbledore, and Stomage, strong player in his own right. Faldrin, always locked in those 1v1s, and we talk about him. But Achu, he turns up, and that was one of those times where he just made a highlight reel play.
It also felt really broken from hard random. It was not the confidence that we were expecting. I think they were honestly assuming that Supermassive disengaged the dragon and then reactively went back in, as these two were still going at it.
Kira getting
I'm here.
by Faldrin.
I'm helping.
Yeah, Miracle just popping the ult there. Moral support, I guess.
Leashing the minions for top lane.
Yeah.
But that to me, like, so they've lost the game here, hard random, and they're now showing signs of not being together fully as a team. That's dangerous.
Kira just kind of wobbles back into the parallel convergence. Now a fight is opening up in the bottom side. Smurf's going to jump onto Stomage. Here comes a two-shot barrage. 3 stacks onto Stomage, but Licorice finds Smurf instead. I don't think he was the person he really wanted to devour there. And now Sturgos, he was just kind of abandoned by the team, and he didn't realize that the team was backing off. He survives longer than they should have.
Miracle,
but Achu
wow.
shoots down Miracle. He drops. That's a second kill. That's a triple kill out for Achu, and now he's getting rewarded for all those plays he's making. Smurf getting chased out, but he has so low mana. Dumbledore's there as well, and it's just a matter of who's going to pick up the kill. Achu is most likely going to find it. Nara, in fact, with the last hit, and that was a 4-for-0. And Supermassive just destroyed Hard Random.
Naru denies the quadra kill there, but 6-1 and 6 on Achu. Supermassive, like Rusty said, they're just working together brilliantly as a team, and their carries are stepping up. Carries that we didn't think would necessarily be the primary factor here, like Achu. Whereas Hard Random, they're just kind of falling apart at the seams.
Yeah, honestly, Supermassive just looked great. Achu's overperforming, and Hard Random are not a team. There's no other way to explain it. This Baron was very easily taken. And there is no way that this Hard Random side can contest them right now because they've got defensive tools. They don't really have offensive tools.
But isn't that bizarre, though? Because what they were talking about on the analyst desk is because, of course, Hard Random picked up the last game and Supermassive picked up the first one. And generally, you have, like, the momentum. But I haven't really seen Supermassive, like, tilt in any way. If anything, like, Hard Random been making some really curious decisions in this game.
So Naru's the shot caller for the team, I believe. I think that's been historically accurate. He's not only on Lissandra, he played well in that second game. And that doesn't affect him because he knows he can beat Kira in laning phase. It means the shot calling is always going to be there. Live or die by your shot caller, right?
Well, if the game's going good for Naru, then going good for the team.
This is when things get scary for Hard Random fans, just because we know that when Supermassive are ahead, they're so punishing about it. They've got the Baron now. They have their pick of the litter about which tower, which objective they're going to start to snowball. And even more importantly, Thaldrun has the lane matchup advantage on pretty much everyone on the team. He's already killed Kira. Smurf can't really slow him down. This Echo's out of control, and they look to 4-1.
Yeah, that's something that has been kind of a criticism of wildcard teams. Like, they don't know how to finish. You cannot say that about Supermassive. They get ahead, they will finish the game. And Kira, look at the poke damage out from Achu. He's already down to a 3rd health, and because he can't get in range of the minions, he can't sustain himself. It's Sivir who's the one who has to clear out the minions from range. If they can put him in side lane, great, but he can't really do anything against Falcon. We've seen that, so they have to send Smurf instead. And Vladimir, when he's on the behind, he's just not in good shape.
Smurf's also their engage tool.
Yeah. And Smurf,
Speaking of.
well, he's not really dying. He is very tanky, but those aren't 2 big damage dealers. Licorice looking for someone to follow him after cutting off one escape route, but Achu's probably just going to walk down.
I don't know if Achu
Whoa,
knows that.
Okay, that's the flash being used. And Falcon following up onto Smurf now, but just trying to get this chunk damage down. The tower's already low.
They're just stalling. Check out Naru on the bottom side. They're utilizing Baron in all 3 lanes, and it's just ripping Hard Random across the map. One of the TPs are down, and Kira now dead.
What an ultimate out from Stome. He's really been on point this game with the explosive cast. Another one onto Kira. Now the middle turret goes down. Here's the TP into the bottom lane from Faldrin. Trying to protect Naru, I think, but 2-shot barrage will chunk him out. And was that a kill? I think Achu picked something up. Now they're going on to the inhibitor.
They traded 1 for 1, but the big thing is they traded 1 for 1 with the primary wave clear. Sivir is down. Look at the chip damage on that turret. That's going to be 2 inhibs for free.
Naru gave his life to allow his team to pick up that tower and this inhib. 2 inhibs down. Supermassive, they can just back away happy now. They got everything they really came for. And they have so much gold right now. 7,000 gold advances. They just need to spend that and get back to base because they don't really want to fight right now when they have so much gold accumulated just lying around.
Yeah, just get the dragon, just reset and work towards the 1 lane that has already been set up by Thaldrun as well for success. They even have vision up there if they want to work near it. There is just absolute dominance and control displayed by Supermassive around the entirety of Summoner's Rift right now in game number 3.
Yeah, really play like a different team when they're ahead. They just know exactly what to do. Every single beat is planned out. And they do it so quickly as well. There's no hesitation. It's just like 151. Yeah. Let's go. And then they just execute it.
And they make you play to the beat of their drum as well, right? Like it's their tempo that they put in place that you have to respond to.
Hard Random on the back foot. This is still a best of 5, so there are plenty of games to go. But It's Vladimir pick. Well, speaking of the Vladimir, Kira's going to have to make a hasty retreat as Vladimir finds him. I guess the Time Winder will back away, but it does really well, and it can do really badly as well. And this is not the reason why they've lost this game. It's definitely been a team thing, but yeah, Vladimir is not a consistently good pick.
The thing that's really concerning for me, obviously, like the Echo, you can easily say, okay, Echo's won both times he's appeared in the series, ban that champion. But Gragas, like, Stomage taking the Gragas into the Graves, or historically we see just Graves run away with this, and the fact that they're not afraid to give stay hosts the Graves, they know that they can beat it, opens up their draft phenomenally because they don't have to target ban that, and so they can continue to put Kira on the back foot if they look to go that direction and continue kind of that mid lane trend.
I will still bring it back to the Echo though, because what made the Vladimir good last game was because the Lulu was the one having to deal with him. No one could 1v1 the Vladimir. This time around, Echo's got solo kills now in that 1v1 matchup. Like, not many champions are capable of doing that to a Vladimir late game. Echo's probably one of the very few that can.
But also in this game as well, there was a lot of unfortunate fights that happened because it looked like it would be good for Hard Ram. They group up, they have Civ and Maokai, you just run at them, and Vladimir's there to deal the damage. You can have the 2 TPs for flanks, but they were never far enough ahead in terms of the game and also vision and setting up those flanks and pressure that they could really utilize that composition, even though it looked so good on paper. Dumbledore is going to be knocking away that Graves, so it gives them a bit more time to put some damage on the tower.
They have to strike within the next 30 seconds. They've got waves coming in, but their creep waves have just spawned on their Nexus tower, but the next super creep wave will start to chip damage away there. So look for Smurf. He has to pull the trigger now. This is kind of the last big fight that Hard Random have left in them.
Yeah, super crepes, delicious. And Naru, he's still seething away. Just all this poke damage onto Hard Random. Smurf is trying to be the front line that they need. Miracle,
he's got a
great spell shield, but this tower, it's so low, but Liquid's already chunked,
No.
and Smurf tries to go in. That's not the engage that you want, and is now being knocked into the team. Here, I'll engage for you. Liquid, he's going to try and back away with a Maokai in his belly, and now that Stomage is following up, he's looking for the kill. Liquid goes down, looking for the follow-up from Naru as well. Kira goes into the Sanguine pool, and they go underneath the Nexus towers. That's a kill onto Kira, and now Supermassive are just all over Hard Ran. What's Smurf gonna do? Absolutely nothing. Miracle gets chunked back to the fountain, and then his ally will also drop. This is gonna be, if nothing else, the clean ace and the game. Supermassive open up the base and find game 3, 2-1 over to Supermassive.
Clinical from Supermassive. We talk about this all the time. They're one of the most punishing teams when they're ahead. They don't drop a beat. We go back to the Echo pick. You can't give them that champion.
Yeah, honestly, that was played really well across the board, but for what it's worth, the unsung hero of this team in Archu has actually stepped up to the plate and has been the defining factor in game number 3.
I really think so too, and yeah, I mean the Echo in the last game at least was more of like a mascot because it was Liquid going ham, but in this game, yeah, it was a real problem with for them because of the Vladimir, because he could do them late game.
Yeah, and it comes back to what Rusty was saying, the fact that the lane assignment that they had an answer to keep Kira down when Vladimir started to get online, and it opened up so much space for Chu to just go crazy. Again, like, Echo's super sticky, and you always think about Maokai as the big zoning champion, but Echo is just running at you, setting out his parallel convergence. He's going to do the exact same thing, but he's going to bring a damage threat to it.
Yeah, he can actually kill you. Something the Poppy, probably the closest threat towards doing that, can do, and guess what? They had both of them anyway, so there was no real options available here for Hard Random. The Vladimir is a good niche pick to have, but it should have very strict conditions with which you pick the Vladimir. You can't just recklessly go in and take it.
Yeah, because this time they actually had a choice over it, because last game it was just like, well, this is the only champion I really pick. They consciously chose to pick that one up, and yeah, the Poppy is a great point as well, because looking at Dumbledore, she's one of the only supports who actively goes and says, pick me Poppy here, and he picked it on second rotation, so really denied a lot of the resources coming out from Hard Random in the game. But we're going to send it over to the analyst desk to break down that game.
Thank you very much. And with that, Supermassive bring themselves up 2-1 with potentially one game to go into winning the IWCI Invitational and, of course, pushing themselves to MSI. Once again, joined on the desk by Carbon and Soul Strikes. And it just feels like the Supermassive games, when they win, are very fast. That was a short affair.
They're a very punishing team.
Yep.
And we've been saying that for a few days now. They know exactly what to do when they're ahead, and as soon as you make a mistake, they'll punish you for it.
Yeah.
I think the big thing here is that blue side.
Yeah, and when they got the Baron, they had all 3 lanes pushing. They capitalized. They just know how to use this Baron buff. They got the top second tier tower Then, but the Lissandra was bot and chipping the bot tower down. Then, and the mid tower was also under the siege, and they just don't. Hard Random just didn't have the answer for it.
I mean, so what happened after that? Because obviously, there's a bit more game to play from them. We didn't just get to Baron and a push happening, just because. But again, it was quite a short game. I feel like we could look at drafting again, maybe, but it was, again, I feel like Supermassive are starting to fire on all lanes now. Because, it's not just like Namaru and maybe Thaldra on something like Echo really doing damage.
Yeah, I think that's true. I do think at the same time that the draft has a lot to do with that. I think when they get their good champs, they play really well. But as we saw in the last game, when Hard Random get their good champs, they also play very well. I think there are a number of draft issues here, but I think the biggest thing was, and I think Frost really hit the nail on the head there, and that is that Echo being able to hold Vlad. When Liss went to the Vlad lane, Liss got soloed very quickly. When Echo goes to the Vlad lane, Vlad can't do anything anymore. He's completely nullified, and that allows Achu to really open up in team fights, and he had an amazing performance.
Yeah, just like what Carbon said, Achu played amazing in game today, and he just showed that Israel, he probably did most damage in his team, just went off.
And that's the thing, we're kind of maybe wondering, is another player going to really step up here and have a big game? Achu actually does have a big one. Lucian gets banned away from him. He takes the Ezreal, which is sort of what we expect, but it's crazy to see an AD carry actually finally carry, because I haven't done it that much this tournament.
Not at all. And I mean, even when you said that before, I said, it's probably not going to happen. But I don't blame them for not doing it. But he really did. He really thought, okay, well, this game is on me, boys, because we have the list mid, not much damage. We have Gragas jungle again, not much damage. So really, they were running the Ezreal as the main carry, and he absolutely did.
Yeah, and if he went for the Kalista, then he would have liked that poke damage. But having that Ezreal just do so much damage through the poke, and just stepping up Achu and doing what ADC are known for, AD carry.
I think another thing to point out as well is you look at the jungle matchup, it's twice now we've seen Gragas into Graves. Yes, Steos is getting Graves, he's playing relatively well on it, but it feels like Supermassive are happy to give him the pick now.
I feel like he's playing more than relatively well.
Yeah.
I mean, he soloed him in this game. In the last game, he was almost double his CS. The Gragas into Graves matchup isn't good, and the Gragas is getting destroyed every time during the actual jungle phase. But because Dark Passage's lanes are winning, or at least their top and bot lane, in both the Gragas games that they won, both the side lanes won. And so the Gragas is good as an initiation tool. Gragas, he's got some amazing ults, great pick. Great explosive casks for the picks. He's not even setting it up with the E-Flash. Sometimes he just throws the cask and he just gets them. So he's playing very well outside of the jungle phase, but he's absolutely losing the jungle, no doubt in my mind.
It's just his team, Steos, he's playing phenomenally on his Graves, but is his team just not supporting him and just not letting him go into the full mode?
At the same time, when you play Graves, you're not really supporting your team either.
Yeah,
so.
True.
Well, it certainly is a team game in Hard Random, but I think I lost their teamwork somewhere along. We'll see if they can find it, though, because they are going to need it with the backs against the wall. We'll return for Game 4 just after this break. Don't go too far away. And welcome back, everyone, to the International Wildcard Invitational Grand Finals, where Supermassive Esports from the TCL are up 2-1 versus the CIS side, Hard Random, who are struggling a bit here as we get late into the finals. Once again, my name is Julian Pastry Time Car, still here on the analyst desk with me, trucking along are Tim Carbon Wendo and Lucio Soul Strikes Park. Boys, we felt like Hard Random might have a good shot here, but with only that one win, and it was a little dicey. Supermassive, definitely starting to get the snowball rolling, and they are a scary team with momentum.
Yeah, tournament match for Hard Random here. They are back on the blue side. So far, every team on blue side has won. So they're definitely not out of it. I absolutely think they can win this game, but nerves have definitely got to be start kicking in for them.
Yeah, definitely. This could be anyone's game. They are on blue side, like Carbon said. Blue side has the advantage of first picking like the Echo or the Maokai or the Graves, whatever you want. They have just everything, and blue side, 100% win rate.
And what a perfect segue, because we are going to talk about, of course, the Echo Maokai. That was the big point in that last matchup that we saw. They saw, when Echo goes over uncontested and Pop is maybe a pick, Echo wins. When Echo's up and one team picks Echo, one team picks Maokai, Echo wins. Echo rarely loses, really, is kind of the theme here.
Mostly Echo just wins.
Yeah, and
Echo
which makes sense. This champion's very strong. We've seen both players be able to play exceptionally well. In top lane in particular, Echo doesn't really have any problems. So what's up with the matchup? Echo Maokai, what were they trying to do? Because it's not crazy to give Echo away and take Maokai there.
So I think the real issue is that after Echo Maokai, Smurf doesn't have anything left. So far, he's played the Poppy into Maokai and lost. That was the first game, and we saw it also in the last series in the semi-finals. He only is playing those champions. Supermassive are banning Trundle, which is really intelligent. If Hard Random ban the Maokai and give the Echo, they lose because he won't win on Poppy. But if they ban the Echo and Supermassive take the Maokai, Smurf is still going to lose. So I think they did the best thing in that scenario with leaving them both up. You give one and take the other. Echo, yes, Echo's always going to beat Maokai, but Maokai at least can be more relevant in the team fight. And that's what we were looking for Smurf to do in that last game, but unfortunately wasn't able to.
Yeah, Smurf just didn't turn up for the team fight and just didn't do the same thing as the Thaldron did, just carrying his team, just destroying the back line with his tankiness, but just didn't happen.
So are we expecting maybe bans now to come out? Because we've seen Echo, we've seen Maokai. We know Trundle is a ban that's pretty much permanent for Supermassive. In fact, their ban strategy seems to be pretty much set in stone, and I think they're very comfortable. Might even look to give away the Rise ban and ban something else, because they do technically have a game to give here. We've kind of mentioned that I think they're afraid of it, but they haven't seen it just yet. So maybe it's worth seeing what happens if they do leave it up. But I mean, Echo, Maokai, Trundle, these champions are constantly getting taken out. Do you have to just take them away? They're on blue side. Maybe they get the opportunity to win, but you have to know now that these two champions probably can't be on either side of the rift. You probably have to have one.
Yeah, I think they're probably going to ban Echo. They're not going to make that mistake again. Yep. However, the question is whether they will ban Echo and Trundle. Because at least with the Maokai is very strong, but at least with the Maokai, they'll be like, well, we've seen the Maokai and he doesn't do much on it, so we can afford to give over the Maokai. So I'm expecting maybe both. But last time they didn't ban Trundle at all. They didn't ban Trundle or Echo. I guess you don't need to ban Trundle if you're planning on letting Echo through because they're not going to take it. But I think this time he's probably going to have to be on the Trundle. And if Hard Random want to win this game, Smurf absolutely needs to perform.
Yeah, and definitely. Are we just going to see more mid lane bans? I don't think so. I think Supermassive, they're definitely on the driver's seat. They have the control of the ban phase. And if they are targeting Smurf, then Smurf just needs to step up.
I mean, maybe having a look at the last few picks there. I mean, Liquid's time was very good in that game. He now suffers a loss on the champion for the first time ever in the tournament. Lysandra looked good for Nara, and Vlad looked okay in the team comp, but obviously didn't do enough work. Do we feel like Hard Random maybe aren't putting the power in the right places? Because I feel like Kira and Liquid are the main engaged and playmakers for their team, and Vlad and Time isn't... It's not like they didn't do anything, but it's not the same as Lysandra Bard as an example.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I do think the 5 mid bans definitely hurts Kira. There's not that many strong laners who are also strong engaged, so I think that hurts. I don't think Vlad was bad in that last comp. I think if Echo wasn't if Echo didn't exist, Vlad would have been fine because he destroyed Liss, right? And if there wasn't a tank top laner who could also duel, probably one of the best split pushes in the game, they probably would have won that game. So I don't think Vlad necessarily is an issue. I think Liquid's playing really, really well. Again, that Tarm was a great pick into Lissandra, and he stole the Wolf again, level 1, which completely stuffs up the timing. Even though it got smote away, they split the experience. I mean, he saved so many people. He also ate so many times, got the pick, a lot of nice tongue lashes. So, yes, I guess Liquid could do more. Yes, I guess Kira could do more, but I think they're both playing well. You have to talk about the elephant in the room. Smurf is just not performing, and I think as soon as and Thaldrin is, and as soon as Smurf performs, I think we'll find that that all of a sudden we'll be saying things like, "Oh, Liquid's so good. Oh, Kira's so good," because they've given room to shine, much like Archu was.
Yeah, and I would also like to touch on a Miracle as well. He's been caught multiple times in a team fight. He hasn't been performing that impressively for me personally. Archu's just been on top of him, so both the Archu and Thaldrin's just beating Smurf and a Miracle.
Throughout this tournament, I think Miracle's had about 20% of his team's damage dealt, which is very low for an AD carry. I mean, most AD carries have been around 30. Macau, Archu, Celebrity. Basically, all of the AD carries have been sitting around that 30% mark. But yeah, Miracle's only sitting at 20. He hasn't been doing much damage throughout this whole tournament. I think he also was someone who could definitely step up.
Yep. Is it maybe time to swap away from the Sivir then? Like, he's had 3 Sivir games in a row. Very safe laner. Kind of suits the player. I can fit in a lot of different comps that they're playing. We've seen Lucian go off. We've now seen Ezreal go off for a 2 as well. Do you change tactics here? Or do you just say, you know what, the Sivir's fine, just like play a little bit better?
I mean, you can do that. Lucian mostly has been banned, so I don't think he's going to get the Lucian. Kalista is not good with the roaming support.
Yeah.
You could play the Kalista, but I don't actually see him beating a Chu. And so with Kalista, if you don't get a lead, it puts you in a really bad spot in this meta because tanks are so strong. Look, Siva suits him, and Siva does well. Like, she scales so well. She does heaps of damage. I think he does just need to play better.
Yeah, just step it up.
I mean, it's not a very fair thing to say, I guess, but this is the final of an MSI spot.
Yeah.
You know, if you want to go to MSI, you need to be a good player.
And this is a snowball thing, right? Because we talk about maybe the problems are starting in the top lane. These cascade down. Like, if your front line's not working as an AD carry, especially as a Siva, of course you're not going to do any damage because you're just getting absolutely smashed by the other top laner.
Absolutely true. And we saw with the Maokai, he was pretty much soloing him, and now in the second game, the Supermassive one, it's an Echo. So he's not being dealt a good hand necessarily, but yeah, like I said, if you want to play, if you want to be the best wildcard region, you have to be able to deal with that.
Yeah, absolutely. And just as a team, like, you just can't have one person go 15%, 15% effort, and everyone else has to put 35%. That's just not how League of Legends works.
All right, so if we're looking at top side of the map, I think things are going to start with Smurf here in the top for hard random. What matchup does he want in a dream scenario? Assuming Echo's banned, because that's no one should get their champion. What pick does he get, and what champ does he get to play against? Is it like Maokai versus Poppy? Is that the ideal situation?
I think it's
Trundle.
One of two, yeah. I think it's Maokai into Poppy. I think that is good for him because Poppy's probably not going to lose that hard to Poppy, and he has a relatively easy champ, good CC, and that would allow Kira, if there's going to be 5 mid bans, that will allow Kira to play something like the Vlad or the GP again if he has to with no CC. But for him, for the 1v1, I think he absolutely needs to get Trundle. I think Trundle's probably his best champ. Trundle has good matchups into all the tanks. It might not be the best for the comp, but I think probably Trundle into Poppy, I think, is his best matchup.
Yeah, definitely the Trundle. He actually hasn't lost the game on his Trundle, so good target bet for Supermassive to make that decision. But Smurf, if he doesn't get the Trundle, just don't know what to say.
I mean, he's going to get a good top laner on blue side. Like, he's going to get, unless they ban Maokai and Echo, I mean, which they're not going to do because Kira's going to be so good. So he's going to get a top laner. He's probably going to get Maokai. It's probably going to be into Poppy, which is an okay matchup for him. Like, the lane should be fine. it's just, yeah, he just needs to be good in the team fight.
Yep.
Like like I saw even at the end in that last one, he got barreled in, which is a huge mistake. As a Gragas, you never want to barrel a Maokai into your team. But then instead of rooting the Ezreal, who didn't have E because we just seen it be used, he roots the Gragas. And so he's just not playing well.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't put it any other way. I don't know if it's nerves or if exhaustion. I mean, they've been playing for a week. A week-long tournament is difficult. But he needs to. He just needs to step it up.
I mean, there's maybe room for a tempo change, right? Like you could get a ganking jungler, start going top, like camp the lane. Like that's maybe something else you could do.
I think that could honestly be a good idea. I mean, the Graves. There's nothing wrong with the Graves. Graves has been good every game. Graves has been winning the jungle matchup pretty much every time, except the Kindred game was even. But maybe that's what they need. You know, he was saying that Soul Strikes was saying that they weren't supporting the Graves, right? But by the same logic, the Graves doesn't support the team. Graves is a standalone carry jungler, and in the mid-late game, he carries you. But maybe that's not what they need. Maybe they do need an Elise or a Gragas or something just to get their lanes going.
Yeah, absolutely. That's one of the options. But Steos, we just don't know that if he's actually comfortable on playing in the other other junglers other than Graves. So
I feel like most of the successful hard random games we've seen, though, actually involve like aggressive teleports bottom lane and then winning skirmishes into eventually team fights. And really, I feel like a lot of this game has just been played in like very isolated lanes, which is usually really good for hard random because they neutralize their lanes and then win mid game. But for whatever reason, they're just not transitioning into mid-game at all. I don't know if they're falling behind in objectives or just straight up losing team fights on execution, but the magic is not there today. This team that has played so well together for the entire week, both in round robin and in semifinals, something about Supermassive is just putting them off kilter because it's not
Well, to be fair, Hard Random did lose to Supermassive twice during the group stage. They lost one regular game and they lost the first seed tiebreaker. So I don't know. It may just be that Supermassive have them figured out. You know, I mean, let's not forget that Hard Random did win one game pretty convincingly.
Yep.
And they had a good early game in the first game, and again, a decent early game in this game. So it's not like they're completely outclassed. They absolutely can win if they can meet their win conditions.
Well, we'll see what happens here in the draft because we have done with the bans actually. LeBlanc, Azir, and Maokai are the bans for Hard Random, and Ryzen, Nivea, and Echo the bans there
Lucian.
for Supermassive. They pick Lucian.
I like that. I do like that. They give over the Graves, so we're going to have to see Stejos's champion pool, but I think one big thing is that the Trundle is up and Maokai is banned. So we're probably going to see that best matchup of Trundle versus Poppy.
Well, Lysandra Graves were the other picks, so Supermassive take pretty comfortable stuff for themselves also. Definitely curious to see what order Hard Random pick these in, because I think some of the early picks are pretty obvious.
I would like to see the Bard from Hard Random.
I agree. But this is a good start. I think Gragas and Trundle look to be the picks here. There's the Trundle locked in at least.
Yeah.
That one I think was pretty obvious.
Yeah, I don't think they had to take the Gragas. I mean, they did. I think they might be trying to deny the Gragas because that is a secondary pick of Doldrins. And Gragas, I imagine, is pretty good into Trundle, or at least it's hard for Trundle to kill Gragas. But yeah, we see that the Lys Graves combo, such a strong combination. Huge burst damage. One provides the CC, one provides the damage.
Oh my god, he insta-locked Bard. There's Poppy. Has all the picks there for Supermassive, but you wanted to see it, Soul Strikes? There it is. El Bardo is back.
Yep. Interesting. It'll be interesting what kind of pick Kira's going to bring.
I
think Gangplank would be good here.
Oh no, there's nothing open.
Gangplank kind of neutralized the
I feel like they don't
CC.
they already have Trundle, so I don't think they need another AD
Get the Vlad in there.
carry. And they have Lucian as well. He's going to be putting out big AD damage. Yeah, these bans, they don't treat Kira well. I mean, we were talking about how deep Kira's pool is, but unfortunately, when all of these are bans, the only ones he has left are 0cc champs, it seems.
Well, they're taking their time with this last pick. Liquid has definitely said, you know what, no, I've got this. I'm going to carry this game. I'm ready on the Bard.
When going gets tough,
wow,
the tough get Bardo.
Yep, and they actually picked the Lulu here. So Lulu Lucian, little low on damage.
It was good before because Hard Random didn't have CC to deal with it. But this time, if he speeds the Lucian up, they have Poppy, they have Lys, they have, well, their top laner, which is likely to be a tank as well. So I don't know if Lulu Lucian is that good this time around.
It's going to put a lot of pressure on A Miracle. He needs to perform.
Yeah, it's strange that after 3 games or an entire tournament really of Miracle not doing much, that in their potentially last game, they've kind of said like, all right, mate, your turn.
Yeah.
They just gave him a pat on the back and just kicked him out the door. Like, good luck. We'll be in here when you get back.
Well, we'll see if we can get it done here. Supermassive are making their last pick here. I imagine that's Soldier on the screen. They are picking his champion. It is Nautilus locked in, so Doge will take support Poppy once again. Not massively surprising, unless he's really feeling the Nautilus. But that is so much lockdown for that little carry.
Yeah.
Good luck, Miracle.
Yeah, and the thing is Trundle can kill Nautilus.
Yeah.
Yes.
Trundle can absolutely kill Nautilus. He can stuff up the hook with the pillar. He's got enough damage to do it. But Trundle is an absolute sitting duck for Graves. In the lane phase, if Stone Mage comes top, I think they'll be in some real trouble.
Well, they certainly could. They need a miracle. We'll see if they can find a heal. Let's go to the casting desk.
Thank you, gentlemen. And I think that really sums it up. They need a miracle because it's all on Miracle in this game. He needs to survive, and the other teams, Supermassive, are all going to be gunning for him every single team fight.
It was subtle till you brought it back up, Pulse. That was such a good pun. Oh,
Yeah, sorry.
I
Yeah,
agree, though.
Delivery was almost good, but yeah, I failed at the end.
No, absolutely. That's entirely what they are looking for. Their AD carry needs to step up and be massive. They've got the team sculpted around him. And Carbon's right. They kind of just said, we're down 2-1. It's potentially our last game. Get in there, mate. Give it your best go and see if you can carry it, because the rest of us are struggling. Mid lane bans have been against them. There's still a lot of positives, though, for this team, all things considered. I just don't like Kira on Lulu.
Yeah, same. It just doesn't feel right. But at the same time, we've got Faldrin. Finally, we've actually seen another tank pick come out from him with the Nautilus as well, so he does play it. Every time I see Poppy, I'm like, my brain's just like, oh yeah, top lane. But we have Double Doge in this one, so it's like almost exclusively going to go to him.
The thing for me, though, is yes, it's all on Lucian as the primary carry and Miracle, but we've seen consistent Trundle bans throughout this entire series, and Smurf finally got his hands on that champion. And yes, Lucian is technically the primary carry, but Trundle 6 items in late game can still do massive amounts of damage, as well as has the superior 1v1 matchup. So yeah, it's all about Miracle, but I think actually the secret carry here is Smurf finally getting his champion, so it's about, can he prove that he was worthwhile to those bans?
We'll see if that pans out as we get into game, because this could be the very last one of the series with Supermassive 2-1 in this one up against Hard Random. Winner of this one, if you have just joined us, we'll be joining MSI and everyone else. This will be the final slot to be locked in. So a lot on the line, and Hard Random are up against the wall.
They absolutely are. And they need to start on the right foot here. My first confusing, I guess, no, it's acceptable. I was going to say, cleanse on the mid lane Lulu. I would prefer the teleport personally, because you know for a fact that they will be running double teleport. We know that Kira likes the split push, but this is, again, one more step in the way of team fighters 4 members and let Smurf be the only split pushing option. So I think we'll see a lot of resources go towards this Trundle.
Big thing, though, is that we are going to have inverted standard lanes, or the Australian standard lanes, as
Do
we
you
like to
call
call
that
them.
Europe here? Like European lanes, because it's like upside down, or no?
No, it's just Australian.
Okay.
Drop bear lanes. I don't know what you want.
Inverted lanes, that's it.
Inverted lanes. And this is actually the first time that's going to happen throughout this entire series. We've had lane swaps effectively every single time. So Miracle and Licorice will get to face across from the fragile Ezreal and Poppy's Dumbledoge. Dumbledoge is Poppy. Same thing, really.
Yeah,
Dumbledoge.
they one and the same.
The Dumbledoge. The Doge.
The Doge. All right, let's get into this. So he's going to be up against the Bard as well. So I want to see what Licorice does with this Bard, because Dumbledoge has gone ham with that champion, and Licorice has really made some sick plays in this series along with different champions. So already just trading off against the ADC Miracle, playing a bit down onto Dumbledoge as well. So lots of trading going off in the top lane. Mid lane though, Kira up against Naru, this time taking the Lulu. So trading even so far. Should be a fairly easy, even laning phase, I should say. Oh, Dumbledore!
wow.
He's going in. He's going ham onto Licorice. Ignite comes out, but actually not quite enough damage coming out there as the exhaust came out.
And it just occurred to me that this is kind of the matchup that we were waiting. Everyone talked about, these supports. You unlock them, they roam, they're going to show up mid lane with the junglers. We've wanted to see the Dumbledoge versus Licorice, and Dumbledoge just threw down the hammer.
Yep.
The flash heroic charge into the wall to force Licorice to burn his own escape. It's like, your move, buddy.
Yep. Dumbledore doesn't do anything but go in, and has definitely started off the pace of this game for sure. And, well, that was a 3-for-2 summoner trade, so actually got the advantage there. Kira is not in good shape as Stone Mage lands all of his auto attacks, end of the line. He's going to have to walk off to the side there.
I feel if Naru had flash W, they actually could have picked up the kill there.
Cleanse is still available,
Oh, yeah.
remember.
True.
It's the major pickup.
I'm
level
thinking
3
double
though?
teleport, but you're right, the weird Lulu cleanse.
Yeah. But maybe at the very least, I think he may have had enough damage, but I think he underestimated how much Stone Mage was going to get onto him because he landed like literally everything. Stejos is not really his jungle anymore, and special double doge roaming down. Very reminiscent of like Game On, I think, whereas it's like walks into the jungle, is like, nope, don't want to be here anymore. And he'll go into his bot side of the jungle. He's slightly ahead in terms of farm against Stone Mage, just because Stone Mage has just been in Stejos' jungle trying to zone him away.
Yeah, just putting down that hurt. And the cool thing to me is how unlocked Dumble Doge now is going to be via having an Ezreal in that lane, right? The safe ability to get around. And Thaldron's actually already here.
Flash hook lands onto Kira. There's no flash, remember, but he'll cleanse out of the staggering blow, actually, from Thaldron. So that was a TP being used by who? Smurf?
Yeah, I'm ready for it.
Yeah, Supermassive just taking their time, kind of high-fiving each other. It's my shift now to gank mid lane. I think Dumbledore is probably next.
Let's give it a cheeky start, dude, and then just like rock up. Nari doesn't want to use any of his spells. Runs himself out of mana on minions. Everyone's having a great time.
I mean, who else has flash to expend in mid lane? That's the
I was going to leave Naru alone.
It's not allowed.
No, Rusty
Doesn't
Savage,
work
man,
like
he was going to
that.
get in there. That's Dumbledore gonna walk up to Miracle. Don't step in that. That's bad. Achu, very close. Dumbledore, he's going in. He's
That
stopping
guy's
Miracle from
ruthless.
dashing.
Yes, he's here.
And now Stone Mage is coming in. Hammer Shock lands. Achu's following through the damage, but Licorice and Miracle are good to go. They have the minions, the hard counter to Graves ganks, walking behind minions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a bit awkward, isn't it?
Yeah,
He
it
walks
really
in,
is.
he's like, yeah, I've got this, dash forward. No, there's just minions there.
Yeah, it's just like, just walking away, man. It's like the hard counter to allow you. Just walk away. Just walk away. Be the bigger man.
Oh.
Going in
Nope.
with the magical journey. Oh, actually got knocked out by Double Doge, and that will result in first blood over to Stejos with his Gragas. Miracle being chased down. Thaldron somehow landing the dredge line right in the middle of those minions, threading the needle. 1-for-1 trade on the ADCs.
Do you want to mention that both teleports were actually burned for Supermassive, but only one was followed up. So Naru also losing his TP as he goes in on Kira here.
Yeah, a lot of damage, but Naru's now out of mana, so it doesn't have to be that scared. And Kira knows it, so he'll put some return damage down in the middle lane. But that has still resulted in a decent minion wave advantage
Speak
in
of the
terms of
Dumbledore
CS.
agent.
Didn't we
Show
just
us
say
here.
that it was Dumbledore's turn? Like, they're taking shifts.
It is, yeah. He's on mid lane shift currently, but he doesn't have flash, but does have ignite. But he's going back to base. If nothing happens in these 8 seconds, I'm out.
Man, I hate when people are late to work. Dumbledore. What? Mate.
Yeah, and he even has the ability of teleportation. You know, like you have no excuse really.
Hey, he was busy saving top lane, let's be fair. The
Yeah.
magical journey was thwarted by his W.
I mean,
Oh,
come on,
it's
even
cool.
if you have a part-time job, you should be, you know,
He's
on
running
time to
late,
work.
but he's on his way back down. You know, he's got to place his deep wards. He's got his back end, so he's got his, he doesn't have a sight stone, but he's got a pink ward and some Nikes.
Nikes, all right.
Pumas? What do you want?
I
The
don't
brown
know.
leather bags.
I don't know, man. Anyway, Licorice. This is now Thaldron going into the top lane in this 1 versus 2. So what does that mean? It means Double Doge is going to be in this duo of a gang squad, I guess, going through the jungle. Kira is going to flash over the wall. The Q, the end of the line. Naru, I don't think he actually needed Storm Mage in that one. End of the line didn't even get the second proc, but Naru just killed him straight
It
up.
was
I'm
the
here.
principle, man.
Yeah.
Stone Mage missed the dash over the wall, so he had to flash, because that wall was his adversary. It wasn't getting the kill.
Yeah. Storm Mage was fighting the wall. Naru was fighting Kira, and it all worked out in the end.
In the end, though, it will be a lot of chip damage for hard random onto this top lane. It forces Thaldron to back out. So we'll see if they actually are able to take this. Meanwhile, Achu doing the same thing on the bottom side. But 3 versus 1. Hard random get the superior push.
Yeah, well, so they'll carry on pushing, and where's Thaldron going? He should go back and start top lane, try and defend the push. There's not a big minion wave stack there, so I'm not sure they can go much further. Bot lane is now going to back away, but of course Achu is still pushing that one in. Dumbledore and Stone Mage on the bottom side of the map, so there's nothing that Hard Runner can do about it, but still sieging up this top tower. Thaldron actually level 5, I didn't even notice that he can't actually get near this turret.
Yeah. And they're going to put a lot of damage. Remember, this is a cannon wave, and the trade is good, but it's not going to be good enough. And they will actually take this. A fight will break out, though.
Dredge line off to
Potentially.
the side onto the terrain, so he just get away there. Dumbledore, he's going in. Dumbledore, I'm not sure if you're aware that your team isn't quite there yet, and he should be falling, but good ultimate from Thaldron. Dumbledore, no way is he going to get out of here. Naru now coming into the fight, lands the ice shot. Miracle gets dragged in, looking for a return kill maybe onto Nautilus. And in fact, no one's even dead yet. And now that Licorice has the E over the wall, he's getting everyone to safety. Everyone's on pretty low mana, but the Cosmic Binding stops Graves in his track. I can't
did
believe
no
no
one
one
die?
died.
Yeah, blinking health bars across the board. Doge, that guy's crazy. Manages to flash out, save his life. In the end, though, Hard Random do get the superior trade. They traded for the inner turret versus just their outer one.
I still can't believe no one died.
Yeah.
Everyone was
I'm going to
low.
keep saying it. It's crazy.
How does this happen?
Kira, middle lane. That's a lot of damage onto Naru, in fact. Has gone for that Frostfang. Achi's also there as well, just in case. But yeah, Dumbledore's, man, he goes so ham in these games, and it almost always works out. And it's surprising. I guess you're just surprised, right? You don't expect the enemy support to go that in. But then again, they have Liquor, and he does very similar things. So they should know how to play against Dumbledore.
What's more impressive for me is the communication and the trust that he has for his team. I mean, talk about a trust fault. Heroic charge into effectively 4 people, knowing that your team's on the way and that they'll be able to get there in time to help you out.
Yeah.
Invisible trust as well. I think that's my favorite thing. I guarantee that they are not communicating because he just saw them next to the turret, was like, I can queue 3 people here, and found the perfect time to go in. Everyone's like, crap, get in there.
Go in. We need to save him. But yeah, they must be really good at trust exercises for sure. Sajos taking away this his own red buff this time. I'm just used to people stealing away buffs now. Every time I see a buff, I'm just expecting the enemy jungler to be taking it. But this time it's just going to be friendly. Just gentleman's agreement. Going to pass this over to our laners. And so far in this game, we've got those 2 kills going over to Supermassive, but it's actually Hard Random who are ahead in this game because of the gold differential caused by that tower going down. Naru just looking for a small engage in the mid lane. But looking at item breakpoints as well. Smurf has finally hit that Tiamat, so going to be looking for that split push. And now the invader's coming out from the crit instead. So just interesting to see the aggression and who kind of pairs up in this one, because it's generally supporting junglers right now.
My biggest concern has been the lack of Archer grouping whilst the rest of Hard Random have been moving around the map. That's what's given them this gold lead at all, just through taking turrets. And as you can see, Ezreal being here actually helps with the defense of the turret. But resources were put towards him getting the extra farm and money, so that's where he needs to actually be important right now.
Teleport comes from Trundle from behind. Here comes Smurf.
And he's going in, Tempered Fate onto the tower. There is nowhere, there's no safe sanctuary. And now the teleport comes in. That'll be a second kill coming out. Sajos will go down. And Faldron's into this fight. Achi will go down as well. Smurf is now onto Faldron, trying to run away, trying to get the line still. Not going to be enough.
Faldron can fight them.
Miracle and Liquid trying to get out of here. Faldron looking to line up the dredge
coming.
line. Naru's coming in from the top side, trying to close in. Faldron does have the flash. He'll jump over the wall. And the dredge line, the E, the staggering blow. Miracle, he just stands there and accepts his fate. His fate is sealed on this one. Naru comes down, and Faldron's the one to pick up the kill.
And reminder, Naru's coming down through the river because check out his TP timer. Again, interrupted by Kira. I'm assuming a polymorph must have hit him. Could have also been the displacement from the wild growth. But that's twice now that Kira's denied Naru, and Naru not really respecting the spacing that his team needs to make sure that he gets down there.
Yeah.
Naru zoning away at Kira in the mid lane though, and Dumbledore is here with yet another roam into the mid lane, and this should be enough. Well, not quite. Stajos is here, so is Licorice, so able to stop them from taking the tower for now, but honestly that tower is so incredibly low they can just walk up and take it down if someone is not there for a second. Does Stajos just place down 2 wards by himself?
And I do have to give some credit where it's due, though, to Archer in that last fight, because the way he played the tower dive, whilst the engage from Steos was ridiculously well executed.
If Naru had gotten the TP, Chu would have saved them.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
That was unbelievable. Mechanically, that was just sublime. I'm so impressed.
Really great to see, but okay, so dash over the wall, but the Cosmic Binding lands. Dumbledore is going to try and cover him, but explosive cast from the Gragas. There's not really enough to take him out. Collateral damage to boost Stormage over the wall, so he'll get out of this sticky situation, and now clearing up the top wave as well. Tiamat coming in handy. A lot of back and forth happening in this game. 4 kills to 5 at the 12-minute mark. Sejos, he's leading the charge, comes in with the body slam. That's so much damage by himself. Cosmic Binding at you. I mean, he just didn't have a chance to get away. And Tempered Fate doesn't quite land onto Dumbledore's, but he had to use the flash. Liquid doesn't connect the Cosmic Binding, but the slow does from Gragas. Stonemage is back into this fight. Dumbledore, he goes back in. Hammer shot comes out, but there's simply not enough damage from the Graves to help him.
And normally Achu is so respectful with his spacing against enemy champions, but just letting Stayhouse get a little bit too close, and like you said, massive damage coming out of the bop.
Faldron back into this bottom lane, continuous push coming out. Nothing really Miracle can do up against that. He's just this massive tanky front line. 3-0-0 picked up a lot of these kills, means he's got a very early Sunfire cape up against Lucian. What's he going to do, really? Rift Herald goes over to Hard Random. And Naru, there we go, picks up the middle turret. But going back to our storylines that we were talking about in Champion Select, Hard Random was like, it's all going to be about Miracle, but honestly, it's more been about everyone else other than Miracle in this game. Like, Stajos has been making a lot of plays, has been involved in all of them, in fact. Smurf because of his Trundle, Faldron as well with his great TPs, and even Naru to some extent, like, herding people into him.
You know, they've changed it up. They've gone for the gank jungler, they've gone for the standard lanes, which then broke into a lane swap, and that's where they really found advantages, even in the previous games, once they opened the map up. But now they can be more aggressive in their taking of it. The other thing is just Liquid's on Bard. Yeah. That's going to help a lot in the way of the team's success. Things are going much better for them this time around, and whilst the gold's even, it still feels like Hard Random are here to play in this potentially last game.
Thing that you need to take note, though, is Ezreal's power spike and when he's going to start coming online. Obviously, we've been fighting in between power points and itemization for him. We saw the damage that Achu did on that champion last game, so Supermassive, they just need to slow it down, wait until Achu's ready, then look for the big group up 5v5, and more importantly, get Naru to TP down. Yeah. I'd like to see, you know, the AoE ultimate of Lissandra being utilized.
Well, theoretically, it should be easier as the game goes on because he's kind of been locked in the mid lane for the first kind of 15 minutes, so there's always opportunity for Kira to interrupt him. But if he's TPing from like a side lane or, you know, from somewhere else where Kira is not, then it will be easier for Naru to get into the fights. Smurf is now trading off against Faldron. It's actually kind of nice that Faldron picked up all these kills because he's still this brick wall that's stopping Smurf right now. Yeah,
the tank and the damage dealer, both with a lot of kills and a lot of items, but thankfully, Thaldron is still a tank, or it could have been a lot worse for them. Oh, wow, he's in.
Well, that's the ultimate we were looking for. End of the line is going to proc off, and the ultimate for good measure. The collateral damage will pick up the kill. Just a nice invade, another red buff take. Everything feels right with the world, with the Graves invading. And now Kira, he just wants to try and take the Raptors, but I think if anything else, he just helps Stomage pick up another camp as the smite comes down.
But more importantly, it's the fact that Naru and Stomage are getting together and utilizing the tandem power of Graves and Lissandra. So need to have more of that. It's about time, 15 minutes into the game, that it finally happened.
Yeah, that's right. Teleports later. It finally just doesn't use the teleport.
You know what? I'll come to you.
yeah, very much the case in this game. Taking away the dragon as well. There we go. All coming together for Supermassive, and this is probably the most back and forth game we've had in this series. Generally, someone's had an advantage early game, and maybe it's flipped, or maybe they've just pushed it further into the game. But this is just an even game, straight up. Naru walking back into the mid lane, starting to hit those item breakpoints as well. So looking at Miracle, he's on the Essence Reaver right now at 16 minutes versus the Muramana, or building towards the Muramana with the Mana Moon from Achu.
CS discrepancy, though. It's a big thing for me. Again, Ezreal. 150, 124. I mean, Rusty brought this up last game, that a lot of these supports will just leave Lucian. Or
you mean like this?
Yeah.
They've been 1v1ing for about a minute.
Liquid going in. Great tempered fight onto Achu. Double Doge. Great Keeper's Verdict. And I think that just fizzled out. The whole fight was gone.
Yeah, very well executed once again by Dumbledore. And as we were saying, you know, the supports, they may not be laning, but they're always there at the right time. Because that time around, Bard with the engage, but Dumbledore with the disengage on that Poppy.
That's right. And Dumbledore is never late. He arrives precisely when he means to. Faldron is going to jump towards this wall with the dredge line and is now being chased down. But Smurf's going to give up.
That reference actually offends me. Like, just how wrong it is.
I knew it would trigger someone.
That was amazing.
Mission accomplished. All right. Triple push down this mid lane. Make that a quad push as Sedrasos off to the side, pushing down this tower. Should be able to pick this up because it is only Naru defending.
Oh,
I was wrong.
Run, Thaldron.
Liquid, I don't think you want to be there anymore. He's going to try and find the magical journey over the wall, and luckily Kiro's there in range to use Wild Growth.
Okay, so they do end up losing the bottom tier tower. Smurf, like we said, that Trundle coming online. We knew he was going to be a split pushing threat. It is going to be traded by Supermassive up into the top side. But brilliant catch from Dumbledore. Again, we saw that Thaldron was left alone on a tower. Hard Random had the inside track that they could collapse down onto him. But Licorice caught out because Dumbledore says, no, stop, get off my lawn.
Yeah, knocked out of there. And Liquid just kind of, left his team, or his team left him. One of those.
More than one person is here.
Yeah, Naru coming down. Dumbledore's coming down as well. Good luck, Smurf. He's going to be going on a great adventure in this one. Probably going to be going up the lane, because Naru does have ultimate.
Oh, no.
There's the,
he's got it.
There's the pillar.
Flash
Smurf. Oh, he's getting around the wall. Call him Summoner's Drift. And I think he's able to get back to his team as well. They just can't chase him. That was actually incredible from Smurf. No way did that just happen.
That
You
is
got the turret.
the slowest moving chase I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Oh,
Slow speed car chase coming out here. There's a Tempered Fate zoning at you. He's just getting blasted all over the place. It's like playing a raid. And now the rest of the team is being zoned away, and now they're back up. But, I mean, Hard Random just picked up the tower and just left.
that said, Supermassive have the inside track onto the mid-tier tower. Hard Random are not in position.
We might get a trade. I think we will at least see a contest here.
Nope. Doge charging up the hammer. Not going to land onto anyone, but zone away just long enough for...
Hello?
The Caster Minions! There you go. MVP Caster Minion.
That was the strangest rotation I think I've ever seen.
Yeah. I just didn't know what happened.
It was like a slow-moving carousel.
Yeah. That was really bizarre. Hard Random had to walk all the way around their top jungle, and Supermassive just walked up to the tower and took it. So that will result in a 1,000 gold advantage. Towers are now even. 2 dragons over 2 Supermassive, but the rest of that is, of course, from the farm disparity in every single lane and every single champion. Even the support's getting involved. Of course, Doge would be. Because if there's a fight to be had, Doge is involved.
Yeah, that is actually the big difference between these teams, right? It's the CS. And Graves should be doing well against the Gragas. You know that once the Runic Echoes is there, the difference closes. And the Ezreal is the big standout. I mentioned it last game, I'll say it again. Pretty easy to last hit minions when you're left to a 1v2, whereas the Lucian, being a low-range champion, it makes life difficult for you. Especially when there's been constant pressure in lanes, and that's the only reason that Naru's got a CS lead as well.
Dun-dun.
Yeah,
Hello.
I've got to be honest, an Ezreal gank is...
He's got red.
he does have red, he has some form of CC, and he has Iceborne Gauntlet, so...
He's got buddies.
Slow for his slows.
I
That's
think
what's
he was
important.
surprised, though, that Liquid was coming over that wall as well.
Yeah.
So they both kind of got really confused and walked away.
Yeah, you were not the person I was expecting to be there. And now Siege coming into the bottom lane from Supermassive, trying to set something up, but there's 4 people from both teams, or 5 people actually from Hard Random. There's Faljon is in the top lane. Tempered Fate lands onto Naru. What can they do with this though? Liquid, great stun onto Naru, and will stop the E as well. That was a preemptive E from Naru,
Oh.
but there's the Frozen Tomb on top of himself. Doge trying to lay down cover fire. Naru flashes away, and Faljon coming in, lands a dredge line onto the Gragas. That will be a kill. Faljon is still alive and healthy, but the same cannot be said for Doge, who was caught up in the crossfire.
Achu did a lot of work on the beginning of that team fight, pretty much zoning out 2 people, but Smurf is just so massive at this point, doing so much damage, being very tanky, especially with the superficial tankiness that Lulu's also going to give him. So good defense, but that was close.
Flash, dredge line, not quite landing. Kira or Naru thinking about going in, and Smurf is just going to teleport to the tower and casually
Miracle.
walk up to Stone Mage. Miracle is leading the charge. A little bit scary as Lucian, especially as he's low on mana, but is good to go. So nothing will resolve from that.
Kind of a bit of a wasted effort there from Naru. So he's pushed out of the team fight very low early, gets the TP back in. We made it, boys. First TP of the game. It connected. Throws the claw, says, nah, farming mid.
Maybe not. Yeah, I'm going back mid lane, guys. You do whatever you want to do in the bottom lane. You do you. And now Rod of Ages and Abyssal Scepter being picked up by that Lysandra. Mid lane, Kira's actually going for Death Cap here, so just that raw AP rather than the Lich Bane build we were seeing earlier from Naru, in fact, in this series. Top lane, Smurf going for the Titan Hydra, pretty standard, along with the Iceborne Gauntlet.
Big
And,
Trundle.
Hard Random
Big
want to fight
Trundle.
this.
That's it's going to be the Riptide. Look at the damage actually coming out from Faljon. Naru coming into the backline. Sounds a good 3-man ultimate. Kira gets snagged by an ultimate
in
out from
trouble,
Ezreal.
yeah.
He's down. Oh,
Wow.
collateral damage over the wall. This is quickly turning into a whitewash. 4-0 and the Dragon to Supermassive. They just got blown up.
The biggest difference, though, was how Supermassive split up that team fight. Thaldron and Naru did such a fantastic job getting into that choke point, and there was just no way that Hard Random could get onto the back line of Supermassive.
And you have to remember, Smurf is not a tank if he gets caught out of position. With the inability to use his ultimate early enough, he just dies. Thaldron,
Yeah.
you're right, on one flank. You've got Naru on the other flank. They just collapse because they knew Hard Random were going to fight for that dragon. And they just sent 3 people to kill the objective, whilst the other 2 prepared for the inevitable fight afterwards. And timed to perfection, it was great. But Liquid is not the regular Bard that I'm used to seeing right now. He has missed repeated ultimates.
Very true. I mean, some have hit, and he has assisted in 6 out of the 7 kills that Hard Random have had, but I agree. I mean, he has to be higher impact. And the sad thing is, so much is on Licorice's shoulders because we expect
Yeah,
more,
see,
right?
that's what I mean.
It's
though.
like if he was a normal support, we'd be like, great job, great player. But because it's Licorice, it was like, could have done better.
Yeah, and it's not that I'm saying that Licorice is playing poorly. It's just that hard random shine the brightest when Licorice is turning everybody gold, right?
Yeah.
And the big thing is he actually has the reach to get back into that backline and to stall out Stomage and to choose line damage. Because you have to think a collateral damage into a true shot barrage, that's going to do massive amounts of damage, and they're going to be able to do that without being reached.
Very true. There is the Frost Queen's claim. Little ghost coming out there, but that doesn't really stop the push. It's just like, I see you, I know you're pushing, but the top tower goes down. And Supermassive will continue to push. Mid lane Smurf was clearing out that minion wave, but Hard Random are really now starting to get pushed in, and this is very much like game one from Supermassive, where they just got ahead, they got the Baron, and when they're ahead, they just crush you.
But we talked about how they needed to slow it down for Chu to have those 2 items. He's got 3 now.
Yeah.
Or the Bard.
Tempered Fate onto Lissandra. Achu ultimate coming out. Big
Still
knockup
alive.
coming in. Stadros coming out. Faldrin is trying to put some damage down, beat that tank that they need. Smurf goes down. Achu is traded. Dredge line onto the Gragas. And Kira's trying to zone away. There's Miracle and Licorice putting damage in return. Stomage is chasing after him. Naru still had ultimate. And there's the kill going down.
Achu played that so well again. He actually stepped forward out of the Tempered Fate, and yeah, it kind of ping-ponged him around the fight because it gave an easy cast, but he lived for so long that it forced Smurf to flash into the backline. Again, look at Trundle's itemization. He has pretty much 0 tank stats, immediately blew up.
And that's exactly what we want to see from the Bard-Gragas combination, right? We want the Tempered Fate and the ultimatum of, I'm going to cask if you dodge it. If you get hit by it, I'm just going to cask you afterwards. There's no winning scenario, except that they are so far ahead before that actually happened that they can compensate and keep him alive for a prolonged period of time through extreme tankiness, through having multiple threats, meaning that Miracle and Kira are distracted with other people in these fights. The fact that Achu can live for that long is very detrimental to their performance.
He doesn't want to be here anymore. Dumbledore is going to flash after you. He will find you, and he will kill you, and he will heroic charge you. Faljon's trying to get in range as Tempered Fate. See you later.
I love, oh god.
Oh, Naru going in, but I think they just want the tower for now.
Dumbledore just wanted Licorice though.
Yes.
Like that was the greatest thing about it. He's like, that's support, that guy's mine.
Yeah. Yeah, he's like a horse with like the blinkers, and it's just like once he has like a
One
target
track,
in
yeah.
mind, yeah, he just goes in. This time he's disappointed because he couldn't find his target, but he'll get him eventually. There's a mark on Licorice's head from Dumbledore. Bot tower goes down, so it's really now just these inhibitor towers remaining.
But the Baron buff has fallen off, so a bit of breathing room for hard random.
Okay, clearing out these mini waves. Wow, actually, tower just going down straight up. Just the constant chip damage coming out.
They have to pull the trigger.
That was a nice stun.
And now they go, instead just coming out. Stomage jumps into the fight. That's an instant kill over to Graves. And another dress line onto Kira. But that's just a kill actually over to onto Supermassive. And they take the inhib anyway.
I was going to say, Achu wasn't even fighting that. I think he threw maybe
He
2
was a
auto
critter.
attacks.
Yeah, he got critted by Lulu.
And then just, it's fine. I'll
Yep,
take this.
it's
You
all right.
guys do that over there.
But that's the thing, right? Like, they're just actually so far ahead that position-wise, even if hard random kill one person, they've still already pressured the inhibitor that they can just disengage and just kite back afterwards. They're running a team composition that caters towards that. And whilst Licorice hit a stun, Gragas follows it up. They catch someone out of position. All it takes is 4 people from Supermassive to make it work.
Bright spot for hard random is that the Baron inhibitor or the bottom inhib cross map from that objective is still up and online. So
Silver linings.
Silver linings, 2 inhibs down, bases in ruins. It's cool.
Yeah.
We're not bleeding out from every orifice. That one's still up. They just effectively need to stall the game and survive until their 2 inhibs come up. And they will have another team fight left in them should they play it slow enough. So be cautious. It's not over yet. They've got maybe 1 or 2 team fights left to turn this.
But at this stage, it's like saying, here's your coffee, but I took out the coffee. All that I've got left is the froth on top. Enjoy your coffee.
I was going to say, here's coffee. It's actually mud.
I wasn't going to go that deep.
Oh, man.
That'd be mean.
Yeah.
Well, there's super creep waves coming in on 2
It's only 8K.
inhibs.
Here's the mud. It's pushing up against the tower. Achu, constant poke damage out from the Iceborne Gauntlet and the Mystic shots. Clearing out the waves, though, pretty effectively, but it's taking 5 people to do that from hard random, and mid's being pushed in, top's being pushed in. They commit Miracle to do that. He's now on caretaker duty. but they need 2 caretakers because top tower is actually just dying. And now Supermassive can just walk up to this tower, take it, trying to pull the trigger.
Okay, they got a
was
Q.
caught. But yeah, I mean,
Dumbledore.
Dumbledore, he's got a great ultimate coming out. Tower's still taking them down.
Wow.
Licorice dropping low. Faldron's coming in. There's the kill. Smurf drops low as well. He also goes down 2-0 in this fight. Sturgos, he's just out of there. And Faldron looking for another hook onto Miracle. This could be Curtains coming in. Oh, Miracle, look at the damage onto him from Achu. He just finds him and assassinatos him into the death chamber. Now going onto this tower. This will be the second Nexus turret going down. And look at Faldron. He's just stood up. He doesn't need anything else. And Supermassive are going to MSI.
Your last MSI representative will be the Turkish team Supermassive Esports. A phenomenal performance from every member across the board, and frankly, that gold disparity 10K spoke for itself.
Just makes sense. You get Turkey into a best-of-5 scenario. It's actually where they do excel in terms of performance. It's the second time in 2 different wildcard events that we've seen Turkey take out CIS in the final.
Yeah, very impressive performance, honestly, by Supermassive, and just doing a great job. Every single player turned up in their own right. And Dumbledore, he's still a personality on and off the Rift. And it's great to see that his style hasn't changed, and it's still good. The Faker Slayer, he's back.
I'm so happy to see him get to perform on an international stage. I wish more people got exposure to Dumbledore. He's such a creative and very unique player. I love his style that he brings out. It's super fun to watch, very fast-paced. And again, if Supermassive get a lead, they are so mature and evolved in understanding exactly what to do with it.
He redefines the concept of support to being roaming party of the team. You know, the AD carry, he's the bottom lane guy, but Dumbledore is everywhere. And this is the best because he actually gets to play against Faker again.
Yeah, exactly. He's supporting the whole team and himself, not just the ADC. But definitely the ADC did feel abandoned in that game. But Dumbledore, if he's making plays everywhere else, does it really matter?
Yeah, the trick is give the team Ezreal and they'll farm it to victory.
Very well-deserved cheer, I guess.
Oh,
Normally
yeah.
we say bow on your screen right there. Is that a heavyweight belt?
It looks like it.
I love the boxing theme extends if they get a belt.
Very cool. Very, very cool.
I can't tell if it's a plaque at this point.
I want someone to
Looks
wear it.
like
I
a
want
belt.
Dumbledore
It
to
looks
wear
like a belt.
Good stuff. But you can see all the fan support as well. Fantastic venue. And yeah, congratulations to Supermassive. But good fight by Hard Random as well. I think they also could have been a fantastic representative. But Supermassive were the better team on the day.
Yeah, absolutely. Both teams play well, but as you said, on the day, the better team wins. It's just the way that it goes.
The brilliance is how many individual members stepped up to perform in that carry role. It wasn't just a single effort. Yeah, we talk about Dumbledore all the time just because he's so unique and he's so fresh. But Naru had his chance, maybe not in this series in particular, but definitely throughout the...
They all did their job, right?
Exactly, like the semifinals. Thaldrin coming up huge. A chew on that Ezreal in Game 2 was just incredible.
Absolutely.
All right, good stuff. Well, before we head to the caster desk, that's good night from, or to the downstairs, that's good night from the caster desk. Make sure also to tune in to the collegiate finals, which are happening for some more good League of Legends. But for now, over to the downstairs to close out the day.
Thank you very much, and great cast on the day there, guys. As we are going to wrap up IWCI, still here on the analyst desk with the wonderful Carbon and Soulstrike. You boys have been awesome all week long. It's been quite a long one, but what a way to end it there with the grand final. Turkey once again with a wildcard win.
Absolutely the best team at this tournament.
Yep.
If you support wildcard regions, you should be happy that Turkey won. Fantastic final from them, a fantastic group stage, very deserving representative.
Yeah, and all 5 members just stepped up. I really liked Achu, especially because he low income, low resource ADC, but just performs.
Yeah, and again, like they have demonstrated they can look good when they are ahead. Hopefully they get some leads internationally and can take some upsets here, but just a series in general, it felt like, once again, the snowball was very real for this team. They just kept winning. Like, it felt like they won one game, they lost one, like, all right, screw that. We're just going to keep winning, and that's what happened. You can see them there on your stage. The flag out in full celebration as well. A very well-deserved victory for the side.
Yeah, you should be happy if you're a Turkish fan. I think really good signs moving forward as well. You know, they seem to be improving every year, and winning this wildcard tournament is much more impressive than winning the normal one.
Yep.
Because every wildcard region is here. So if you're a Turkish fan, you should be very happy right now. Yeah, look, it was just a really good game from them. They had really strong mid pressure. Delulu Kira's Lulu wasn't that
Oof,
strong.
yeah.
Like we were praising him at the start of before the series, kind of saying like, his champion pool seems so much deeper than Naru's, but it wasn't really. I mean, he played the Lulu and it wasn't great. The mid pressure was amazing, and they managed to snowball that out.
Yeah, it just seemed like Kira was the main focus for the hard random, and Naru, he just opened space for him, like so many champion for him to play, and it's just all 5 members as a team.
I feel like at the same time though, it's not all Kira's fault.
No.
You know what
No,
I mean?
no, no.
I feel like and I feel like it affects the draft as well. Like their mid lane draft was so much weaker because they had to first pick Lucian, for instance, because Miracle would have got destroyed otherwise if Achu got the Lucian, and they had to priority pick the Trundle as well because Smurf can't play anything else. So the enemy team can afford to spend 5 bans and first rotation list, like effectively 6 champions taken off the table. I mean, if you're that mid-centric, you're not a very good team,
Yeah.
There are good players on that team, but they're not well-rounded enough to the point where they can say, like, okay, yeah, sure, Liquid's going to get barred, but Dumbledore is just as good, if not better, and then we're just going to ban every single mid-champ and have fun.
I'm sad Bardo couldn't carry today's Soul Strikes.
No, I was pretty sad. Liquid did play amazingly. Hopefully we get to see him in the next International Wildcard event. So yeah, just good luck to him. But at the end of the day, Supermassive just coming up massive.
Yes, they certainly did, and it was such an awesome event. Thank you so much for joining us all week long. It's been great to give you the coverage, but of course, thanks to everyone that's been watching, and of course, thanks to our lovely production team and all our analysts and cast that we've had. We've had an awesome team here for IWCI, but we are done. Don't forget to tune in to MSI for May 4th, and congratulations once again to Supermassive. We'll see you in Shanghai.